But there is going to be this, there is going to be a couple minutes before us, so
Hello. Good evening, Santa Monica. Welcome to the June 28th. Sorry, I lost track of the day for a second. The June 28th meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. If members of the audience wouldn't mind silencing their cell phones or turning them to vibrate so as not to disrupt the meeting. And Councilmember Brock, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of course. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. If the clerk could please call the first item. Oh, yes, that.
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
Mayor Himmelrich. Yeah, we know.
Okay, and the clerk can call the first item.
Okay. Public input. Public input is permitted on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have, it looks like about 5, 6, 7, 8 speakers.
Okay. Do you want me? I can call the first one.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Ms. Zaraska, Ms. Barton, and Ms. Maggio, if you want to come on up. And then once we get to, after Ms. Barton, I'll call up the next three. Ms. Zaraska, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, and hello, Mr. Sloan, and a belated welcome to you. I certainly appreciate a good city attorney, especially one who is a cyclist to boot. And full disclosure, I am the daughter of a guy who rode his bike from Warsaw, Poland to Turkey. I might be biased. Santa Monica was without a competent and ethical city attorney for a long time, about 3 decades prior to your arrival. There is a lot of work before you. It is my hope that ultimately you will help the city replace the current overpaid but underperforming legal department with a reputable law firm. If I had to choose one area of the law to ask you to have a closer look at within the city, it would be the ADA and disability rights. The city does not even have an ADA coordinator. There is one on paper only, who works in risk management and does not respond to inquiries from citizens in need of assistance. A few weeks ago, then interim city attorney Susan Colla denied 2 citizens with disabilities a reasonable accommodation to be able to call into a council meeting to offer public comment. Ms. Colla cited administrative burden as an excuse. Curiously, there was no administrative burden when 2 council members called in to the same council meeting instead of attending in person. There is a massive systemic disability discrimination going on within the Santa Monica Housing Authority as well. I hope you will take a look at the issue of disability discrimination across the city's operations. Again, I'm a fan of yours, Mr. Sloan. Welcome, good luck, and don't mess it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaraska. Ms. Barton. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Allow me to begin by saying how interesting do you find it that the first staff report had a reference to moving all public input to the beginning of the meeting in item 8A, the June 21st City Council meeting, and that it had already been approved. So should we really be surprised that that's what happened? You also realize that putting all comments at the beginning, it's easier to disregard the comments than it would be when the item's being considered. Then Los Angeles is a much bigger city than Santa Monica, correct? If so, why are you basing so much of the city's operation on what Los Angeles does? I thought the reason Santa Monica was separate from Los Angeles was because it didn't want to be a city like that. The city is becoming quite impersonal. Or to be blunt, if you don't want to listen to the public's concerns and are just here to represent your special interest, maybe that's part of the problem. Next, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the June 27, 2022 Observer article titled Potential Asbestos Threat, Halts Demolition of Parking Structure 3 in Downtown Santa Monica. So it would appear that the special interest of affordable housing is more important to the City Council than the safety, health, and well-being of downtown residents, property owners, workers, and visitors. But isn't the well-being supposed to be your number one priority as City Council members? So have you covered the site? And if not, when will you do so? And will funding be made available to residents, property owners, and businesses for decontamination services? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. After Ms. Maggio, Mr. Harris, Chase, and Jamie. Is Jamie here? If you want to get in line, okay. Ms. Maggio, your time starts now.
Your new public input process is frustrating. It is also sad and will not serve the council if your reason for holding your seats is to improve the well-being of the residents, and here's why. Staff has remained non-responsive for the most part to the questions I emailed to them regarding 4 or 5 items. Of course, there are no phone numbers to call and simply ask questions. That lifeline died, and it appears the council has no intention of directing the city manager to resuscitate it. The one response I did receive regarding my inquiry into comment item 5G, Rex community classes and camps, failed to answer my question. Instead, I was informed that my inquiry transitioned into a PRA, meaning staff doesn't want me to have the information until after council votes on how to spend this cool million. How novel. In addition, I received no information in responses to questions regarding consent item 5H, open counter for special events, which may relate to item 10B, permanent parklets, otherwise known as the permanent taking of public space. Really, surveys fielded just before the health department determined unmasking indoors was okay. Selling off public space seems to be the will of the council. And again, I received no response to my questions about item 12.6, the parking hearing with the parking authority, since attachment G parking rates relate directly to consent item H, the contract with open counter, since parking costs can significantly increase special events that open counter is said to vet and supposedly often reviews with the Chamber of Commerce, or do they? Tonight's information says that they do, but has never showed up on a chamber agenda. The Allied Universal contract you extended last week that fails to keep our garages safe says Allied sends daily incident reports to the chamber. That doesn't happen. We don't need seat warmers on the chamber, so approve people who pay attention and are focused and willing to ensure taxpayers are receiving.
Ms. Maggio, your time has elapsed. Thank you. Mr. Harris.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Troy Harris, and I'm here to do something a little bit different. I'm here to bring ideas. Yes, I am running for city council, but I may not win, so I want to share these ideas because I am a concerned citizen, and I just want to see this place become a better place. My ideas are revolving around how to fix the crime and homelessness problems, because they're big, and I want to take a different approach because I'm in business, and I think if we install a vacancy tax on commercial landlords, it'll cause businesses to come back because the system's not set up to incentivize commercial landlords to book tenants when the market is low. They'll wait. So what I do is suggest this. This will install some money into hiring more police officers who can fight crime and homelessness. Now, I know that there's other ways to go about it as well, but that is the key way that I find making that happen. Now, another way that I want to improve this city, because I know there's a displacement from a racist history in Santa Monica, primarily on African Americans. And yes, I take it personal because I am African American. I was speaking to some constituents yesterday, and I ran into a gentleman, Doug Whitney, who had a genius idea, which is to put an overpass on the freeway from PCH out to 20th Street and install homes on top of the freeway. Now, how great would that be? That is real estate that you don't even know existed yet until right now. Now, I don't sit on city council yet, and I may in the future soon, but these are some of the ideas that I would bring to the forefront if elected. And if I'm not elected, these are some of the ideas that you as city council can help implement. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And we apologize. Some of us over here, we can't actually see you when you're behind the screen because of the glare. So when you see that, I can't. Can you, Sue? I can see. Okay, I have no visual of anyone in the box. I know. I hear it. I cannot. The glare is very intense right now. But thank you.
Thank you.
Chase. And then after Chase, it's Jamie Edson. And that's it for public input, I believe.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Chase. I'm speaking on behalf of the LA Breakers. We are street performers in Santa Monica. We work on the pier and we work on the top of the pier. I'm here today because the top of the pier is being closed by City Council or the Santa Monica PD. They're saying that it's because of obstruction and because it's causing too much pedestrians are able to walk and get down to the bottom of the beach. I don't know why the top spot is being closed. I've worked here for 20 years plus. Me and my group, we have been doing outstanding things, causing smiles and joy to multiple families on the daily. And this spot being closed is going to be really detrimental to me and my group. Like, this is how we feed ourselves and our families and pay for rent. And I was just wondering if we could get something done, or if they can't give us the top spot, if they could give us a spot on the bottom of the pier that we're able to work and contain our crowd and, work with the rules. I'm sorry for stuttering, but yeah, that's it. Simple.
Can you just mention what you do? I think we missed that part.
I'm an acrobat. I'm a gymnast. I've been doing this for 20 years. Yeah. I'm a gymnast, and me and my colleagues were dancers. I'm the host of my group.
Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
I have a
so
quick,
much.
Mr. Chase.
So typically we don't do this, but
Really, I'm really interested in hearing more about your group and what you need. What would be the best way to get a hold of you?
Ask her.
You have, okay, good. All right, cool. I'll get the information.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is it Jamie?
Correct.
Okay, Jamie.
How's it going? Thank you for hearing me. My name is Jamie. I'm also known as Thriller as a street performer as well. I've actually been performing in Santa Monica or Dogtown starting in Venice for over 30 years now. Chase is like my little brother. He has taken over where I've left off in the legacy of LA Breakers, who's been around since 1982. And again, I'm here to speak on the same issue. Little nervous. It's a little different talking in front of hundreds of people compared to this established amount of people in front of me right now. But that being said, again, there's only a few spots that we can perform at in Santa Monica, and that includes the promenade on the top of the pier and the pier itself because of the size of the audience that we attract every time that we go ahead and perform. There's a lot of vendors perpetrating as performers who are taking up a lot of the performer space when it comes to the lottery on the pier, and it really limits our ability to go ahead and do what we've been doing for over decades and to continue the legacy and the positivity that we've been spreading. There's a lot of guys that we're able to speak to and touch that hang out there frequently that might not necessarily talk to the police or not necessarily listen to what the man has to say. But when we get in their ear and we let them know, like, hey, listen, bro, this is a positive space for everybody. Let's, not smoke here. Let's not drink here. Do that somewhere else. This is where the family comes and see us perform, and we need to keep this a safe place for everybody. I'm sure my time is coming up. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Edson.
Hello?
There you
Oh,
go.
hi. Thank you. My name is Edson. I also perform with the LA Breakers. I've been breaking for 15 years now. Yeah, I think I'll just continue what he was saying. We've definitely created a safe place for many, many years. And I think our reputation with the city, enforcement, workers, other performers, they can tell you all the same, honestly. That goes for the pier. I think that goes for anywhere we perform. Before the pier opened up last year, we were forced to do shows in Venice. Yeah, they can tell you the same thing. There's been numerous times where we've had to just keep the place safe and clean before the city could. And if that means tourists, locals, elderly, children, we've definitely aided our city when we were needed. So I think this problem, it's a little ironic because we do experience sometimes a little harassment from the vendors that we kind of work next to that also have permits on the pier. For example, we've been kind of followed sometimes, recorded when, it wasn't necessary for us. But and we kind of we try to keep a harmonious vibe with just all the performers there. But I think we all kind of experience the same problems when it comes to the vendors against the performers. It kind of forces us to go against each other and compete against each other when it's not really necessary. We like to create a space for everybody to, give their best and perform to their best every day. So I think a solution, like we mentioned before, would be giving us a space on the pier to feature us, since we've been well known in the community for so long. So I think we'd really appreciate that if you guys take that into consideration. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edson. Okay, and that was the last speaker for public input. Now we will move on to item number 2, public input on, well, I'll let the clerk announce that. Sorry.
Public input on closed session, special agenda items, and the consent calendar only. And we have one speaker, Ms. Denise Barton.
Ms. Barton. Ms. Barton, and if you can just state the agenda item that you're speaking on.
It's for the city manager's report.
Okay.
Good evening. I've had to bring the pictures back of what the city is allowed to be done. I believe to make my affordable housing unit as uncomfortable as possible. So with the action of the bright glaring light, the raising of the NRDC building, and now the partition blocking all direct airflow to my unit, be in retaliation for my speaking at city council meetings and board and commission meetings? Or would it be as simple as discrimination and harassment of a disabled affordable housing tenant? I mean, the city seems to have no problem discriminating against and harassing the disabled. To support this, if you look at the 2021 to 2029 housing element you approved to submit last week, it clearly states in section 7 of goals on page 101, fair housing issues that may arise in Santa Monica or any other jurisdiction include but are not limited to failure to make reasonable accommodation, discrimination, and harassment. Here, let me make the point that just because other jurisdictions do it does not make it right. Yet the city council sits up there and champions itself on how great the city's fair housing is, which in your own words is blatantly untrue. Another example would be the pictures I'm showing now of the glare of the bright light outside of my balcony at the NRDC building, which still glows through the partition put up days after I spoke about it at the June 14, 2022 city council meeting. And the next picture is of the partition itself. Now, when I first submitted the pictures, I requested the city clerk to separate them in writing, but of course the city clerk put them together, so I had to scroll or push a button only available on the left side. One of my disabilities is not having dexterity in my left hand to do either of those options. I was given by the city clerk and can be seen in item 8B on June 21st, 2022 city council meeting, which I informed the city clerk of. So again, discrimination against the disabled is a common practice of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Okay, that's the end of public comment on closed session, special agenda items, and the consent calendar. Prior to going into closed session, without objection, I would like to hear item 4A before closed session, which is our proclamation on Pride Month. So Nathan, you're up first. And Frank.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Nathan Birnbaum, Cultural Affairs Administrator. I'm incredibly thrilled and honored to introduce Frank, native Santa Monican, an icon of lesbian folk music movement, who, in addition to being one of the city's Santa Monica Artist Fellows this year, has, for 2022 Santa Monica Pride, written a wonderful proclamation song. Please welcome Frank.
I'm gay as the ocean, I'm queer as the deep blue sea. I was born in Santa Monica, P-H-R-A-N-C. And I'm here today to say, I'm so proud to be gay, just a Jewish lesbian. And sing this proclamation here today. Whereas we acknowledge that we stand on sacred native tongue of the land, whereas LGBTQIA, or if you identify in any other way, any pronoun that you choose to use, we will honor and include. We celebrate community, our visible diversity, inclusive of all abilities. Every color, every kind, every culture, every size. That's pride. Whereas we thank all those who came before, opened up the closet door. Everyone has a right to feel free and grow up and be who they will be. Whereas from the top of the Ferris wheel to the ashes of POP, as far as my voice reaches, from the mountain to the beaches, let's proclaim the month of June, Pride 2022, that we each can sing a different tune. Happy Pride.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I can't possibly follow. I don't know about you all, but I was near tears. So I will be very brief because she was so fabulous. But I just wanted to make a few remarks because this year's theme on Pride is community. And community plays a very special role for the queer community for a handful of reasons. I think, unlike so many others, queer people have a unique experience because we used to call it coming out of the closet, but it's a process of discovery that really is about reorienting yourself to your community. And inclusive communities like ours play such an important role in that process because we create safe spaces and resources for people to have conversations, make connections, and really discover who they are and be proud of who they are. This theme really was born out of a conversation with our staff in our Out in Santa Monica group about their first time feeling at home. And it was really associated with their coming out time, feeling like they can be themselves and with people like themselves. So, but I want to say community is also a theme because Pride Month is really a community-wide event. We have people from SMTT, the Pier, Santa Monica Place, DTSM. I also want to acknowledge Church in Ocean Park, who played an important role, Annenberg Community Beach House, and so many of our departments. And then finally, I just want to say, community is really important this year more than ever, because we need everyone to stand up to hate, stand proud with our LGBTQI+ community members and their families. So thank you and happy Pride.
Mayor Himmelrich, would you like to take a photo with the proclamation and the group? Sure, with me. You go ahead, go ahead. And we'll stand behind you. You guys can take it right here.
You too, Judy, come on. This is inclusive. That means everybody. And she's short, she's 10 minutes. That's not fair. We're being nice to public. I'm gonna stand behind you.
Thank you all so much. So we will now be heading into closed session. If the clerk could please call the closed session items, please.
Item 3A, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, City Manager David White and Chief People Officer Lori Gentles, bargaining units, ATA Administrative Team Associates, IBT, California Teamsters Local 911, FEMA Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Fire Santa Monica Fires Local 1109, IAFF, MEA Municipal Employees Association, AFSCME Local 4819, Management Team Association, PALSSU, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, POA, Santa Monica Police Officer Association, SMART TD, the International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Division, Local 1785, STA Supervisory Team Associates, and the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees.
Thank you. And I just noticed that John joined the speakers queue for public comment for all special agenda items. It wasn't on there before.
He came in after we'd already heard public comment. If council wants to entertain it, you can vote on it.
Is he here? John? It doesn't say Jonathan Font, usually. J-O-H-N.
We're finding out from staff outside.
Okay. Because we can. Yeah, I was going to say we could do 1 minute if he's here. That's true. In the meantime, City Attorney Sloan, what time do you expect us back from closed session?
About 7 p.m.
Okay, great. So we'll just give it another minute.
He left.
Okay, we'll go into closed session. Thank you so much. We'll be back at 7 p.m. Welcome back. Okay. Hang on, let me get on the right page here. Welcome back. City Attorney Sloan, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing to report.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk to ask if any council members have any reports on travel. Oh, sir, hang on. Let's.
Actually, if we could go back, we still have to do the city manager report.
Oh, did I jump ahead? Where was that?
It's under 4A or 4B.
Oh, yes, 4B. So we can do that first. City Manager White, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will keep this brief. In the interest of time, I just want to say happy 4th of July, and I'm looking forward to everyone coming out and celebrating on Monday. It's been a couple of years, I know, but the parade is back. Excuse me for the hat. And this will be my first parade, our city attorney's first parade, so I'm really looking forward to celebrating with everyone and seeing what Santa Monica has to offer. So I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Member Davis.
City Manager White, could you mention that we did light up City Hall to acknowledge some developments in the last week? Because I think it's important for people to know that.
Yes, we did. So, and I don't really want to take undue credit for this. So, speaking with Mayor Pro Tem McCowan on Friday morning, she well-centered me on the fact of recognizing the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. We did turn City Hall pink in our support for women. I'm really happy that we did that, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for setting my head straight. So, thank you.
No problem. I think a lot of us on the dais sort of had awareness of the fact that other notable buildings around town, around the country, were lighting themselves up pink in solidarity. So, thank you for showing that Santa Monica is in line with so many others. Okay. If the clerk.
Yes, now I will ask
There we go.
any council members have any reports on travel.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I do. So I had the privilege to attend the National Association of Latino elected and appointed officials. It's a national group that's been around for more than 50 years, started by the former council member Edward Roybal from the city of Los Angeles. And we were in Chicago, the highlight was meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris, and had an intimate discussion with her regarding all the major issues, impacting, of course, Roe v. Wade, the decision there, and, gun control and reform there, and economic recovery, which we were very interested in. So it was a very robust discussion. There's a delegation of people from all over, there's delegations from all over the country, various workshops, just looking at best practices in environmental justice, and really that I attended. And really interesting to get a national perspective, to hear what people in New York are dealing with and people in Arizona are dealing with. So I had a great time learning, and hope to bring some of those good ideas back into our city.
Great. Anyone else? Okay. Now for the consent calendar.
Consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And I would just like to note for the record that for item 5I, there's a correction to the staff report that needs to be made to delete the following. The bullet point stating allow for annual changes to the employee contributions for the 401A plan and the executive pay plan. And we have, oh, no, I'm sorry.
We've already taken
I'm
public
sorry.
comment.
Yeah.
It's going to take a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Would anyone like to pull an item? Okay. Councilmember Brock?
I want to pull 5I. No, wait. Everything's changed. Huh? 5G.
Recreational community classes and camps?
Yes,
Okay.
I want to definitely pull that.
Okay. Is there more?
I'm looking. I wasn't prepared. I was. That may be the only one.
Okay, anybody else like to pull an item? Okay,
I move the remainder of the consent calendar, now the 5 items, with the exception of item 5G.
moved by Councilmember Davis. Is there a
Second.
seconded by Councilmember De La Torre? Can the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Oh my God, my garlic person. So sorry. Okay, and if the clerk could,
Everyone could.
oh, sorry.
Buttons, please.
Lana? Okay, motion passes. The clerk could call item 5G, please.
Item 5G. Award request for proposal and enter into agreements for recreational community classes and camps.
Would Councilmember Brock like a staff report?
Yes, I would.
Hi.
Can we turn your microphone on?
I don't think. Oh, good evening. My name's, thank you, Jeanette Gant. I'm the Community Recreation Manager in the Community Services Department. I'll give you a brief overview of the staff report and then happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you.
So the Community Recreation Division offers a variety of year-round recreational camps and classes for youth and adults. These programs use independent contractors to conduct recreational programs ranging from visual arts, music, dance, sports, theater, science and engineering, and even yoga. An RFP was posted in January on both the city's online bidding site and the Santa Monica Daily Press. After a formal competitive selection process, 31 contractors were identified to offer camps and classes for the Community Recreation Division. 4 of our largest programs, Santa Monica Baseball Academy, Super Soccer Stars, Sarah Marsh, and Skateside, are expected to exceed the $250,000 threshold within the first year of this new contract cycle, and thus require council approval this evening. These baseball, softball, youth dance and performance, skate, and instructional soccer classes are among the most popular classes offered. Now I'll take any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Councilmember Brock.
Sure, I have a number of questions. So in looking at this, the contracts look large, so I want to clarify a few things. One, so for instance, Santa Monica Baseball Academy, we're not paying them $300,000, are we?
Up front, no. We pay a portion, a split with them. It's all based on registration and participants. So we just anticipate on past years of contracting out with this same company that their enrollment will be so large that the amount paid out to the contractor could potentially exceed $250,000.
And what was it in 2019, 2020? Let's say the last year pre-pandemic.
I apologize. I don't believe I have those numbers with me at this moment,
Okay,
but it is one of our largest.
How many years have we been running these outside sports programs?
Our principal services supervisor, Danny Price, has been running since his time for 25 years. I believe before his time here as well.
And so they're allowed to, they take possession of the fields for the classes. Are they allowed to have any other time on the fields for their club sports or any of their other sports? Or is it just the time of the fields are solely for the children's classes that people have signed up for?
So, for instance, right now, Santa Monica Baseball Academy is offering their summer baseball camp. So, yes, at Memorial Park on the main field, during the camp hours, they do have exclusive use of those fields for those participants. But then once the camp ends at 3 p.m., it's open to our permitted groups, perhaps open use and play. So, to answer your question, yes, during their camp or class, they take a portion of the field, facility, etc.
And have we determined that the fees that they're charging are equitable compared to other cities? And are there scholarships available for children who can't afford classes?
Yeah, this year alone, for these programs, we've given out about $10,900 in financial assistance for those who cannot afford to participate in these programs. And based on these similar offerings, some by these same contractors in other cities, and our high enrollment rate, we're confident that the fees that are charged are equitable to other cities and what the market can bear.
And I want to clarify, because I had a couple of members of the public ask me or say to me that they believe that these different academies also use the fields for their own sports programs as well and not just our classes. I want to make sure that's not accurate.
That's correct. That's not entirely accurate. I'm trying to figure out how to clearly explain it. So Wes Terry, the owner of Santa Monica Baseball Academy, only uses the field during Santa Monica Baseball Academy time. To my knowledge, he has no other affiliation with, say, Pony League or another local youth team that could rent field space.
And they wouldn't be allowed to rent the fields. They wouldn't be allowed to sublet the field space anyway, would they?
We don't allow subletting, no. If they were a permit group, part of FSAC, our Field Sports Advisory Council or committee, they could permit the fields out separately, although to my knowledge, these contractors do not. They are exclusively contract instructors.
So basically, these fields and the academies are revenue neutral to the city.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. The split, the percentage that we get, the 40%, covers the cost of administering these programs and even go towards field and facility maintenance.
Okay, and we haven't seen any significant issues. They sell merchandise as well?
I'm not entirely sure on that.
It's usually included in the fee. So
you get a T-shirt and a hat
yeah, like
when you sign up.
Yeah, my son just completed baseball camp last week. They get a T-shirt. When they do Super Soccer Stars, they get a T-shirt. The dance, yeah, it's included.
Thank you for the clarification, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, thank you. I'll move to approve. Oh, I won't move to approve.
Councilmember De La Torre.
But wait, go ahead.
Go ahead and move to approve, and I'll second.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
But you have a question.
I have one question.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand how the finances work. We have numbers in front of us. You know, there's contracts. So you're saying, so we give money up front to them, or no money up front?
Correct. We do not give money up front. We pay the contractors a week after their program or session ends, and it's all based on the registration. So we're obligated per the contract to pay them out 14 days later, or sooner than, of course, but we don't give them the money up front. The split is done after people have registered and fully participated in the entire session.
In the case that they don't have that many registrations, we'll backfill that money, right? I mean, we're obligated. We're on the hook, let's say, for Santa Monica Baseball Academy for $300.
It's an authorization to allow them to spend, to pay this vendor, basically, this amount of money because this exceeds their prior authorization. So no one's like advancing anyone money.
No, I know, but in the case, I mean, they're paying in the rears. There's I'm trying to understand, the total contract amount is $900,000, $300,000 times 3 every year. And you're saying that money, that $300,000 is in part money coming in from people participating from registration fees. Mm-hmm. If let's say from registration fees, they only brought in $200,000, would we be obligated then, the city, to pay the 100,000 so that they end up with 300,000? Is that how that works?
No. So the way these contracts will get structured is we're just setting up authority to reimburse them. So basically, if they have $100,000 over the course of the 3 years, that's all they'll get. But the reason why the contract is so large is because what Jeanette and her team have done, have looked at past history and have recognized that there's so much attendance that it's likely going to exceed the authority in which I can enter into a contract. So they're anticipating that there'll be so many people that sign up that they will qualify under the revenue split for $300,000 of revenue.
Okay.
If the people don't show up and they only qualify for $50,000 of revenue, that's all they'll get. There's no commitment on our behalf to pay them any more than what actually comes into our coffers from registration fees, and they get no more than what the split is that's agreed to. That's it.
So this can actually generate some revenue for the city.
It's a huge
Correct.
revenue generator
Okay.
for the city, yes.
And let me ask about why are we doing this bid? Why aren't we doing these types of programs and services through our grantee cycle and that type of funding mechanism? Why are we doing it through this type of bidding process? Like, I'm just trying to understand, because usually nonprofit organizations get funded by the city to provide various services and programming. So I'm trying to understand why we're doing it this way, not through the grantee cycle.
Now have Andy step in.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Andy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Andy Agel, Director of Community Services. So these programs fundamentally operate in a different manner than the Human Services Grants Program, for example. So in that case, we are giving a grant to a nonprofit to provide a specific service. And in many cases, there's no fee for that service. In this case, we are selecting contractors to provide classes whereby people actually register and pay money to participate in those classes. And then the city gets a share from it. So it's really very different what they do.
Correct, very different. One thing, though, that for one concern, and I'm glad to hear that there was about $10,900 in financial assistance, because it could be cost prohibitive for many families, especially right now, where a lot of families in our city are finding it hard just to pay for basics, and this is kind of extra stuff. So how are we going to? Do we advertise? Like, how do we promote the scholarship availability? Is that part of the contract here with them, so that they have to be able to advertise that, or is the city going to advertise that separately?
Yeah, the financial assistance is through the city and not through the contractors. So we have the information for financial assistance for all of our programs on our website. A lot of our participants are also frequent participants who know about it, and they fill out and submit a form with us, the city, and then we use those funds to supplement the fees paid. So the financial assistance doesn't involve the contractors. It's all from the city.
It's all from the city.
Mm-hmm.
And do we have any, 10,900, typically, like, how much is it going to cost, let's say, to be a participant in the Santa Monica? Oh, by the way, all of these services, is the fee the same, or is it different? No, it's different. And how that $10,900, what percentage of that, what percentage of scholarships are we giving out, from all the participants? How many of those participants are under some form of subsidy?
I don't know. I don't have the details for you on the financial assistance program.
Okay, great. In the future, if you can provide that for us, that'd be great. Okay, I think that's, I'm pretty clear, and thank you very much for answering those questions.
One additional.
Councilmember Brock.
The one suggestion I have, you saw this looks and feels strange when we saw it in our packets, and it looks at first glance like we're actually handing someone that $900,000. So my suggestion to the department is, when this comes back again in a future year, that there be an explanatory page that makes it very simple for not only us, but for the public to understand. Because in many cases, I'm responding to public queries. And if they can't understand it, that's a problem. So thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
One final thing I just came to mind, because I have two of my boys that really were into skating, not so much into skating now, but they were very into skating. And one of the things, all of the skating that's going to be, the services are going to be all in Santa Monica, or do they use other skate parks?
For skate side and our skate programs, they're only at the Cove Skate Park for our contractors. Skate side could operate at other skate parks throughout the county, but I'm not.
Or for us, it's for the Cove. And do you know if within their contract they do any skate competitions? Is that part of the service?
I don't believe they do any formal skate competitions, although there are other competitions held at the Cove, sometimes ran by city staff. But I would imagine just my experience with the traditional summer camp that most likely at the end of each session, they probably have some sort of expo or competition for the youth to participate
Yeah,
in.
I went to a skate competition at Stoner Park, and I just saw, I haven't seen so many young people in a while gathering, but it was a lot of interest in that, for not only participating, but just, people, spectators and stuff, and young people being inspired by the older kids that, are more advanced. So anyway, just an idea there, but thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
If council members Brock and De La Torre could please record their motion.
I think it was motion by Brock, second by De La Torre, if you can press it.
Oh, here we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
If the clerk could call the roll, please.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Sure. Okay, that passes. And next up, oops, sorry.
Okay.
We have public input on remaining agenda items. Oh, that's for the clerk to say, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, it's fine. But just to note that this will only be for this will be for the remainder of the agenda except for the budget item.
I'm sorry, what?
That this will be for public input for the rest of the
Yes.
agenda except for the budget. The
Okay,
budget
yeah,
will be heard
public
separately.
hearing, yeah. So, okay, so, let me go.
Oh, yeah. So we have two speakers for item 10B, which is Perry Rashawn, and I'm sorry, I can't see the rest of it, and Ann, is it Thanawala?
Yeah. Ann Thanawala, okay. Perry Rashawn. But, sorry, hang on one second. This is public input on any remaining agenda items except the budget.
Because there's a
So
hearing.
there are only two speakers
Oh,
on.
no, we have more. We also have two speakers on the adoption, on item 12A. Oh, well, that's the budget, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
so you're breaking it up.
It's broken up in the system.
I see, okay.
And so then so after that is the budget item, which we'll hear later. And then we have
No, but
two public speakers.
I thought the point of how we were doing this is we're supposed to hear everything else.
And they will be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're
I'm just calling them separately because they're broken up separately, and then that way we know who's speaking on which item.
Okay. But okay, all right.
You ready?
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Perry Roshan Zamir. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for more than 40 years, and I'm speaking also on behalf of the operators of the Cabo Cantina on the 3rd Street Promenade. With the addition of the alfresco option, the 3rd Street Promenade has become a destination for locals, visitors, travelers, and tourists. Currently, the expanded outdoor dining spaces on the promenade provide a lively and elevated social experience and compete with the same heightened level as other destinations like the neighboring cities. It has drawn activity to what was once a desolate and area void of abundance and vibrance due to the closure of a lot of the businesses on the 3rd Street Promenade. And the more activity in the area has increased both sales tax revenue and kept employees, a lot of them residents of Santa Monica, employed. Reducing the outdoor dining spaces and their footprint would be not only a detriment to the success of the businesses, but could also jeopardize the livelihood of these businesses. The same operators as this Cabo Cantina have other businesses in other areas that don't have parklets, and we've had to close them down and shutter them and fire all the employees as a result. And I'm sure that this will also affect the viability of other businesses in the area, as if there are no visitors to restaurants, then other businesses will suffer as well. So I implore that the City Council draft a policy to allow the continued use of the outdoor dining footprint and maximize the footprint of it so that the businesses can maximize their usage. Thank you.
I just need some clarification because I'm
So do we.
completely confused.
So
I signed up for 3 items and I didn't realize that the public hearing was something that I was going to wait for. And in addition to that, I thought I was speaking to all 3 items at one time, standing here. And then in addition to that, my only option was to sign up for either 1 or 2 minutes. And I had already given my time to another speaker on another item for 2 minutes, which would exceed my time by 1 minute, but I only need 2 minutes here, thinking that I was going to get to speak to all 3 items,
Okay, Ms.
including...
Thanawala,
I don't know
what
I'm
were the
doing.
3 items that you wanted to speak on today? 'Cause
I wanted to speak to the parklet.
okay, so 10B.
Yeah, 10B, and I also wanted to speak to number 16.
Which one?
16A,
Okay.
and then the budget.
Okay, so we can do 10B and 16A now.
Correct.
And then the budget is a public hearing, and so we'll have to wait until that item.
Okay, so let me just remove my comment for the budget, and that was 1 minute that I'd signed up for.
Okay.
And then,
So you can still have 4 minutes total on 10B and 16A.
okay, well, I only signed up for 2 minutes and I donated 2 minutes, and I already spoke for 2 minutes, and that's my combined 6 minutes. And you really have to be a mathematician when you come here.
Okay, hang on one second.
So she's already used 2 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and you've donated, unless you want to rescind that 2 minutes that you've given up.
No, I don't have a whole lot to say on
Okay,
these 2
so then if you
items. I
want,
could
you
have
could-
even done 3 in 2 minutes, but
So if you want, do you want to split the 2 minutes, 1 minute on 16A and 1?
no, I'm not going to stay.
No, I'm referring to 16A and 10B. We can hear those both right now, but since you only have 2 minutes right now, do you want to split and do 1 minute on 10B and 1 on 16A?
Okay, so this is my other question. So you're just calling speakers per item and then you just keep coming back?
No, you're going to be heard for both items at the same time.
Okay.
I'll just turn the timer on for you 2 minutes.
Oh,
and you can
I
speak.
see what you're saying. You're
Yes.
saying, do you want me to stop at 1 minute and then start with the other one at
For a
1
minute,
for 1
correct,
minute? Okay.
correct.
Not necessary.
Okay, then we'll
Thank
just
you.
take 2 minutes.
But,
Okay.
but Nikki, I'm sorry, and I don't want to interrupt, but I was under the impression that should Ms. Thanawala want to speak, now you can hear why I'm not talking tonight, want to speak on the budget in this time rather than the later time for the budget, she
No.
can.
No, that is not what was voted on.
It's a special meeting.
Oh,
And
because of
so
that.
those
Okay, I
have to be
understand.
separate. That was the issue. But you should be able to speak on the other items at this.
Can I make a clarification? Because I want to be clear with Ms. Janawala, she can't speak for 90 seconds on one and 30 seconds on the other. Our increments are 1 minute or 2 minutes, so she can speak for 1 minute on one item, and I think that's what the clerk was asking you. Did you want to do 1 minute on 10B
Okay,
and 1 minute
So
on
you're saying that I
16?
just can't take my 2 minutes and make comments on both
Right.
items
You-
in any way,
You
shape, or
can,
form?
but you only get 1 minute or 2 minutes, so.
No,
Right, you can take less, you can't take more.
she gets, yeah.
Right, she's already used 2, she's given 2 away. No, she's given 2 away, she says. So she has 2 minutes left, she wants to speak on 2 items. When we had this discussion before, everyone, we only allot times in 1 or 2 minute increments. We had this discussion that someone couldn't take 2 minutes and speak for 90 seconds on one item and 30 seconds on another, because then it starts to get confusing for everyone. So she has 1 minute on one item and 1 minute on the other if she has 2 minutes left. Is
Wow,
that correct?
okay.
We had this discussion before. I thought we were clear.
So this is really making it a curated kind of situation.
But it wouldn't be any
which I'm
different
not
if you were
prepared
speaking.
for.
Well, it wouldn't be any different if you were speaking on the items individually. You wouldn't be able to stand up for 10B and speak to
My
item 16A.
comments would have been more substantive if I had heard the staff report and your questions. I don't need the 4 minutes. I don't need 3 minutes. I need 2 minutes.
On one item, right?
And no, on 2 items. 1 minute each, but I might go over, I might be 65 seconds on one item, and I might be 54 seconds on another. It'd still be done before 2 minutes is up. But I've just spent like 10 minutes trying to figure out what I can do with 2.
We understand. We've been part of it. Why don't, let's just, so feel free.
I'm not sure that I'm, yeah.
So just let us know when you want us to start timing.
And so the clarity needs to be for the public to understand this before we show up here.
Ms. Thanawala, it's a pilot program. This is obviously not going as smoothly as any of us would have hoped tonight, but we will get there. So how about we start and just let us know when you want us to start the clock.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Great.
So 10B, the parklet program. I spoke to this in the general public comments on not being able to get information on a lot of these things, and I'm just wondering, it's probably 2 hours since I made that comment. How much you guys actually have retained since then? And then when you get to this item, how much you're actually going to remember from 4 hours ago when I had the comment. So that's my comment on the parklets, with the exception to say that this is a taking of public space. And I don't believe it's a good thing. If you want to do it, don't call it permanent. If you want to continue with it. But, we all know that when someone takes an inch, you give them an inch, they'll take the mile. And this is our public space, not for the business to take over our public space. We didn't like it when the scooters did it, when the bikes did it. We're still tripping over those. I have to push them out of the way. I had to push them out of the way for months when I was pushing my father-in-law in a wheelchair. This is not good. Okay, so I don't believe in that. That's the comment on this. Then the other comment is on 16A, the appointments. Please do not appoint anyone with conflict of interest. And with that, I mean anybody who is a lobbyist, or it looks like they are lobbyists. Even if it gives the appearance of a lobbyist, this is not good for the public. We have plenty of people. So don't do that. Don't do people who lie to the public, pretend like they're someone that they're not, because they didn't want a measure to happen. They didn't want to pass LVs, so they sign their name, pretend they're part of a neighborhood group that's not the sanctioned neighborhood group. You don't reappoint those kinds of people. They're trying to fool us. These are not what we...
Thank you, Ms. Thanawala.
Okay, next we have Christopher DeVito. And he's speaking for 1 minute.
So I just want to talk about...
Give it one, there we go, your mic's on now.
Yeah, 10B with the parklets. So I represent a shop on Main Street, and there is a parklet in front of our shop that is very large. It was never approved by my company. So I'm against the permanent parklet situation, as these parklets that are for restaurants take away the visibility and the traffic to the shops in the city. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sanford Clare. Oh, I'm sorry, that's on the budget. I'm sorry. Next speaker is Olga Zaroska, and she's got time donated from Anthanawala.
Speaking to 16A, I'm looking forward to the mayor recusing.
Hold on, give me a second.
Hang on, your time's resetting, so you'll be able to start from the top when your green mic goes on.
And I had some material I wanted to display. It's not there.
We'll restore the time back to 4 minutes. Just give them a second.
Okay.
Okay.
When does my time
hang on.
start?
Your time is starting.
Can you restart it, Nikki? Sorry. Okay, you're good to go.
All right, so first I'm speaking to 16A, and I'm looking forward to the mayor recusing herself from participating in the appointments to the Housing Commission due to her previously reported bias. 4 months ago, the mayor recused herself from an item that sought to remove Commissioner Kamner from the Housing Commission. In her dramatic and emotional recusal, the mayor told us that because her husband became ineligible to serve out his term on the Housing Commission due to the new anti-nepotism law, she became so traumatized that now she had a strong bias around the item. Shortly thereafter, apparently due to the same bias, Mayor Himmelrich attempted to suspend the Housing Commission since her husband was no longer on it and the mayor's political affiliates lost the majority on it. She wanted to just nix it. Additionally, the mayor has stated her desire to dissolve the Housing Commission altogether now that she has no political influence over it. Mayor Himmelrich, you can't have it both ways and say that you now are unbiased and ready to make the appointments. Please recuse yourself to show the residents you have an ounce of ethics left in you. As for the appointments themselves, I oppose Michael Jolly's appointment as he has compared mentally disabled, unhoused people to zombies in an opinion piece he authored. That is not the language or attitude we want to see from a housing commissioner. I also oppose the reappointment of Lenora Kamner. Ms. Kamner collects a salary to direct the operations of a legislative advocacy organization called Abundant Housing LA, which is pushing a specific political agenda, one of forced urban density. And I have something to show you. I'm not sure if you can read, but this is from the 990 form filed by the IRS Form 990 filed by the Abundant Housing in 2019, I believe, and it lists the lobbying expenditures there. I'm not sure if you can see, I can barely see it on the screen, but anyway, believe me, it's there. Yes, it's the lobbyist expenditures on their tax form from 2019. And I had another one. I'm not sure how to operate this fancy thing. This is just a screenshot from the Abandoned Housing LA website from last year, advertising their lobby week in June 2021. Anyway, so does anyone believe that while at a housing commission meeting, Ms. Kamner takes off her lobbyist hat or her Abandoned Housing LA hat and acts just as a resident of Santa Monica? I have witnessed Ms. Kamner use the Housing Commission as a platform for her organization's political agenda over and over again. This must stop. We need regular residents on city commissions, not people who are hired guns on the payroll of AstroTurf organizations. And let me add that Ms. Kamner and her organization have been under investigation by the Fair Political Practices Commission by almost a year now. Please do not reappoint Ms. Kamner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaraska. Mary Elizabeth, and then we have Eve Lopez and Erica Jansko. If you can all come up. Mary Elizabeth.
Thanks. I think I have 2, not 4.
Oh,
that's correct.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mary Elizabeth Michaels, and I currently serve on the Santa Monica Arts Commission. I have submitted an application for a second term, and I'm here in person today to respectfully request your vote to reappoint me. I would like to share a bit of my background that I believe makes me a qualified candidate for the commission. I have been a resident of Santa Monica for 21 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to give back to my hometown by donating my time, talent, and skills to the commission. I am a community engagement professional and currently serve as the head of government and community affairs for the J. Paul Getty Trust. Prior to that, I served for 9 years at Warner Brothers as the Director of Community Engagement, and before that, for 5 years at Mattel in a similar role. I have deep experience working with civic, corporate, and nonprofit stakeholders to develop and launch community engagement and marketing campaigns. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Santa Monica Arts Commission for the past 4 years, and I'm proud of the work that the Commission and the staff has accomplished. I especially want to praise the work of the Commission staff under Shannon Dowd's leadership, who have created incredible programs to support the community and arts during the pandemic, and who helped orchestrate Freeze LA's move to Santa Monica in 2023, which is a huge coup for the city. My vision for the Arts Commission is for it to continue to support and expand Santa Monica's role as a leader and champion of the arts in the region. Santa Monica is blessed with a vibrant arts community, thanks in large part to the support of the city. From Bergamot Station to rotating art window displays on the promenade to multiple art of recovery installations, I'm proud to live in a city that honors art. But there is more that can be accomplished, and I hope to remain on the commission to help advocate for it. I'm also a proud graduate of the second class of the Santa Monica People's Academy, and as a quick aside, I would just like to state for the record what a phenomenal program that was and encourage the council to consider bringing it back. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Eve Lopez. Someone donated their time to you? And what's the name? Erica Jensko. So you have a total of 14 minutes on 4 minutes, sorry. We're going to keep it at 4 on 16A. Is that right? Okay. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eve Lopez. I have an application pending for the Airport Commission position. A few of my colleagues may have also sent some letters, a couple letters in support. A couple of things I'd like to bring to your attention. Currently, the 5 airport commissioners are all male. They are all white. They all live within a 3 or 4 block radius of the departure end of the freeway. There is zero diversity, and none are actual pilots who use the airport. Make no mistake about it, I recognize that the unilateral vision on the Airport Commission is very in favor of closing the airport, and I understand that one voice will not change that view. That's not the point. The point is to have somebody who's actually on the commission, who knows aviation, who understands the technical aspects. One quick example. Last evening at the airport commissioner, an airport commissioner had the idea to explain that with respect to leaded fuel, that because his Corvette was sanctioned to use leaded fuel, which is no longer available, that he uses the additive in his fuel. And why can't we, as pilots, do the same for our aircraft? It is a shocking level of ignorance that is dangerous. It subjects the city to liability when somebody who has actual technical knowledge doesn't have a voice. Commissioner Gleam, Commissioner Davis,
Councilmember Davis.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, a little nervous. Councilmember Davis, you made a comment a couple, I believe last or 2 meetings ago, where you indicated and why the aviation lawyers charge so much per hour. I'm a lawyer and a pilot, and I think I'm going to change practice areas because the hourly rates were really high. Putting that aside, the justification I understand, it's a highly regulated technical area, and yet 0 of the airport commissioners actually have any knowledge of aviation, don't use the airport, and are not active pilots who fly airplanes in or out of the airport. I urge you, whether it's me or somebody else, for the betterment, for the protection of the residents, to have somebody who can actually speak with intelligence on some of these technical issues. One voice isn't going to change the closure issues, understood, but in the meantime, for as long as the airport remains an airport, it should be used to its fullest capacity for the benefit of the city, and it should be done in a way that promotes inclusivity. As I indicated, there are no women, 0 on the commission. In fact, the last time The city council appointed a woman to the airport commission was 10 years ago. That was Miss Rubin. 10 years is too long. That's hugely unfortunate. When you look at the matrix of the diversity, or rather the lack of diversity in this city's commission and boards, being a Latina, it is shocking and sad that we are such a very small percentage of representation on the commission and boards, and that needs to change. We need to have different perspectives. You learn, you grow, you do better for those who we serve when you understand different viewpoints. And that's what I urge, whether it's me or somebody else who has technical knowledge. I urge the city council, put aside how you feel about pilots, please, and let's do what's best for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. My oldest brother's a pilot, so I don't have an issue with pilots. Thank you. All right. Kate Scott, Cherish Stevens, and I think that's it.
I have donated time from Cherish.
Cherish has donated 2 minutes to you as well. So Ms. Scott has 4 minutes, and you can start now.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kate Scott. I'm also an applicant for the Airport Commission. And as Eve has mentioned, the aviation is a highly technical field that requires knowledge, expertise, and training. No one on the Airport Commission currently is a pilot that flies in or out of the airport, and therefore has no knowledge or expertise of this matter. For as long as the airport remains open, we need someone on the commission who understands the issues and can speak about this, speak about the safety of the airport. Right now, you have an echo chamber. We're talking about one perspective. It's not going to change anything about the closure, as Eve said, but it will educate those on the commission to make a better informed decisions and recommendations to you guys. End the monopoly of viewpoints. Add diversity to the commission, please. Thank you.
Ma'am, you have 3 more minutes. Are you sure you're good? Okay. Okay.
Don't tell her.
I just want to give her the option. Okay. Are there any other speakers in the queue on our?
That's all I have.
Okay.
So ordinances, item 10A, introduction and adoption of urgency ordinance amending allowed parade routes.
Wait, but do we?
Good evening.
So, do we formally close the public hearing at that point?
Public comment.
Public comment, I mean,
I don't see why you need to if that's it. You just move on.
We can sit. Public comments closed. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council. Again, my name is Jeanette Gant, Community Recreation Manager. On May 24th, Council directed staff to return with an emergency ordinance amending the municipal code to allow parades on Main Street to proceed in a northbound direction. Adoption of this emergency ordinance would allow the 2022 Main Street 4th of July parade to occur on the new route. Regulations for parades, marches, processions, and walks are in the community events section of the municipal code. Currently, 2 of the parade routes commence on Main Street, north of the entrance to the Civic Auditorium parking lot, and proceed southbound. Historically, the staging for these parades has taken place at the Civic Center parking lot. Due to the building of the water infrastructure and historic Belmar Park, it is no longer possible to stage the parades in the Civic Center parking lot. Changes are needed to the municipal code to allow for a new staging area at the South Beach parking lot and for parades to proceed northbound on Main Street. The addition of these 2 new parade routes are the original routes in reverse direction. The first event on this new route would be the 2022 Main Street 4th of July parade. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes, I noticed that there's various other items that are discussed in this item here. And I just had a question because I was looking at the LA Marathon and I had a discussion with individuals that were interested in doing sort of like a classic car parade. Do you envision that would need its own separate sort of policy, or can it piggyback on like the marathon route? You know, because the policies here are specific in terms of like there's a lot of conditions, you know, sort of on regional sort of impact and multiple jurisdictions and staffing patterns and budget and all that. But I was wondering, would we, in terms of guidance, you know, for these individuals that wanted to organize something like that, would this policy impact? Would they be able to use this policy, or do we envision that there would be like a need to have a separate policy for a car parade versus like a marathon?
I would look to perhaps city attorney for assistance on this, but I believe that parades would includes vehicles. So if they were to use the same parade routes going in either direction, that it would be acceptable under this ordinance.
Okay, I think your reasoning is right. Yeah, but unless our city attorney has a different take on it.
Yeah, the essence is the street closure for the special event, so it'd be the same thing. Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd like to. Go ahead. This is discussion.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we can go into discussion. Councilmember De La Torre, were you about to make a motion?
I'd like to move the item. Yes.
Feel free.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Davis.
Second. There we go.
If there's no further discussion, if the clerk could call the roll.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich? Yes. Councilmember De La Torre, can you, okay.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, motion passes. Item 10B.
Item 10B, introduction and first reading of ordinance adopting SMMC Chapter 6.42, establishing a permanent Santa Monica outdoors parklet program and adoption of a resolution establishing fees.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager. Peter James, our Chief Operations Officer from Public Works, and I will be presenting tonight on the parklet program. But we're actually here representing an interdepartmental team, our mobility team with Jason Klieger, Shane Smith, Jackie Schwartz, planning team with Jing Yao and Steve Misakawi, City Attorney's Office with Kirsten Galler and Brandon Ward. And there's actually many more behind the scenes that have been working on this program for the last 2+ years. So tonight our focus is on transitioning from the temporary outdoors parklet program to a long-term program. So we're calling it a permanent program, but we'll give you assurances later on in terms of kind of what that actually means. The focus is on the parklet program. So I think we had some speakers tonight, or a speaker from Cabo Cantina, who was actually referencing something that will be probably coming back in September on the Promenade Extended Dining. So this is focused just on parklets. We will also be coming back at a later date to discuss the private property dining. So these are all different elements of the current Santa Monica Outdoors temporary use permit program. And so tonight, as I said, the focus is on the proposed parklet program for long-term. We have recommendation for an introduction of an ordinance to establish the permanent Santa Monica Outdoors Parklet program, and associated with that, asking council to tonight adopt a resolution with the monthly license fees in support of the program. So I'm going to speak a little bit on the background and research, and then Peter's going to speak to the proposed program in terms of the more details. So first of all, what is a parklet? And it's a private parklet. So the parklet uses existing loading or parking spaces next to eligible businesses, or next to and in front of, I should say, eligible businesses, to transform the space into inviting people-oriented spaces. These are privately maintained and operated. They're under the license agreement for an actual business that would is responsible for the exclusive use of these parklets. They support outdoor business operations and the commercial district economic vitality that we've seen throughout the entire city over the last 2 years. And they can include table service and alcohol sales in accordance with state and city regulations. And I also want to say they're not exclusive just to restaurants. So we've seen over the last 2 years parklets being utilized by creative office entertainment companies, by nail salons, by children's paint studios, by fitness companies. So they can be used by a variety of businesses. And the parklets are not new to Santa Monica. So we started with the Main Street pilot parklet program in 2015. That involved 3 public parklets on Main Street. And then just before the pandemic in 2019, staff were busy evaluating that program with the intent to try and roll that out citywide to expand to other areas. Then during COVID, we established the Santa Monica Outdoors Temporary Use Permit Program. This was launched in 2020 during the pandemic to provide businesses with a way to facilitate outdoor dining and services operating outside at the start when they had no choice but to only be operating outside. And then this popularity and lessons of these 2 programs have led to where we're at tonight to suggest a long-term program to facilitate this. We've also been doing a series of surveys with our residents and our businesses and visitors. So we did one during the emergency orders before they were extended to just gauge the interest in businesses and residents for parklets. There was overwhelming support at that time. We did a second round of surveys back in May 2022, again surveying residents, visitors also this time, as well as business owners, just to understand the public sentiment and support for parklets. Here's some of the high-level results. So 84% of business owners surveyed support parklets in Santa Monica. 83% of business owners surveyed, and this one is actually a key statistic for tonight, said that they were willing to pay a parklet fee comparable to the pre-existing sidewalk dining fee for the use of curb space. 83% of residents and visitors said they wanted to see more parklets throughout the city. And 100% of business owners surveyed stated that they wanted to maintain their expanded operations to sidewalk and or parklet areas. And then the last statistic, 80% of residents, visitors said they were more likely to patronize a business if it had a parklet. And we included these survey results in the staff report tonight for more information. Also, to help inform the evolution of the parklet program, we've been working with our peer cities. 4 in particular have been very instrumental in helping to share best practice with us: West Hollywood, Long Beach, San Francisco, Culver City. And this is really to help us inform the evolution of the parklet program. All cities have been in the same boat. San Francisco and Long Beach did have a parklet program in place prior to COVID, but they were earlier on in the fact that many of the cities like Culver City and West Hollywood, these are all new programs like ours and temporary, and they're all in the practice of evolving them. So this has helped to inform our research on the development of the application process that we're going to be proposing with our parklets, citing criteria, maintenance requirements, fee structure, design standards, along with the overall program structure. And my last slide before I turn over to Peter is the culmination of the operations of these programs over the last 2 years during the pandemic with the temporary use permit program for Santa Monica Outdoors, and prior with the public parklets on Main Street, has really given us a good opportunity to reflect on lessons learned over the past 2 years. One of the key things we've learned, and you heard from one of our speakers tonight from Main Street, is that outreach is a critical component of the parklet process. And this specific is outreach to business neighbors, so businesses who are impacted by parklets and operations, to ensure that letters of support are provided. We have this as a policy under our temporary use permit program, but this is something we wanted to continue to strengthen as part of the long-term program. Maintenance plans are also incredibly important to get assurances that the businesses are cleaning them daily and that maintaining in good repair so they're safe and attractive, and design standards. So we've heard particularly from some of our downtown Santa Monica property owners and some members of the downtown Santa Monica Places subcommittee, the importance of creating design standards to facilitate uniform parklet appearances. So we have quite a variety of parklets that are out and operating right now throughout the city. And so this would create some kind of uniformity tied to it, as well as the importance of ADA access requirements. And I think Peter's going to speak more to these things now, so I'll hand over.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, Council, and the community at home. Peter James from Public Works here to symbolically take the parklet baton from Jennifer and this amazing team and deliver it to the warm embrace of Public Works, where this program is proposed to live. Let me get this thing going here. Okay, so we start off by just talking a little bit about some of the program goals. And really at the heart of these 4 goals is just about life in our streets. The type of life that kept us going during the pandemic, that made us feel normal, that allowed us the opportunity to interact with our friends and our neighbors, get outside and breathe the air. It's with a mind towards supporting our local businesses to promote that type of economic vitality that really provided a lifeline during the pandemic. And clearly from the statistics that Jennifer showed, it's more than just a lifeline, it's a way of life now for a lot of these businesses. So we start there. The program that we are proposing tonight, we've spent a lot of time, again, working with our peer cities, working with our own internal processes, evaluating and observing over the past several years of temporary operations, ways that we can simplify, reduce, and streamline. So what we're presenting to you tonight is a very simple, easy to use program, both for the operators that are applying, as well as for city staff that is charged with review, inspection, and general oversight. Included in the package are clear standards and guidelines that tell people exactly how to build to a standard of safety and a standard of quality. We will include standard drawings for reference so that people are not reinventing the wheel every time. The fees that are proposed are mostly cost recovery, time for staff to review, revise, inspect, and provide excellent customer service to those that are applying for a permanent permit. Jennifer mentioned maintenance requirements. These are very important. So we have outlined the different ways that operators can maintain their parklets, both from an aesthetic standpoint as well as from a service standpoint that helps the city do the work that it needs to do within the right-of-way. And then the process for engagement with the city of Santa Monica mimics the system that we set up during the pandemic. So it's a very accessible customer service portal. Documents can be easily uploaded, reviewed by multiple departments at the same time, and get the customer in and out as quickly as possible. There are some standards that I wanted to go over with you tonight that begin to hint towards some of the issues that several speakers brought up tonight. The largest one, perhaps, the biggest change from the temporary to the permanent or to the long term is this idea that we begin to limit the size of the parklets to 2 parking or loading spaces. Out of our approximately 90 parklets that we have right now, we think about 84 of them conform to this size. There's a few exceptions, and we'll talk about those later on, but this is the universally accepted size for a parklet, both in our city de facto, as well as all the other peer cities that we put up on the slide earlier. We have access and maintenance requirements, as I mentioned. The big change here is that we're going to be moving away from that roadbed style parklet that is just the bicycle barriers and the planters to more of a deck that is flush mounted with the curb. There's a lot of safety reasons for that, ADA accessibility reasons for that, and it just provides a much more universally accessible situation for everybody, and you can do a lot more on the deck than you can in the roadway by virtue of adding additional features like landscaping, your own kind of vertical railings, things of that nature. And important for the safety of these spaces for the patrons, we have outlined what type of traffic-rated safety barriers will be required to keep those spaces safe. And there's a variety of options there that go beyond what we've seen during the temporary program. So given that the two-space limitation is probably the most contentious piece of the program, I wanted to spend a couple of slides just talking through the rationale. And I'll start with just equity. We want to create that type of level playing field for all businesses in the city of Santa Monica and not get into a case-by-case basis where we are advantaging one business over the other. We're interested in managing our curbs. Throughout the pandemic, as parklets were stood up, we also saw the rise of food delivery. All of these services, including our own transit services, our collection services, they're all competing for that curb space. And it makes it much more difficult to get to the sidewalk, get to the business, if it is blocked by a mile of parklets. With respect to safety and access issues, similar sentiments from our public safety staff, their ability to access a situation that's happening on the sidewalk. We also see a lot, as the parklets grow in size, we see a lot of furniture come in, a lot of propane come in, and at the end of the day, all that stuff gets stored somewhere in the right-of-way, creating access issues, and sometimes contributing to traffic congestion and a fairly disruptive experience for folks that are trying to get on and off a bus. And I think that's the last thing on the last thing on this slide is about city maintenance. So Main Street is a great example of how we have not been able to get in to trim the ficus trees in over 2 years. The ficus trees are on an annual pruning cycle. So that's a very clear example of how we've had to pivot and find different ways to do that maintenance, given the prevalence of parklets on Main Street and in other parts of the city. It's also true for certain utilities and sidewalk repairs that we sometimes have to accommodate. We just worked successfully, thankfully, with a business owner on Main Street to temporarily relocate their parklet so that we could change out a street light, but it was a long, onerous process that took at least 4 times longer than a standard process would. And the last part I see down here is really the two-space limitation resolves the type of neighbor disputes that we heard about earlier tonight from that business owner on Main Street. We think that reducing the space to two spaces is the equivalent of placing that parklet in front of somebody's storefront, given that most storefronts are between 40 and 50 feet in length, and each parking space is approximately 20 feet in length. So 2 parking spaces are approximately the size of a storefront. Off of the size limitations, moving more into some of the requirements that you'll see in the administrative regulations when they come out on August 22nd, is that requirement that the deck be constructed and be flush mount with a curb. Again, we will provide drawings for that deck so that people don't have to reinvent the wheel. But the deck also provides the opportunity for more predictable access and exit points, especially for those in wheelchairs. And our regulations also provide guidance for how to use furnishings in the parklet so that it doesn't reduce visibility, how to address drainage and flow. This picture up here on the top right shows an example of how somebody followed the directions by putting a screen on their parklet to allow for that drainage to happen, but unfortunately they put that screen on a solid 2x4. And in this particular case, we had rising water levels on Main Street and a RRR vacuum truck to suck the water out because this particular parklet was not letting water pass. On the safety barriers, so there's 2 kinds that we're contemplating in this proposed program. One is on the approach, and what that means, that is where a parklet is adjacent to a parking space. So when a car could be pulling right up, that's the approach. So we have heavier barriers proposed in this case. These are easily purchasable. They're not very expensive. I think the water-filled K-rail is like $250, something of that nature. And you could play with K-rails, barriers, or planters, depending on the flavor of the parklet. The other style is related to the enclosure, that which creates the frame of the parklet. And we've seen a lot of K-rails during the pandemic, and those are fine. But we worked really hard with our traffic engineering staff and our public safety staff to identify other options that people can use to make their parklets more aesthetically pleasing, maybe even reducing slightly the footprint of that barrier type to provide more seats inside of the parklet itself. The eligibility for the different street types remains the same from the temporary program. It's on streets that are 25 miles or less, or 30 miles and under if there's a conventional bike lane present. And we use the word conventional here to distinguish between streets that may have something special going on, like a buffered bike lane, something that would preclude a parklet from being able to locate on that corridor. And as we've noted in these sub-bullets down here, there's a lot of parts of Santa Monica where parklets are eligible, both in the downtown and on our neighborhood commercial corridors like Maine, Montana, and Ocean Park. The costs of the program are largely cost recovery and intended to keep the program sustainable. One of the key components of this program, and it's enumerated several times in the staff report, is that we need a public works inspector. We've asked to add a half a public works inspector. And the reason for that is because during the conversion process from temporary to permanent, where we see this surge of approximately 90 parklets that may be making a transition, we need to have somebody on that can help us or help the applicants get through the sort of design conundrums and make sure that all these spaces are safe for use. We have broken this into one-time initial costs that largely cover the review and inspection process, as well as the wastewater fees that we talked about briefly on May 24th, and the ongoing costs, which would be the licensing fees, again, that are aligned with the existing sidewalk dining fees that were established, I think, in 2011. So we have almost a decade of history and familiarity with that fee structure especially for the restaurant operators. Here's a sneak peek of how the design manual and administrative regulations document is shaping up. Again, the process is easy. It's mimicked after several communities that we outlined at the beginning of this presentation. There's a period of applicant effort where they prepare, upload their application online. The city takes it in for review and revision. I'll show you a graphic of how that works in synchronicity with a variety of different departments in a second. And then once the plan is approved, a permit to build the parklet is issued, construction begins, and then we do an inspection to make sure that things are going according to plan, that they're built according to our standards. And then really after that, it is just the life of the parklet and the operator to maintain it, pay their monthly fees, and keep it going. So here's a little bit of how this works. These are all the different departments that touch on the parklet program. Fire gets involved if there's propane present on the site. Mobility will review the plans for traffic safety, anticipating if there's any big changes coming up with streetscapes to let the other departments know. Risk management evaluates the insurance documentation. Planning gets involved if there's parking, alcohol, or any zoning or code issues. Public Works is the overseer of the permit. They calculate the fees, they issue the permit, they provide the inspection services. And Economic Development is right alongside us, working with the operators on the license agreements. So pretty streamlined process there. Initially, the intake period to the issuance of the permit is going to take about a month. It's only because we have this huge crush of applications that we're anticipating. So we're going to be grinding through those. And for that reason, we have created this provisional period of time, starting on and around August 22nd, when our customer service portal will open. That's the place where people can apply for the permit, upload their documents. We will have approximately, 4 months for people to get their actual permit to build the parklet. And we'll use all of that time to work with all the applicants to answer their questions and make sure that their projects are up to snuff. So starting from tonight, if the program is adopted and the ordinance and the fee resolution are adopted, it goes into effect on August 12th. We open the customer service portal on August the 22nd. September 15th is our cutoff date for everybody that decides if they're in or if they're out to submit their application for the provisional permit. And on the 30th of September, that's when the emergency orders that are holding up our temporary program expire. And the very next day, October the 1st, the new program kicks off with the fees. By January 2023, that will be the deadline for the existing operators that are operating, provisionally in the roadway in the sort of hodgepodge parklet potpourri that we currently have to come into compliance with our permanent program. One small note on a correction that we discovered this morning that I just have to say into the record was that we would like to strike any description of the square footage of a parking space because we realized that there's tremendous variety in the size of our parking spaces, and so we didn't want to nail down any number. We looked at our peer cities, and they are all just using a standard of saying how many parking spaces or loading spaces are appropriate. So we'd like to do that. And again, just to close here before we open it up for discussion and questions is tonight what's really on the table is the ordinance that creates the permanent parklet program, as well as the associated resolution that enacts the fees for the monthly licensing agreement. And with that, I will thank the team, those at home watching, and turn it over to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so who has questions? We'll go in order. Councilmember Para, Councilmember Negrete, Councilmember Brock, Councilmember De La Torre, Mayor Hemorrhage. Okay, I'll ask yours. Councilmember Davis, did you have any?
Sure.
Okay, so we're gonna, Councilmember Para, you're up first.
Just wanted to begin just to thank you guys for all the hard work, because I know this was not easy. So thank you so much for that. And I just really appreciate it all because I know I'm one of many people who preferred to sit outside during the pandemic, and I continue to prefer to sit outside, and just makes me feel safer, and especially with the kids. I've got 3. So thank you very much for all the work. And so along that vein, I just had some questions about cost. And so I tried to, and I know that last time when it came to us, I was trying to understand the per seat cost. I think if you remember, we had this conversation about that. And so, so I have more questions about costs. So hopefully you can break this down for me. So what I did, and so see if I did this right. So new business, or not new business, or maybe new business to put a parklet into place, if you will. I used the information that you provided in terms of like all what the one-time fees would be for plan check, for mobility, alcohol. So for me, I'm a small restaurant that I want to operate a parklet using 2 parking spaces, offering full service, seated. And so I'm assuming that I'm going to be able to get 20 patrons outside. But after looking at those photographs, I don't know that I could get 20 patrons in 2 parking spots.
You would get between, in 320 square feet, approximately, you would get between 18 and 21 seats.
Oh, okay. So I did good. Okay. Okay. So then, so seated for 20 patrons, I'm also going to offer alcohol, It's very important on a Friday night. So according to my calculations, for a small restaurant operating, let's see here, 2 parking spaces, full service, seated 20 patrons, offering alcohol, the estimated fees one time for the first year came out to $41,000, approximately. And then the second year would be $8,700. Does that sound about right?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, sir.
Are you calculating new wastewater fees? Are you saying that, are you multiplying the $1,000 wastewater fee times the 20?
Yes, sir.
You are, okay. That could be the case if you were moving into a tenant space that had never once before been a restaurant.
Okay.
And you decided to have 0 seats inside your restaurant and
Okay.
only do them in the parklet.
Okay.
The wastewater fee is a funny one. It's a one-time fee. It runs with the property forever. So most restaurant spaces that exist in the city of Santa Monica have already paid that fee.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it would be a burden for somebody that just wanted to pop up in a parklet. I don't think we would let that happen anyway.
Okay, thank you, because that was very scary.
Right. The true cost, the true 1-year cost, assuming that the wastewater fee is already paid, is about $8,100.
Okay.
It's $4,000 a parking space, and we are really in the. I'll share a slide with you because I'm sure.
Plus those additional one times, right? Because you're looking at, the plan checks, right? So my plan check, so I assumed it was going to be 4 hours for plan check, so it's at $760, mobility $239, alcohol $456, inspection $186. I did a security deposit of $3,500. We'll take out the wastewater of the $21,000, and then if I take out the wastewater, I would also take out the LA wastewater of the $5,800. Okay, and then you've got your annual propane for $358, and that's just a blanket. $358, it's not per propane cylinder, correct?
Blanket permit fee.
Okay. And then your inspection for public works at the time of installation, but then annually is $252. And then you got your license fee for the 2 parking spaces. So that's $8,100.
That's $8,100 exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
And just back to the wastewater fee, and then I'll leave it alone. The wastewater fee is there. It's really a fee that we collect on behalf of Hyperion. And it's because restaurants in particular.
They use a lot of water.
They use 4 to 5, the content of their water has 4 to 5 times the organic matter in it than like a hotel. So what we are collecting on behalf of Hyperion are fees for the processing of that high content, as well as maintenance of the conveyance systems that get the water there. So the pipes, the pumps, the generators. Okay. It really is a fee that is meant to keep us sustainable and to process the wastewater. The fee, so the fees are about $8,100 per year, and it's largely calculated off of the cost of the licensing fee that we would be charging, which is to $2.12 per square foot. On the slide that I've presented here before you, we've broken it down into the cost of 1 parking space, so we can all do the math and double it. There's tremendous variety between how different municipalities, what happened there, deal with their. Am I driving this thing? Okay. Go back 2 slides. Forward to. I think it's because it's hidden. Oh, we need to. Okay. So, yeah, thank you. So as you can see here, we're sort of. I wrote it down. We are. I think out of the 6 we show here, we are the 4th cheapest. And with San Francisco and San Diego and Beverly Hills being on the more expensive side. Again, things get a little bit different as you calculate out years 2 and 3, but year 1 costs put us right in the middle of the pack. And again, we are referencing an existing fee, the sidewalk dining fee that we've been using for 11 years, that everybody's super familiar with. It's $2.12 a square foot. Beverly Hills charges, or San Francisco, I think, charges $8.75 a square foot for their sidewalk dining, for the parklet. We also don't want to get into a situation where we are making parklets cheaper than sidewalk dining.
Right.
So that's why we have created parity with the sidewalk dining program, just to keep in mind as we enter the discussion on fees.
Right. No, and I understand too what it takes to do a plan review. I've done quite a few of those. Not fun. And I've done the inspections. Not fun either. And so I get that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor. Rick Valtier, Director of Public Works. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Excuse me. I'm good. And City Council, Rick Valtier, Director of Public Works. I just wanted to clarify the wastewater fee. So as Peter was explaining, is that restaurants, let's say, have 20 seats have already paid the wastewater fee, but if they plan to increase by another 20 seats, they would have to pay the additional wastewater fee. It's just like if I had a 40-seat restaurant and I was adding 10 more seats to my restaurant, I'd have to pay the wastewater fee for the extra 10 seats, whether it's inside or outside of the restaurant.
Yeah, so then you can split them up. So you can, if you have 40 seats inside, you can split 20 and 20, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I had this conversation with somebody last time. I remember that part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, and so thank you for explaining that. I'm just concerned about, as we're still continuing to recover economically, just making sure that we continue to be mindful of, what we're charging our small businesses. And so, and I know that you, Jennifer, I know that you're mindful of that, but I also know that, we have to recover fees. And so I just want us to continue to be mindful of that, especially, some businesses, this may be a drop in the bucket, but for other businesses where they want to be able to have this experience and to be able to offer this experience, it may not be a drop in the bucket. And so, it may not be equitable, across the city to allow this opportunity, for all businesses. And so I want us to be mindful of that. And so that's why I went through the exercise of trying to figure out what these fees would be. And so I appreciate that, that explanation. So thank you.
Just to maybe give you a little bit of comfort, sort of general number around what the value is of each seat that lives in a parklet in terms of the return to the operator is approximately $1,600 per seat per month. So it's a pretty high number. And that's why I think why the statistics from the survey were so high about the operator's interest in continuing the program if fees were charged that were akin to the sidewalk dining fees.
See, and that was also kind of confusing to me too, because I looked at the survey and I even made a comment about that too, because page 8, question 8, it said, if you're considering installing a parklet and have not already done so, will you apply to install one when fees are charged at the same rate as sidewalk dining permits? The average cost is $2 a square foot. A parking space parklet will cost approximately $640 per month. And so the top answer was does not apply, 58%. And then the second top answer was very unlikely, 16%. So that response that you show is very different than what I saw on page 8 of question 8. So that's why I was a little confused by, so this one was SM Outdoor Business Survey, so that the businesses said very unlikely that they would apply if it was going to be charged that much.
We're looking into that right now.
All right, page 8, question 8. Thank you. But this was the business survey. Yeah, well, thank you.
And then you can say
breaking news with the new. Okay, question for you. September 30th is when the temporary permits expire.
Correct. That's when the emergency orders.
Mhm,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, and I know we're not talking about the promenade and or the pier tonight, right? We're just talking about parklets. So if theirs expire on September 30th and we're not talking about it until September, I'm just curious how that's going to work.
Are you coming up to answer this?
I can help.
Okay. Why don't you jump in? They've heard enough of me.
Okay. I can talk to the pier for sure. So the pier, we can start working on license agreements. We already allow, because it's not sidewalks, and it's not parklets. Because the city owns the property, pretty much all the businesses on the pier now have some form of outdoor dining. So if we want to memorialize expanded outdoor dining, which a number of them have expanded operations now, that would be through license agreements. So we would have those in place before the end of September. The pier is a little tricky because we're trying to navigate around just when the parking may reopen on the pier deck. The Pier Corporation has lots of community events that they're programming in the same space where a number of businesses have outdoor dining. We're still working with our pier task force, and particularly police and fire and code, in terms of just public access points. So those are the things that we're trying to work through on that. And in terms of the promenade, currently once the TUP, the temporary use permit program, expires, those businesses will, sidewalk dining is what they'll move forward with. So, and pretty much most of the pier businesses with outdoor operations right now Promenade, thank you, Promenade, did have sidewalk dining license agreements. And we're working with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., as well as the Promenade businesses to evaluate some potential kind of administrative changes to the sidewalk dining guidelines to see if we can allow for expanded footprint on the sidewalks. But we're also hearing from many residents of concerns with access. They want to be on.
Just to be more clear, I think the concern is if I was a business owner on the promenade, and most that I've seen have, well, some have very expanded sidewalk dining.
To scale it back by September 30th.
Well, okay. Why aren't we talking about it before then? Then why would we, if we're not talking about the promenade before September 30th, I'm just thinking as a business owner, you're like, oh, you have to scale it back and then we'll discuss it and you might move it back.
So right now, once the temporary use program ends September 30th, they have to scale back to sidewalk dining only.
I get that. I guess what I'm saying is if we're going to discuss changing what that looks like, why wouldn't we be discussing it early on, like tonight or?
Because we're doing a huge amount of outreach on it, and downtown Santa Monica has no consensus for us right now on what they want to allow moving forward. So we're trying to work with them, with our fire department on fire access issues and with the businesses. So we said we would return here in September. We would do so before September 30th to give direction. And then we'd have administrative instruction ability to at least to expand the sidewalk operations, which is mainly what we're hearing from promenade businesses. They want to have a bigger footprint on the sidewalks.
Is the potential to extend it if we get too close into September? Do you know what I mean? So we're not pulling it back, and is that option available?
I'll let James speak to some of the logistics on the ordinance.
So yes, we're working with the city attorney's office to identify mechanisms to do that. As Jennifer said, we met with all of the promenade business operators who operate dining on the promenade, in addition to DTSM staff. As indicating, the challenge right now is just trying to understand what everybody wants. And I think what we clearly heard was a desire to allow some of the roadway dining you see there, the expansion of the dining to the curb. Right now, under if we were just to apply existing rules, it's really just to the back of the tree well would be the limitation, given all of the things that happen on the promenade. And that was, and those administrative regulations are can actually be promulgated by the director. So those are things that could be adjusted. But in terms of allowing additional time, to try and figure it out, we believe we do have mechanisms to do that before September 30th. We certainly heard that from operators, a desire to continue what they have now. But as Jennifer indicated, it is balanced against what we are hearing from some members of the community, who live close by to the promenade, who, are dealing with noise
Sure.
And those sorts of things that we've, had the practical experience of understanding over 2 years. But that's why tonight, we're not bringing that to you tonight, but certainly before September 30th, we will be back before the council with, a recommendation that is consistent with what we're hearing from DTSM and business operators on the promenade.
The simple answer is they're still surveying both businesses in the neighborhood. And if in fact it does run up too close to September 30th, there are mechanisms to potentially expand it, just to be clear. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to talk about that because it seemed like it was so close. The 2 spaces, question about that because I know of some places that have more. And in particular, I don't want to shout anyone out. That what if the business next to it is allotted 2 spaces and doesn't want to use theirs and gives it to the adjacent restaurant, the restaurant that's next door to them? Can that place then have the 4 spaces? I'm trying to talk about this without being specific to a space I know about.
Yeah, this may be a great time for Jackie to step up to the dais. She certainly deserves her chance. She is the detail person on this
Jackie.
job.
He's like, oh no.
Come on up, Jackie. Everybody, Jackie Schwartz.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Jackie Swartz. I'm with the Mobility Division. So operators are not allowed, or neighboring businesses are not allowed to share or give up their space. So each operator would need to apply for that specific location and submit their insurance documents, things like that. The challenge with allowing some of these things to happen is it eventually, from the past 2 years that we've been experiencing this, has led to a lot of challenges with neighbor disputes, which has taken a lot of staff time to work through. And that's still going on today. And so we want to streamline, reduce the conflicts that we have to deal with, both internally and externally.
So is the purpose so that they're not, because I do understand there was some people here earlier about how some of these, because there's no uniformity, which is my next question, some are really tall and then you can't even see the business that's next door. And I can, I understand that. Is that the purpose of the 2 spaces?
That is part of it, for sure, part of it. I mean, also just being able to manage our curb. Since COVID hit, we worked really fast to install all of these parklets, and we haven't had an opportunity to rebalance some of the loading zones. So you see people parking in the red curb, double parking, blocking bike lanes, blocking bus zones. So it's created a lot of other issues.
So I guess to just be uniform, you can't really make any, because there's some exceptions where it's not doing that. Like there's not an adjacent business window, but there's a building where it faces the other direction. So the additional 2 spots doesn't impact that business. But I'm assuming you can't make special allowances for people based on where they're located.
Right. I mean, it starts to get into, giving others
so
priority.
Those people would have to take down their additional space.
Yeah.
And they're responsible for those costs, obviously.
Correct.
And then as far as uniformity, does that mean, obviously, then these people who asked if they could put up for the winter time these awnings and make their space a little bit more, aesthetically appealing to dine in, they're now going to have to change some of these, what I would call permanent structures?
I mean, there are still ways in which they can achieve some winterization in the parklets that we've seen where we can avoid blocking visibility into the frontage of other businesses if they're encroaching. But the idea of keeping it to 2 also is that the majority will be just in front of their space anyway. And so it would, if it's blocking anything, it would just block their own frontage.
What's the time frame that these people have to change their existing?
So once it expires on September 30th, the fees will kick in on October 1st, but we will be working with applicants as soon as, mid-July and require that their application be submitted by September 15th so we can start reviewing.
Okay, so does it, when they submit their application, does their space have to be changed?
I'm sorry, January 1st.
January 1st of 2023 is when they have to have their space in accordance with the ordinance.
Right, so they'll have that provisional permit starting, September 15th. They'll have a provisional permit until January 1st.
And they'll be paying the fees based on 4 spaces if that's what they have up until January 1st. Well, but what I'm saying is, I guess, what if they have 3 or 4 spaces and they have from October to January to change it to 2? Are they paying the fee? No. They get a deal. You heard it here first, people. Okay. My next question was, some of the materials that we're using, like the K-rails and those water-weighted and cinder, whatever, those blocks to stop cars from crashing into them, they were given by the city, right?
That's right. Yeah, the concrete K-rail that you see mostly on Main Street, there's some on Montana as well. Those are city-owned property, and so we've been considering looking at options to transition them to the parklet operators if they're interested.
Meaning selling them to them?
Not necessarily. We're still looking at what options we have.
I have a suggestion, just looking at the size of the business and their income and offering businesses who can't afford, right, to buy some of those structures. I just wanted to offer that up because I know a lot of businesses who were gifted those things from the city. It was great. But maybe they're not in the position, even though they're not that expensive to us, they might not be in the position to buy them. And then you guys mentioned more than, this might not be you anymore, more than, I think you said a half a public's worker, a half-time public's work inspector, or full-time, or half a person. Oh, I see. A full-time person, half their time is dedicated to this. Is that enough to get through this?
Yeah, we based our estimate on not everybody crossing over and giving, we were going to give, I think it's 54 that we estimate out of the 90 at the high range that may transition over to the permanent program. And we would assign something like 2.5 to 3 hours per operator for the inspection process to meter out over the pre-inspection, during the construction, and post construction. So that netted out to about 1,000 hours. I'm probably not doing the math right here at the lectern, but yes.
All right. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I just get back to Councilmember Para on the 83%? So there are 2 questions in the survey, Q5 and Q8. Okay, but for the public watching at home,
yes, feel free to clarify.
Question number 5 asks existing parklet operators if they would be willing to continue their operations and pay the licensing fee, and 83% of them said yes. Question 8 says something like, if you are considering starting a parklet, would you want to pay fees? And most people said not applicable because they're not doing it.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Brock.
Hi. So back in 2014, 2013, I was chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission and attended the Greater Green Recreation and Parks Conference in San Francisco. And I opted for one of the optional tours, and the optional tour was parklets, which we didn't have any of in Santa Monica at the time. We toured the whole city's parklets. I was so impressed by their easy-to-understand 13-page, at that time, booklet on how to construct a parklet, how to go through the regulations, how to get approval, the construction guidelines, the tear-down guidelines, the price per parking space for the first year, the reduced price for the second year. So to me, their program was the gold standard. I looked at it yesterday, and it's now an online program, and it even gives you how many minutes it estimates that you will take to fill out the application, et cetera. Still seems like it's super easy to understand. So I appreciate that you added the San Francisco part here at the end today. Thank you. And so they are really, for their fees for 2 parking spaces?
That's just for 1.
That's for 1. So they're now, and ours is also $4,070 per 1?
Correct.
So if someone was going to take, and I know I'm sort of piggybacking on Councilmember Parra and Councilmember Negretti, who preceded me, but what is the cost? Because it got confusing with if you were grandfathered in, not grandfathered in, if you already had a restaurant there. So 2 parking spaces, right? You're an existing restaurant in the city. And I don't know, you're whatever. And you want to do your seating outside. How many seats comfortably can you get in those 2 parking spaces? Was that 18 to 21 or was that per parking space?
For both parking spaces is 18 to 21.
And your total fees for the first year, approximately, if you were serving alcohol, all the things that Councilmember Parra mentioned, is approximately how much?
In the city of Santa Monica or the city of San Francisco?
City of Santa Monica, startup, design, all that, all your fees that are mentioned on page 8, I believe.
Yes.
All right, what does that come to? What is the average cost for a restaurant?
It is 4,070 times 2, so it's about $8,100.
And then how many for each seat and all the wastewater and fire propane fees and everything else? If you're Heroic Italian or the Galley or some other restaurant in the city, right? What would it cost approximately for the first year, and what would it cost for the second year?
I think it depends on the assumptions. So we need to decide.
Fully outfitted.
Fully outfitted, but are we adding seats or are we transferring indoor seats?
So that I don't understand.
Okay, so we should explain it again.
Yeah.
So every land use pays a wastewater fee. Every business pays some kind of wastewater fee. Restaurants pay a higher fee because their organic content.
Right, I heard that part.
Once that fee is paid, it's paid based on the number of seats that are approximated for each business that you can fit. Back in the day, it was that you could fit inside the building, and that is your fee. You pay it. It runs with the land.
So if you transfer some of those seats outside, you're not double paying.
If I have 40 seats in my restaurant, inside my restaurant, and I want to build a parklet, and I don't want to pay additional wastewater fees, the prudent thing would be to take 20 seats from inside and move them outside. Some people, though, may, especially in more high-value zones, may want to roll the dice on adding additional seats. Back in the day, it used to be parking would be the great limiter of a restaurant's size, and that was used to great effect for many, many years. It may be that the 2022 version of that are wastewater fees, which, given the drought and everything going on with the planet, would seem appropriate to me. Did I explain it?
Kinda.
Okay.
All right. So if you look at major cities now, when I looked at this last night, I was looking at we're the second highest. Why? But you're saying in reality, we come under Beverly Hills, but we're over Culver City in terms of cost. But you don't believe our cost would be prohibitive for a restaurant to have an outdoor space or design and create a better looking outdoor space. So I guess my other question is on design. Mm-hmm. Right, they're going to be encouraged to build, because in San Francisco, they were encouraged to build designs that reflected their restaurant as long as they conform to the safety guidelines and the demolition guidelines, mm-hmm. so that they could be torn down. But you're going to give them the option now to create an outdoor space that really reflects their restaurant if they want.
That's our intention. The thing that we are most concerned with being uniform and homogeneous is the deck and the safety barriers. Everything else, the things that clad it, the furnishings, the landscaping, the lighting, that's all dealer's choice for the businesses. We provide guidance in our guidelines about, like, for example, just thinking about lighting, we recommend that people use cordless lights so that we don't have wires going across the sidewalks. We recommend that for furnishings like umbrellas, we recommend that they are of a certain height so that they don't block public safety staff looking in. But there's an infinite variety of options for everybody to customize and personalize the parklet the way that they see fit. San Francisco's 13-page manual evolved into a 66-page manual. By the way,
darn it.
And
I wanted to say that they were saying 13 pages, so I could
No.
ask you guys to keep it simple.
Well, we got your email. We did
Common sense.
We did a little research. We're also very much in track with the way that San Francisco is rolling over their temporary program to permanent. They started this process actually last year by working on ADA accessibility issues. In the spring of this year, they started targeting high visibility intersections, like big traffic intersections, and reducing the size of parklets. Their permanent program goes into effect in November, ours in October, and our permanent program, like the construction permits, start for us in January, for them in April. The only difference is that they're suspending their fees.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
So they have no fees. They're fee-free through March 31st, 2023, which I also think would help the viability of our restaurants who are trying to recover and also need to put money into constructing really good-looking, safe parklets. So I would recommend we also find a way. I know we need the revenue. I understand that. But I also look at it and say for smaller restaurants, the opportunity to have them use that money to create something that we'll get the money back in sales tax, and we'll get the fee starting in April. So the one thing I would highly recommend is we hold off on fees until April 1st, because at that time, our parklets will also start to look fantastic, and I'd rather them put $20,000 over that time into constructing their new parklet, right, and attracting more business and making the boulevard look better as well than giving us fees. That would be our incentive to help them.
I can't disagree with you on the spirit of that. I completely understand your standpoint. I think I am compelled to say that if we are not able to generate revenue for this program, I cannot see how finance would authorize the inspector, and with no inspector, there's no program.
Can we do a halftime? Not a halftime. We're doing a halftime inspector. Can we keep the fees at 50% of the final rate until April 1st, so that people at least have an incentive if they're still recovering? And we don't know. COVID, there's a chance that they might reinstate masks in July or, August. We don't know where it's going to go. So since everything is still variable, then if we can't waive fees until April, I'd like us to charge 50%, still be enough to hire the halftime inspector.
So I think one thing we can do is we can take direction from council. I'm a little bit loath to do math on the fly like this. So if there's a direction from council to consider this, I might ask council to table this for a minute and maybe come back to it later in the night so we can run some numbers. But I don't want to get and put anyone on the spot immediately to try to accommodate until I understand what the totality of council's direction is. And then if that's something you want us to look at again, I'd ask that we put this aside so we can run some numbers and come back to you.
Okay. And then I have a couple other, I think.
Can I just ask just to dovetail on what Phil said, can you look at the difference between what you just said, the 50% to April versus starting in January? Because you said some things, that's when they have to have their structure completed by, I believe,
No,
right?
That's when they start their structure.
Yeah, they have on January 1st, anybody that is
continuing.
Yeah, that is continuing. That's when they can start building their. I mean, they can start. We're going to take all that time until January to review and approve the applications. Come January 1, we issue the permit, and that's when they can start to build.
Right.
That's what I mean. They get the permit in January.
And then they start construction.
And are they paying during construction?
Yeah, they're paying starting on September.
Right, but I mean, I guess when they pull the permit, so why not? I'm just saying, what would be the difference between charging them in January?
It's 4 months of whatever 50% would be, which would help pay for their construction.
Same thing happens when you were, well, okay. I guess the question is really quickly before you finish the rest of your questions is, do you want them to run numbers in?
Yeah, I'm
during this
fine with that.
process?
I'm
Because
absolutely.
otherwise they won't have anything to come back to you.
No,
for
I'm
what
absolutely
you want.
fine with that. I wanted to back up a couple of things that Councilmember Negretti brought up. And I want to I want to emphasize the importance of outdoor dining on the pier and outdoor dining on the promenade. And I would ask that staff come back to us at the final meeting in August with those recommendations so that City Council can review the outdoor dining both on the promenade and the pier, rather than waiting till a week or 2 weeks or a couple of days before the new regulations would pop in. Because I know a lot of the restaurants are. A lot of the restaurants, both on the Santa Monica Pier and on the promenade, are extremely concerned about outdoor dining and have contacted us and are talking the buzz throughout the city. They're worried. So I'd like us to come back at least 30 days before the current program expires.
That date is July 26th.
No, August. There's a last meeting in August.
In order for us to do first reading, second reading, for it to become permanent before the expiration of the emergency.
This is for pier and promenade.
Oh, okay.
Not
okay.
this program.
Okay, sorry.
No, I
If this is
understand the difference.
direction at the end of this has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No,
now.
I know
This should
that,
be
but-
direction at the end after we vote on this. Because
Oh,
give it its direction after we vote. How about
Thank you,
that?
Councilmember Davis. I'm fine with that. Okay. I'm
Okay,
done.
Councilmember Brock has concluded his questions for now, and the city manager and folks will come back with the other thing at some point. Councilmember De La Torre, you're up.
Yeah, just in terms of, we're talking about numbers and looking at, the different options. How much, I mean, we're now looking at 2 parking spaces. How much revenue is generated? I saw that the city of Culver City has a meter fee of $1,000. That to me, I'm assuming that that's about how much on average they're making, from that parking meter. Has staff estimated sort of how much we would be losing per parking meter? And then assuming, there's going to be 2 parking meters. So how much money on average does that generate?
It varies by corridor and by district. I've heard stories that some meters can generate up to $5,000 a year. Other meters probably more in the range of $1,000 per year.
Okay.
So I think the Culver City, the parking meter fee is something that we're seeing a lot more in during the transition period. Prior to the pandemic, when we were reviewing parklet programs across the country, there were only a handful of people, like Oakland, for example, was charging a parking meter fee, like $7,000 per parking space, and we shied away from that type of cost recovery. Again, we're not really going for parking meter loss revenue in this one. We're just keying it to the existing sidewalk dining program because that's something that everybody's familiar with. It's been humming pretty well. Not a lot of complaints about it. One pitfall I think we need to avoid that we'll be consulting with the city attorneys here on this notion of reducing the fee, that because we are keying it to the sidewalk dining fee, it would be a 50% reduced fee, not just for parklets, but for all people that are engaged in outdoor dining. So it has larger implications than the 90 parklets.
In the report, it said that the fee would be based dependent on location, or are we just going with the $2.12 per square foot?
Yeah.
So
the sidewalk dining fee does vary by location for the sidewalk dining, but
we're not going to apply that.
We're not going to apply that.
Okay, so it's safe to assume that in some locations the city will be losing a little bit of money, or maybe a lot of money, depending on how active sort of that parking meter was, right? I mean, if $5,000, I'm pretty surprised that a parking meter can make that much money, but I'm pretty sure like on Main Street, for example, that could happen in certain places, the city.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then that brings me, I know that a lot of businesses are supportive of it. I feel that with the climate that we have in the city of Santa Monica, it's probably a smart thing to do. It's a good thing to do. But there are some businesses that don't sell food and beverages, they're selling shoes, and jewelry and so forth. And so it just, what do we say to those businesses that feel like they're losing parking and losing business? I mean, that that one parking meter that's bringing in $5,000, I mean, that means that a lot of people are using that parking meter, and now they're losing 2 parking spaces. If there's a lot of restaurants on that block, you can assume that these businesses are going to find it hard, and maybe some of them might feel that there's favoritism, for restaurants and not so much for, the shoe repair or whatever business that they're doing. What are we saying to those businesses?
Well, the only businesses that are not eligible to occupy a parklet space is a liquor store and an auto repair shop. Everybody else can get in there. We did have a number of folks when we installed the Main Street parklet, after some time ask us to remove the K-rails so that they could resume parking. But it was really a handful of people. Most have seen the benefit just from the sheer volumes of people that the parklets attract. So the walking wallets are in some cases much greater than they were in the past, and that's a trade-off that they're willing to live with. Looking at the survey results on the resident side, there's just a huge popularity for the program, and those are typically from people that are accessing the parklets from their neighborhoods, walking out of their homes and down to the commercial corridor. So I don't know, I'm not getting the sense that there's a lot of folks that are feeling like they're on the losing side of the parklet story. Of course, there will always be some outliers, but this multiple surveys we've done, the 2 years of engagement with the neighborhood groups and with the merchant associations and the individual operators themselves all sort of point to the idea that these are universally accepted and beloved in the city of Santa Monica.
Okay, and I'm just a quick comment. In terms of the barriers, there's been incidents where people have crashed into the barriers, and I'm concerned about that. Are there going to be reflectors, sort of some type of reflection device on those barriers? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've got. Oh, I didn't. We got a site plan in here. Here we go. We have a better diagram. Perhaps this doesn't show it quite as well, but there'll be a number of safety features here. So that'll surround the parklet. See my cursor here. There's curb stops. Here's another curb stop here. There's planters with reflective tape on them. Sometimes we have delineators here on the side. So there'll be things that are capable of stopping a car. There'll be visual cues to the drivers. There'll be visual cues to the pedestrians using the sidewalk as well.
Okay, sounds great. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Well, in the first instance, I think I'm going to channel Mayor Himmelrich. I will be her voice today. And actually, you referenced this, that we are going to require parklet operators to have insurance. Are we going to require them to either name the city as an additional insured or to indemnify the city?
We'll have them indemnify the city.
Okay, great. Oh, I thought that was your question.
We've got. Yeah.
Okay, well, I asked, are we going to be an additional insured or indemnified? And both. We are going to be an additional insured. Okay, great. Okay, good idea. And then my other question was, have we done pedestrian counts to compare business pre and post parklet? And the reason I ask that is because, at least on Main Street, I will tell you some of the non-restaurant businesses say they are getting so much more business because more people walk to eat outdoors to go to the parklet. So the shoe repair guy next to Cafe K says, everyone's like, oh, I'm going to Cafe K, I'll take my shoes to get fixed too. But I don't know if there's any way to either measure that via pedestrian counts or just, sort of anecdotally.
At this point, it's anecdotal. We haven't had the capacity to conduct foot traffic counts in the past couple of years. But I think anecdotally, we all recognize that foot traffic is up in some places where pre-pandemic it was kind of down.
Yeah, and only because I was always taught in law school, if the horse is dead, beat it some more. On this issue of wastewater fees, we still have a lot of restaurants that have reduced the number of indoor dining seats due to social distancing requirements. So, and some of those regulations, even if they've expired, they have actually changed their interiors to reflect fewer seats. So a lot of businesses they're not creating new seats in the parklets, they're just taking seats that were formerly indoors and now moving them outdoors. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
All right, great. And then we did have Mr. DeVito speak, and I just want to clarify in case he's listening, because it looks like he's left, he would have to give his permission for his next door neighbor to put a parklet, to expand their parklet in front of his business. And if he chose not to give his permission, they could not do so. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I had a back of the room conversation with him to that effect, and he said that sounded great.
Another satisfied customer. Great. So we had a lot of discussion about the fees and the costs. And I'm just curious because we did do the survey about fees at $2.12 per square foot. But I mean, have we talked to businesses really about your whole cost chart and said this is what it's going to cost? And I mean, it was interesting to me that we did not have businesses after the staff report pouring in here tonight going, that's too expensive, we can't do it. But I'm just curious if you've had specific discussions with businesses about the burden that the cost, because you were pretty clear about the costs outlined in the staff report.
Yeah, I mean, we have been working closely with the Business Improvement District partners, the Chamber of Commerce, to share this information. This is consistent with what they were used to when they opened up a business here already in Santa Monica. When they went through, many of them have pre-existing sidewalk dining license agreements. So these aren't new to them at all. They just have, thanks to you all under the emergency orders and extending, I mean, they've had 2 years of complete fee waivers. So that's one thing I think to just take in perspective some of the businesses. The fact that the businesses surveyed said, we want to continue to operate and we're happy to pay fees, and we haven't heard pushback from very many businesses about the fees. It's more just about some wanting to, most everyone seems to want to do what they're doing right now, if they could, but they would pay for it too.
Well, and just to be clear, it's not as if the city is trying to profit off of these fees. What we are trying to do is create a sustainable situation where we will have personnel to manage the program, inspect the sites. I mean, we do know, for example, that a car plowed into the Earth Cafe, and surprisingly, very relatively minor injuries compared to what could have happened because that parklet was properly constructed and there was K-rail. So, given our current financial situation where the printing press in the basement of City Hall hasn't operated for some time, we're unable to print money. So we need to charge these fees in order to make sure that we have a safe and attractive parklet program.
Yes.
Is that correct? I mean, it's not like we're trying to fund libraries by collecting fees on parklets.
This is not a cash cow for the city. I think we're all been working tirelessly for hours and hours for 2 years. So we definitely need a dedicated staff person to work on this. So yeah.
And to Councilmember De La Torre's question, we are recognizing that we are even foregoing some revenue from parking meters, whatever it is, but happy to do that because we think in the long run it's better for the city. And we may actually make money because the more outdoor dining we have, which has proved to be so popular, we'll get taxes and things like that. But it's not as if this is a cash cow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
And, just one thing I would point out too, for any businesses that have concerns over it, they don't have to do this immediately. Some could pause and decide that this isn't a one-shot deal. This is an ongoing program. So businesses could scale it back right now and then see if they want to expand in the future. So we're trying to create a program that's much more flexible for long term, and businesses can decide what's worthwhile for investment and overall profitability for them.
So for example, they could say, I can't afford to do 2 parking spaces now, but I can do 1 parking space. And then as they come out of recovery, they could do 2 parking spaces.
Or I just want to do sidewalk dining because I can just do simple tables and chairs and I don't need to build a deck, and that's just easier.
Okay, great. And then finally, I guess the issue is going to be, as it always is, you know, I know you always do a lot of outreach to businesses, but obviously now we're going to be requiring them to follow certain construction protocols, and they're going to have to be flush with the sidewalk and things like that, which I totally understand. You know, how are we going to let, I mean, obviously I assume we're going to let businesses know what these standards are, but, and I just don't know the answer to this, are there businesses that specifically construct parklets? Can we give them, if you want to build a parklet without recommending them, here's a list of 10 places you can contact to build your parklet, that sort of thing? Because some businesses, I know some have just been operating on the asphalt in the street and may not know who do I call to give these plans to that it can meet the city's requirements.
So we've certainly found over the last 2 years, Montana Avenue has been a case in point. Someone liked that parklet, and all of a sudden that builder did 5 other parklets, and that weren't right to code immediately. So we had to work on that. But yeah, we've been talking. This is where I think the partnerships with groups like the Chamber of Commerce and downtown Santa Monica, where we can work with them. Hopefully, they might be able to help to negotiate you know, better deals in terms of, you know, saving on, you know, supplies of scale in terms of costs and equipment, and banding together for operators to build materials, equipment. So we're mindful of all of that to see where we can work together to help save costs for our businesses wherever possible.
Great, thank you. And since we sort of bled over between questions and comments, I just want to make one comment that you didn't mention, that outdoor dining is wonderful for people with dogs.
Absolutely.
And I will tell you, at least in Ocean Park, it has been a real boon for people with dogs who can go and enjoy a lovely meal. Yeah. Right. And I live in Ocean Park, so that's my frame of reference, where they can go and enjoy brunch or whatever and have their pet with them. And it makes a lot of difference. So for all you dog lovers, this is a good thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Okay, so I'm actually going to start with Mayor Himmelrich's questions first. Do you want to give it a try? I
don't think I can do it.
Okay. If a parklet is non-compliant after permitting, is it code compliance who enforces?
I think the answer, it starts with code compliance, because this will be an ordinance, right? And code would get involved, issuing notices of violation. If it gets to if it escalates to a level where we need to remove the parklet, which would be way at the end of the spectrum, then it would probably be Public Works or a Public Works contractor that would come in and handle that.
So I'm going to speculate, but not really, because I just asked. I think part of this question is we're adding the FTE for the permitting and inspection part, but we already know that with code enforcement in particular, we're sort of strained. Did you guys game this out at all? Sort of what you think the
participation of code might be?
Right, yeah.
I don't think
this will impact their workload.
We didn't crunch the numbers there to determine if we needed to add a code inspector.
We might see that at mid-year.
I think it's safe to say that, you know, the amount of time that we've budgeted for Public Works to be the lead on the constructability of the parklet gives code a lot of cover.
We have a couple
I'm being shadowed
thoughts.
right now by the planning director.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, our biggest challenge with code enforcement right now is that we're down so many positions that we're recruiting for. So we have 4 vacancies. So I think, you know, we can take this, look at it, see what happens, and like you said, come back at mid-year if it is a problem. Okay. But I think first we want to get up to full staff, and then that will give us a good sense of what we can do.
Okay. Do you feel like that was okay? Okay. Second question. adjacent businesses can we allow or require businesses with parklets to have signage for, in the event that a neighboring business is blocked or obstructed in any way by their new construction?
No signage. No, I don't think any signage will be permitted on the parklet itself. Is that correct? Right? Temporary signage.
Yeah, I think you're talking about temporary signage, like if it was blocked, or is it permanent?
I think it's
So my concern arose out of, look, I'm sorry.
better.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
So my concern was that if you have businesses that feel like they're being obstructed by others, I understand they can give permission or not give permission, but I think it would promote the parklets and promote the businesses if we allowed businesses to show, let's say that the jewelry store is a sign for the jewelry store on the corner, right? I mean, I know that it's sort of hokey, but you do want to be, or it could be something, I don't know what it should be, but I think that businesses should be able to promote each other when you have the parklets sticking out in the businesses. And
we can, so under the sign code, we cannot have off-site signage. That's actually prohibited. And you
Jane,
know,
we're so far off.
There are limitations to the size of signs, like overall. So the way the sign code is structured, I understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is I think we should suspend the sign code.
Yeah.
For the
no,
parklets.
I understand your request. I'm explaining under the existing rules. And it wouldn't be permitted under the existing rules. If you would like us to explore that, we can certainly look at that. But there is a limitation overall, you know, regardless of whether it's on the parklet or the storefront itself.
And thank you. You know, I was on the planning commission long enough. I get the sign code, you know. I mean, but I do think we're in a new world now, and we ought to be encouraging more cooperation among the businesses and also more promotion of businesses.
Yeah, and I think the thing to keep in mind with parklets, especially with signage that's facing the roadways, you know, there are traffic safety issues, obviously issues of equity and fairness if it, you know, starts blocking other signage and what have you. You know, so all those things, if that was the council's direction, we can certainly take a look at that.
Thank you.
In the regulation.
That answered my question. Thank you.
So obviously a lot of questions were already asked, so I don't want to be redundant, but I do have a question related to the mention of sorry, was I not on? I know, I get yelled at about that in email. So there was mention of the coastal zone and the parking spaces, right, that we may permanently be taking away. And I'm just curious, so of the total number of parklets that we currently have, I think, Peter, you said we might end up somewhere in the range of like 50. And I know a good chunk of 36 currently exist in that coastal zone. Do you have, I'm basing that on the staff report, is that, okay. So of that 36, what percentage of those do you anticipate remaining or participating in this program? And how many parking spots are we talking about, maybe?
Yeah.
Because then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah. So I mean, when we were kind of estimating just for costing projection
36.
purposes, we estimated about 60% maybe uptake of our existing 90. You know, so you could, I mean, relative to the 90 total and the 36 in the coastal zone, is obviously a smaller percentage of that are in the coastal zone.
Okay.
It's a little hard to speculate, you know, who's going to stay and go, given that a lot of the downtown, you know, certainly is on the coastal zone, being that it's like 4th Street,
Right.
and once you cross the freeway, it goes
So
to
it might be
Lincoln.
more than 60%.
So it would capture everything on Main Street,
Yeah.
and then everything west of 4th Street and downtown. You kind of think of, you know, who's in there. But you know, in terms of the numbers, you know, we think about 54 operators was our estimate, maybe.
In that zone, or no, that's
no,
total.
of the
So
total
in the
90.
zone, say it stays with the 60, maybe
60%,
more,
you're
it's like
looking at, what,
18 to 20,
18?
22. Okay.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Okay, so my question is, what based on the conversations you've had, what are some of the recommendations we might be hearing from them as to what we do to replace those parking spaces, and what are we looking at down the road?
It's a good question. So we have been in continuous communication with Coastal Commission staff about all of these programs that the city has enacted over the emergency, including what's happening on the pier. At a moment in time, the beaches were closed, for example. So they are aware, just like every coastal city, is standing up these programs, and every city is in this transition period right now. For sure, in standing up this kind of a program, we would need to get a CDP, and we're aware, of that, of the need to do it. We've communicated with them that this is a program and this is the city's intent. But that is, we are not, I think, anticipating like individual operators going to do that. I think the cities that we have talked to that are going down this road, are kind of the same situation we're at, which is we're in this transition period, and with an intent to seek that permission from the coastal zone.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope it obviously doesn't fall to the individual operators at any point, right? The city would sort of take this on as a collective.
I would note also that, it certainly could be folded into kind of our overall policy discussions with them on the local coastal program update. I think we have very successfully in the past, as part of that process, we have argued that Santa Monica is very, very different than most coastal cities. We're not Carlsbad, or any, Santa Barbara. We're not isolated in that way. We have, tens of thousands of parking spaces at the beach. There's many ways people get here other than driving. So, is the loss of parking affect, what they look at is does it affect public access to the coast? And we have a very good data-driven story in terms of the city's mobility efforts in that regard. We've done multiple parking studies, whether for the Civic Center field, the parking structures, different ideas we've had in use of parking in the coastal zone, that we could, feel like we could, put a story together with respect to the balance of this in visitor serving, facilities like a parklet, balancing it against public access to the coast.
Okay. You sound pretty confident.
I've been at that process for, it's been like 5 years.
Yeah. So. That was just one fear that I had is how this could potentially backfire for some of our areas that really utilize this program. And I wouldn't want to see people get so accustomed to being able to do this. And I know obviously we'd protect that, and it would be the last resort that any of the individual businesses be impacted, but I just wanted to make sure. Sounds like you guys are thinking it through. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's all I've got for questions. So on to a discussion. Councilmember Davis, anybody else? Okay, Councilmember Davis, you can start.
I move the staff recommendation.
Okay, motion by Davis.
Second.
Anybody.
Second by Negrete. And it doesn't mean we're going to vote. It just, the motion's there. So now we can, hang on.
Can I just jump in real quick? So, we don't have the numbers, but I want to thank you, City Attorney Sloan. So there are a couple of ways we can do this. So what's before you tonight is an ordinance for the permanent program and a resolution for the fees. So a couple of things can play out. You can adopt the first reading of the ordinance to implement a permanent program. The fees are sitting in the resolution. So we can either not have action on the resolution and come back to you with the fees. However, my concern about that is that in the budget discussion, we're asking for staffing to provide it. So what I would recommend is if you want us to come back at the fees is you could adopt the resolution, then ask us to come back with the revised fee resolution, and we could sharpen our pencils and come back with the fee structure that ensures cost recovery for the position, if that's where you want to be. But so you can still move the program tonight is I guess the point I'm trying to make, and we can come back to you again with the resolution because that can be adopted at a council meeting and has immediate implementation effects.
Can I speak to that? Because
yes,
I think the staff report was very clear about what the fees are associated with this program for every business. And yet, and maybe other people got other emails, I did not receive a single email from a business person. I talked to many people on Main Street, businesses on Main Street. None of them objected to the fees. Nobody came down here tonight to object to the fees. And I think we start to get into dangerous territory. I'm very sympathetic to small businesses. But as Ms. Taylor pointed out, if someone is put off by the fees, they can just revert back to normal sidewalk dining, or they can do one parking space, not two, and then if that works out, they can expand to 1 or 2 parking spaces. I think all of our fees are burdens on businesses. So we have a lot of fee resolutions coming up at the next item that I'm sure a lot of businesses would love to get a 50% discount on because they've been suffering too. And as is pointed out, and I've fully supported this, these businesses have been getting, for lack of a better term, free rent for quite some time. So rather than continuing to rob Peter to pay Paul and finding, okay, here's something else we can't do because now we have to pay for this half-time person, my motion anticipated not only the ordinance, but the fee resolution and adopting the CEQA findings. If people want to vote against that, they can. But I think that we need to be careful about going down a slippery slope, because if we're going to say, well, gosh, we need to give people relief here, there are other people, then we're going to get a lot of requests down the road for relief on other fees. I don't think these fees are unreasonable. And as I said, I spoke to a number of businesses. I did not get any emails. Maybe other people did about the fees themselves. I know people are concerned about costs generally, but I did not get emails about these specific fees. And nobody came and spoke to them tonight. So I think that, we need to be fiscally responsible and recognize that if we're going to do this program right, we need to fund it correctly. So my motion did include that. And if people want to vote no, they certainly can.
Hang on, Councilmember Negrete.
As a seconder, I get where you were going, the sentiment as somebody who owns a small business and does not serve food and who tried to do a parklet program, but because of the nature of our business, the neighbors were not happy about us doing tuba lessons outside. So I didn't get to benefit from the parklet as much, nor did we want to have kids having a lesson right off of Santa Monica Boulevard. So none of those things worked for me. And if there was an option for me to build a retail store and sell ukuleles on the street side for free for months, for years, for 2 years with the parklet, I would have taken advantage of it, because they're reaping the benefits of the sales by putting butts in those seats. And I love the outdoor parklets. I wish we had them before. I've benefited from them. I'm so glad we're doing this, but I do have to agree that the fees associated with it are quite low in respect to what the return is for the business. They do get to reap the benefits of additional seats. And I think we're forgetting that, depending on what happens, most of them have already paid for all of those seats. So I know we were talking about this concern of paying for, construction, but so on that note, if I had the opportunity to construct an outdoor music lesson studio, I would do it tomorrow. I would invest in it because the cost to run that business is so much smaller. Those of us that run businesses in Santa Monica, the business license fee and what we pay in sales tax, we're not getting anything. I didn't get any of that stuff waived. So I'm just making the point that I do agree. I get where you're going. I also did not hear anyone say that it was expensive. So I hear where you're going with that, but I do think we have to consider that it's very unfair to other people who have retail shops that didn't get to benefit from the outdoor parklets.
Councilmember Brock.
So, first, I love parklets, and I brought the booklet back to Francie Stephan years ago. So I'm a huge supporter of parklets and want to see them succeed. Secondly, I don't expect every resident in the city or business owner to email me in order to be heard. So I want to make that clear, that I'm here, I believe, to look out for all my constituents, whether they email, they phone call, or they silently are there. So to me, I patronize restaurants in the city. I know the struggles they went through. I remember the struggles they went through a year and a half ago with just having to pay the propane tank fees to the fire department, and the struggles they went through there. I know even though you'd have to sell a hell of a lot of ukuleles to make it profitable on the parklet, but so I'll support this, but I do want you to know I think we need to be very cognizant of being in favor of small businesses succeeding. And I worry that we look out too much in Santa Monica just for the money, and we justify high fees sometimes, when I believe we need to take care of our businesses and be a much more business-friendly city. But I will vote for it.
How about if I amend my motion in this way, that as part of the motion, we direct staff that if they find that a majority of businesses that currently are operating parklets complain to them or come back and say, I would love to do this, but it's too expensive. We understand we're going to lose some because you said your take rate wasn't anticipated to be 100%, but that if staff in fact encounters that the cost is prohibitive for too many businesses to really make this program the program they envision, that they can bring it back to us and that can be addressed the next time we consider fees.
Or would it be possible what I mentioned earlier, that instead of surveying, rather taking into account that business's income, right? Like sort of a sliding fee scale or something like that. I don't know that for opening Pandora's box with that and creating more work. It's the last thing I want to do for you guys, because I do have to say that in the 30 some odd restaurants that I talked to, they were happy to pay the fee to do it. They knew it was coming and were fine with what it was going to be. And actually most were surprised. But if we are going to do something, I'm in favor of doing something that where a business shows, not just that they don't like it, but that financially they could benefit from the assistance if it offset their building costs.
So,
oh, hello.
Hang on.
I said one thing.
1 second.
No problem.
Peter, do you want to go first?
I just feel compelled to say that there are a variety of ways in which different municipalities address this concern. There are certain structures where they look at the gross receipts, and if it's under like $1 million or $2 million, it's one fee, and if it's more, it's another. San Francisco, for example, has an equity grant program funded by the council. So that maybe is something to think about as this program evolves, to target those businesses that find the cost of construction or the licensing fees too onerous to launch. So I just wanted to put that into orbit.
Right, but when you come back, for example, whether it's at budget updates or stuff, someone could come back, because we adjust fees fairly regularly.
Right.
And if you say, look, we thought we were going to get 54 takers, we only got 20, and when we asked people why they weren't renewing or because the cost was too high, then you can come back to us and say, hey, we've discovered the cost is too high.
Absolutely.
I think that's fair enough to do, that if people can't afford to do it, then that will be reflected in the number of people doing it.
Mayor Himmelrich, and then
Make the same mistake, it's hard. Yeah, I just want to point out that I just did a quick search on rental rates. If you were going to rent or expand your space, it will cost you $5 a square foot minimum. So $212 is actually not a bad deal. And if you were going to expand into additional space covered, it would be at least twice as much.
At least. I know what I pay.
You know that, I know.
$20.
So I think it's a deal, and I think it's a reasonable accommodation.
Councilmember Parr.
Can I give direction to say, at X amount of time to please come back and give us an update on where we are on this?
Well, I think the way, I would accept a friendly amendment that says that when we come back with our regular fee reconsideration, which we do on a fair periodic basis.
I just hadn't,
that
are you
they
saying
can
at
come
mid-year?
Well, no, actually, we consider fees more frequently than on an annual basis. So I think Obviously, we're not going to do it in October when we look at fees, when we do the budget, because the program won't be in full swing. But usually, for example, we do a budget reconsideration in February where we look at fees. Could we, at that point, you'll have a sense of how many businesses have re-upped, and you could report back as part of that budget. Would that be fair, Mr. James?
That'd be fair.
Yeah, so when we do would that work, Councilmember Parra?
that would
So
work great.
when we do the budget true up after the first of the year, after the program's been implemented, and after we have a sense of how many people, it doesn't have to be a full-blown staff report. It can be in the staff report for the budget that says, oh, by the way, you asked, and out of the 100 people who had parklets, 75 re-upped or something like that.
I think some key milestones for us to flag for the future is that we'll have a pretty good sense of who's in, who's out by September 15th. Because at that point, given October 1, they'll be paying fees, or they won't be. The next milestone is who actually uses their permit once they get access to it January 1st. So right around that time frame, mid-year time frame, we'll be able to provide a little section in the staff report for you.
Okay, so we'll amend the motion to include that. Is that all right with the seconder?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. The motion was made. The direction was friendly. Can the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
I have no idea what I said. Okay. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
So before we start item 12A, it's come to our attention that we have a group of about 8 speakers that were not here earlier when we had public comment on the agenda items. And if it's without objection, if council is okay with it, we're going to do a little agenda management really quickly to give these veterans the opportunity to speak, and we'll do item 16C next without objection.
Hear public comment out of order.
Public comment out of order, are we good? City Attorney Sloan? Okay. Okay.
I only have one speaker in the queue for this item.
You only have one speaker?
Brian Thompson.
Can you go? Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just the one speaker. Yeah, I think they're. Hi, Mr. Thompson. Is that?
We're not at the budget yet. Mayor, can you announce, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, can you announce that we are not on the budget yet? We haven't even gotten to 11A.
Right. So we are going out of order. We just did some agenda management, and we'll be hearing item 16C next. Once we'll be hearing public comment, on item 16C next. Once that concludes, then we will go back to where we were, where we left off. So really, we're going back to.
Yeah, do we have any other speakers? Because, like I said, only one person is signed up. That's Ryan Thompson.
Councilmember De La Torre went outside to.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're going back to. No, not.
11A.
We're going back to 6. Public comment, public input on remaining agenda items. We have some speakers here now that were not here at that time that would like to speak on 16C.
And this
We
is a
wanted to
one-time,
give these veterans the opportunity to speak.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One-time exception.
This is, yeah, because we just instituted this
Understand.
temporary pilot program.
Well, it's a 6-month pilot program.
Well,
This
But,
is the
but,
first
but
night.
basically what we're doing is agreeing to reopen public comment. That's
Yes.
technically what we're doing. Got it.
It's just new item numbers, so it's. Okay. So, gentlemen, if you, and ladies, if you want to just start to line up, I don't have the names in front of me.
Can you ask them to state their name?
If, when you step up to the mic, if you can, just those who want to speak, if you want to line up against the wall here.
We have two names in the queue, Ryan Thompson and Francisco Juarez.
Okay, Ryan Thompson, if you want to kick it off and then. Oh, sure. Mr. Juarez. Before you get started, Mr. Juarez, how many people would like to speak?
How many of you want to speak? There's 3 of us for sure.
Just 3? Okay. Okay, and you'll have 2 minutes. Mr. Juarez, you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Francisco Juarez. I live at 628 Grant Street, Santa Monica, California, 90405. Thank you for indulging us. Our system of social justice recently dismantled the conspired moral turpitude that has robbed the African-American family of their legally deeded beachfront property in Manhattan Beach, ruling that family's unfettered right to return and live on that land. Based upon that precedent, our active coast-to-coast community of NHDVS veteran advocates does hereby declare that the beachfront property under discussion, deeded in March of 1888, exists specifically, permanently, and exclusively for the enjoyment of disabled veterans. Therefore, in light of the pending 4th of July celebrations, the City of Santa Monica is tonight called upon to exercise its ethical integrity to officially acknowledge the deed's terms, conditions, spirit, and intent of this veteran beachfront property. Further, the neighbors of the land, the City of Santa Monica, and all interested non-veteran entities are invited to future veteran-sponsored symposiums and planning sessions. Thank you. I wanted to get that much on. I really appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the council members that allowed this to come forward, and we hope that once you see that the deed is legal, is legally binding, that we can move forward and take care of this the way it's supposed to be. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. Mr. Thompson?
Generally speaking, serving disabled and homeless veterans on the land deeded to them near Santa Monica Beach is the proper use of that land. But there appears to be a misunderstanding on how to lawfully and sensibly do so. Giving veterans their land back by letting one of our country's most scandalous country clubs continue using it as a parking lot in exchange for the city throwing a bone to veterans' charity or beautifying the lot for club patrons to honor those it was stolen from is as unlawful as stealing Bruce's Beach for another century was by redressing it as a green space. I move you to consider the fact that roughly half to most of Santa Monica's homeless are veterans. And unless something prosecutes the racket stealing West LAVA Soldiers Home to build a downtown Brentwood that'll steal the promenade's business, Santa Monica must expect to accommodate even more homeless veterans robbed of their land. Tell us, what is the logic of stealing Promenade Parking Structure 3 from the Santa Monica residents, business owners, and tax revenues to build a homeless shelter there with $2 million of federal taxpayer dollars, while the city contemplates beautifying a country club parking lot on land the federal government is mandated to shelter and bathe homeless U.S. military veterans on. Santa Monica, build your people a better parking lot with little green space on top, while returning our country's homeless veterans land back for their federally mandated shelter and bathing facilities here in our nation's capital of veteran homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you give my address too?
You just your name is
Name?
fine.
All right. Rob Reynolds. I'm a veteran. I'm sure all you are aware of what happened in West LA with the veterans being out on the sidewalk. I helped them all move inside. I've been working with them for years, and it's really a shame what's gone on that property. The VA commercially leasing off the land, not building housing for veterans. And that said, Arcadia Bandini DeBaker, she was considered the great benefactress of Santa Monica. She helped develop a lot of this city and made it what it is today. And she had a vision. She donated land in West LA, and she donated land in Santa Monica to be a home for veterans and to be a place to help them to heal when they come back from combat. And it's really sad that that's gone away over the years. And I see the monument you have out front of City Council, and it's the Gold Star Families Monument. That's the fountain that's out there. And that's to honor the parents who've lost daughters and sons in combat. And I think it's time that, we start doing something to fix this problem with homeless veterans in Los Angeles. It's the nation's capital. And it's just absolutely disgusting that this has gone on, to think that people who served our country and are afflicted from it or have issues are sleeping and dying all over the streets. We have to take care of our own. And I thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to come in here and speak. I really do appreciate it. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your service. One more. Hi.
Hello, hi. I'm Ann King. I'm a veteran, a Marine Corps. I have my son, Matthias, is here as well. Back in 2016, we were homeless, and we went to West LA, and we were turned away. We remained homeless for a year and a half before I was able to, with the help of not the VA, but another charity, able to get back on my feet. I am a social worker, actually, by profession. I do have my degree in social work and nonprofit management, and so I wanted to continue to give back and do what my family. I mean, I was born into the military. I'm also an Army brat, born at Fort Riley, Kansas, and it's just my family. And to see what has been done to my family, it just hurts. So I'm here, I'm asking, just, as an actual person that's gone through it, with my child here that's gone through it, to really know that how it does affect us a lot. I've lost friends, family members, brothers and sisters, out on the sidewalks. So I'm here asking, just to please have that compassion and know that we would love to have a home that is ours, that we're welcome at, where we can heal together, because we do need that. That's what family does, and nobody else can actually do that. And so please just take that into consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Hi, young man. Come on up. Tell us your name and how old you are.
9.
Okay.
See that green thing talking to
Yep, the microphone right there.
Yeah, I have one question. Stop your ridiculous lies. If I see a single veteran not let inside the VA building, I'm gonna haunt the rest of your lives. So you better be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are photos. Thank you for your drawings. So just a bit of agenda management here. Wow, one more in case we haven't. City Attorney Sloan, would it be possible for us to take up item 16C for a vote, since all these folks are here, before we return to our remaining agenda?
I move we hear 16C out of order. How about that?
Yes, you may do that.
Okay.
I'll second
The only
that.
restriction is you may not take a timed item before that time.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Motion by Himmelrich, second by Brock. Councilmember De La Torre, would you like to give?
First, we have to hear it.
Oh, voice vote on the agenda management? Yeah. Okay. Do we have a voice vote?
Yes. Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All in favor? Okay. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Councilmember De La Torre, would you like to give a staff report on this item?
Yes, I just wanted to thank everyone that came out today. All of the men and women have made tremendous sacrifices for our country. I agree 100% that we should seek to do our best work, in providing services and support for disabled veterans in our country. I know that you all are waging this battle for the veterans that are in need of support in West LA. And there is an opportunity here in Santa Monica for us to look at this deed and to seek, to do the right thing right. That was a slogan that we used here in our city. And doing the right thing right is to ensure that when someone leaves property, that we're living up to the deeds, that and also that we provide, the support and services for homeless veterans, which make up about 10% of the homeless population of the city of Santa Monica. And I'm sure that when you all say that this is the homeless capital of the country, that's very accurate. And so anyway, I think the time is now. I mean, this has been going on for so many years, and there's an opportunity for us to do the right things right and to be on the right side of history. So just want to thank all of you for coming out here and in support of this item.
Councilmember Davis.
As the mother of someone who's likely to become a disabled veteran, since he's in the medical disability process now in the Army, I just have a couple of questions. I fully support this, but one is the item allocates $10,000 to the city attorney. Does the city attorney need $10,000 to do legal research?
This is not for legal research. This is for title research.
Oh, okay.
To engage a title company.
Okay. And then we earlier were provided with actually a copy of the deed by Nina Fresco. And as I read the deed, it is not a grant, just so everyone's clear, it's not a grant to the city of to the city of Santa Monica, but to the United States of America. So I don't think that makes a difference in terms of determining the validity of the deed, but I just think everyone needs to understand if in fact the deed is valid. We don't get to decide what to do with the land. In fact, at that point, it would be decided that the United States of America was the owner of the land and they would have control over it, which I'm still supporting the item. I just don't want people to get their hopes up that we, the city of Santa Monica, can build facilities for disabled veterans on land that belongs to the United States of America. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, the goal is to obtain a complete and accurate history of the title.
Okay, all right. So it may turn out that somehow we became, okay, that's fine. Great, thank you.
Mayor Himmelrich.
And as I told the city attorney when I saw the item, so my husband and his law firm worked on both the VA property and on Bruce's Beach. So we have additional soft resources that we can throw at the problem if we need to.
Anyone else? Councilmember Brock.
Well, I read the information from Nina Fresco today. She sent a relatively extensive list of the potential deeds, but admitted that she wasn't sure that the deeds were actually executed. But I hope they were. And the plight of our veterans, the plight of our disabled veterans who have been ignored for so long in West Los Angeles and Los Angeles. The fact that, yes, we've had veterans who came back from our wars and were dismissed from the military in less time than they were indoctrinated into the military, that they weren't given a chance to recover from their wounds, they weren't able to recover from the mental stress that they went through, is shameful for our country. It's absolutely shameful. So first, I so appreciate all of you coming here tonight. I want to see a day when every veteran in our country is taken care of because they went to fight for our freedom. They went to fight sometimes when the cause was dubious, but they still went and they still fought, and they got wounded, they died, or they had mental illness because of it. Many of them are now addicted to drugs that they were given while they were in the military. I'll repeat, it's shameful. So on my behalf at least, I applaud you for coming forward. I applaud Councilmember Delatorre for bringing this issue to our city council. Thank you. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for being here tonight.
I'd like to move the item.
Motion by Council.
I think there was already a motion.
No, there was no, there wasn't.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't.
That was the previous motion.
So I'd like to move the item and Lana seconds.
Motion by Councilmember Delatorre. Second by Councilmember Negrete. If you could push your buttons, please. And this will be a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Delatorre?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
The motion passes. Thank you all so much for your service. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Happy Independence Day. Okay, so I will wait for Councilmember Brock and Councilmember Delatorre to return, and we can begin with item 11A. Oh, I guess we can. Can the clerk read the item, please?
Item 11A, adoption of a resolution to place revenue measure on the November 2022 ballot and amend the relevant ordinance to reflect the proposed revenue measure and additional clarifying changes.
Can you switch the presentation? Thanks.
Hi.
Good evening, Council. The item before you tonight is a recommendation to place a measure that would increase the city's transient occupancy tax, or the hotel tax, on the November 8th, 2022 ballot. The city's revenues, including TOT revenues, are recovering, but we're still lagging behind where we would have been without the effects of the pandemic. In fact, we're not anticipating reaching our pre-pandemic revenue levels until fiscal year 23-24. Many of our programs and services are operating at reduced levels despite growing demands from a community looking to resume its activities, the activities that they counted on before the pandemic, or looking for enhanced services in key areas. In order to address just a portion of our community's priorities, we need to look at new revenue streams. The proposed general revenue tax measure we're recommending to you today is estimated to bring in over $4 million a year in new revenues to the general fund. The city's current 14% tax, combined with the tourism marketing district fee that is charged to visitors and passed through to Santa Monica Travel and Tourism for dedicated marketing efforts throughout the world, is actually in line with, and in some cases lower than, nearby or other California destination cities. The proposed measure would increase the tax on hotel stays by 1 percentage point, bringing it to 15%. In the context of all these cities that are on the slide, we believe that the market can bear this without any negative consequences. In addition to the 1% for hotel stays, the measure is proposing a 3 percentage point increase to the tax on short-term vacation rentals or home shares. This would capture the impact of these uses in residential areas. The proposed measure is a general tax, meaning revenues can go to general services. Based on the poll that the city conducted in May, the key areas needing attention, according to our community, are homelessness and public safety. With the revenues from such a measure, staff would be able to make progress on a number of initiatives in these key areas, including expanding our homeless liaison program run by the police department to 7 days a week, expanding the police department's downtown services unit to provide a consistent and higher level of coverage for the downtown, beach, and pier areas that would also allow neighborhoods to receive a higher level of service from public safety. We would also be able to consider expanding homeless multidisciplinary street team outreach services beyond the downtown area, and also look to expand our emergency providers' access to Samoshell for around-the-clock 24/7 intake services. To ensure accountability and a connection to the community, staff also recommends the council appoint an advisory committee to provide non-binding guidance on the use of the incremental revenue. Council will have a chance to provide direction on the exact makeup of the advisory committee through a resolution, probably around February if the measure is approved. The poll that was conducted in May also showed that 70% of a representative number of voters would vote yes to the TOT measure, which is a strong indicator for a measure that requires a majority or 50% plus 1 to win. Staff has provided the proposed ballot language in the resolution that's attached to the staff report and asks council to approve the resolution. And staff also asks that council designate one or more of its members to write the argument in favor of the measure. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mayor Hemorich.
I move the staff report.
Moved by Hemorich. Second by Davis.
Push your buttons, please.
I'm trying.
It's not lit up to yeah, you gotta have the screen up, I think, for it to work.
Yeah.
I think you have to make the motion first, Sue.
No, not until the screen's
The
up.
screen has to be up, the voting.
It doesn't. When you hit the
No,
motion,
she
it
can make the
triggers
motion.
screen.
You need the motion. Press the make motion.
I don't have a
Yeah,
minute.
the brown one. There she went.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
That's because she didn't press the first one.
Operator error.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So, Councilmember De La Torre?
I just want to clarify, this is the motion to adopt a resolution to place a measure on the ballot, which would increase the city's TOT by 1 percentage point and by 3 percentage points for home shares and make minor adjustments. But then there's going to be a second motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the first motion. Got it.
Right. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Do I have a motion to identify council members who wish
I
to?
move we identify Councilmember Davis as a council member to do the arguments for the TOT ballot measure.
There's
Second.
Second, motion by Himmelrich to,
Press the button. So.
no, we don't need to sit.
Yeah. Did Councilmember Davis accept that?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
there we go.
You're much
Are there any
pressure.
other council members? Does
Would
Councilmember
anyone
Davis
else
take the lead on it?
like to participate? Okay, Councilmember Davis it is. Do we have to vote on that? Okay, great.
I do want to state, though, that the 14-day period to receive the argument for the measure begins tomorrow, and the deadline is July 13th at 5 p.m.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait, we have the prior one, I'm sure.
No, but I'm out of the country
Oh, you're out of the, oh.
until July 13th at 1 p.m.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
any,
Will you be working with others?
You have till 5.
well, so any, Councilmember Brock?
Can we appoint a backup, because we did have issues in the past with the requirement for a wet signature and,
Councilmember Brock.
okay. I mean, I can still take responsibility for drafting and things, but.
And Councilmember Brock is the backup?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay.
And I'm sorry, out of point of personal privilege. I think
Mayor
that's what I would
Himmelrich.
call it. I didn't look on my cheat sheet. So I am not going to make it after the budget discussion. I can tell you that I'm fading quickly. And I'm losing even more of my voice. So I wonder if we can have the 11 o'clock discussion now to not hear any other matters.
Any objection?
Wait a minute. Can you read? Sorry. No, I didn't hear all of it. I'm not trying to make you talk.
Okay, I can try to repeat what I heard. Mayor Himmelrich is anticipating she's fading, and she is requesting that we take the vote now to not hear any items after the budget.
No, after
Because after the budget. Yeah, after 11. We'll start this one before 11 p.m. She's making the request that we don't hear any new items after this, as we will no longer be a 7-member council.
Unless we finish the budget in 15 minutes.
Well, and historically, we've not done board and commission appointments without a full council out of respect for everyone.
See, what else is left?
Board and commission appointments.
Okay. All right, is that it?
There's 2 board appointments, yes, or. well,
There's
the
at
annuals and then
least
there's an unscheduled vacancy.
1 or 2 appointments I think we should get out of the way this evening. Whether we move those up to now and do
Okay,
more
and
agenda
what are the-
management
What are those?
or not. Airport Commission, I think we should make that appointment tonight, and the DCFM appointments. The others can wait, but I think those are important tonight. And I would entertain or ask that we do agenda management then. That should be really quick. It shouldn't take more than 5 to 10 minutes.
We're doing one person on the airport commission.
Yeah, it's 1
Okay, we're
airport,
doing 1 airport.
3 downtown.
Okay, I would be comfortable doing airport tonight. That seems pretty straightforward, and there are people here who are waiting here this whole time. So it's kind of like what we just did with 16C. I think on the remaining ones, I mean, there's a lot, I don't understand why we would, here's the thing. If we're not going to do all of them, I don't see why we do any, but we do have 2 candidates here who came and spoke earlier and have waited all night and are sitting there, who I would feel uncomfortable not voting on because they're actually here. Councilmember Brock.
The DTSM appointments, they're facing the imminent appointment of a new executive director and working on budgetary issues. So I think it would behoove us to also move on those three appointments now. Our normal commissions run quarterly, and it wouldn't be a big deal, but I think these three appointments have a crucial role in downtown Santa Monica's operations and need to be appointed now.
Super quick question. When we appoint, if we make appointments tonight, when do they take, which is after July 1st? Okay, and when are they appointing?
But before July 12th.
When are they appointing this new person? Anuj?
They already have.
They already have after today's. I think this evening they could have, depending on how they voted. I don't know.
Anuj will give us an update.
Maybe.
Yes, I will, because from the DTSM board meeting to this meeting, because it was earlier this afternoon. So at the closed session of that meeting, the board did authorize the interim CEO to move forward with an offer negotiations to a candidate.
So they've already done that?
They have.
Okay. So again.
And that was reported out.
That was reported out of closed session that they offered employment, the job to someone?
They voted, the board voted to
authorize the offer. Okay, so that's already done. And we don't know I don't know anything about this. It was in closed session.
It was
similar to what we do.
Yeah. But the name was not reported out because
okay.
it remains confidential.
That's for people who would not take.
For voting on a budget.
So the current board, which whose members serve through June 30th, including those whose terms expire, took that vote this evening and authorized the negotiations and the offer. So appointments made tonight under that would not affect that process.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I think the important thing to consider is if there's 4 votes on this dais, to move forward with the consideration of making those appointments tonight. And so I just want to register my support. We're talking about budget right now. We're still in economic recovery. The downtown, sector of our city is the breadbasket of the city of Santa Monica. I mean, this is where a lot of the economic activity that we depend on is coming from. And I want to I want to ensure a strong governance team moving forward with a full board, a new executive director that's just made an offer to come on. I think it's an opportune moment for us to get this board going and to give them all the the full board so that they can move their organization forward.
Okay, so if not tonight, it would be on July 14th. It would be at the July 14th meeting because we require a full council to take these votes. Councilmember Brock.
I move agenda management, and I move that we do the airport commission appointment and DTSM appointments this evening.
Second.
Councilmember Davis.
I have a substitute motion that we just do the airport commission appointment tonight.
Can I ask a question really quick? Yeah. Sorry. I'm looking at you, Anuj. Is there a budget that needs to be approved by the board for DTSM?
No, that's already been adopted.
Okay, I just want to make the comment that I also think that the communities we've talking so much about what's happening at DTSM, and I just think people have been waiting. Not that they haven't been waiting for these others, but it is such a hot topic. It feels like we keep pushing these, and it's important to move forward.
Yeah, this one I don't think has been pushed, but yes,
The only other thing that I just wanted to offer the council for consideration is that the next scheduled DTSM board meeting is July 26th.
So we'd be clear, and that relates to?
Yeah, because we can do this on July 14th.
Is there a reason? I'm just curious. Like, is it going to take a long time or something? Or just
Okay, why don't we vote on the motion? Well, okay, was there a second for the substitute?
I'll second the substitute.
Okay, there is a second on the substitute.
I'm sorry, who was the second on the
The
substitute?
second on the substitute is Mayor Himmelrich. Can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember De La Torre? This is on the substitute.
No.
Only vote, okay. Councilmember Brock?
No.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
can't press anything.
Oh, sorry, I was on.
There's no screen for it because it's on the phone.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize my mic was already on.
Oh.
No.
Councilmember Negrete?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
No.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
So we'll go back to the main motion.
Okay.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes.
Okay, so we're taking up Airport Commission and DTSM tonight. The rest of the appointments will be at the July 14th meeting.
So are we doing those now or are we doing it after the budget?
Now.
We're going to do it now because Mayor Himmelrich is departing, so that was the whole point of this.
Airport Commission?
Okay.
Just give Nikki
Sorry,
a minute.
Nikki, I know it's,
No, I'm fine.
this is a whole new organization.
No, it's great. So we have 5 applicants for the Airport Commission, 1 vacancy with a term ending June 30, 2026. I open the floor for nominations.
I nominate Diane Reynolds.
Anybody else?
Anybody else? By acclamation. Did you hear that?
Okay. Oh,
You have to
by
take a-
acclamation, Ms. Reynolds is appointed to the Airport
well, you have
Commission.
to take the vote in.
You still have to take
Do we?
the.
We all have to say yes.
No, we don't.
You don't.
Oh, sorry, by acclamation.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Okay.
That's acclamation.
I
It's
figured
not
since
nothing.
there were no objections.
Yeah, no.
Ms. Lopez, thank you so much for your time and for coming down.
And Kate.
Oh, and Kate. Sorry, I didn't see you there. And Kate, thank you so much. Ms. Reynolds, welcome to the Airport Commission.
And now we'll appoint to the
Downtown Santa Monica.
Downtown Santa Monica. There are 10 applicants with 3 vacancies, all ending on June 30, 2026. So now we'll put the floor for nominations.
Well, we're just going to do nominate one seat at a time,
yes,
right?
one at a time.
I nominate Juan Matute.
I nominate Lucian Tudor.
Any others?
Any others? Downtown Santa Monica?
So now we go through and do the names.
So name your, I'll call the roll, you name your person.
And you should note that Mr. Matute needs 5 votes because he's asking for a 3rd term.
That's correct.
No, not yet.
Oh. Should I call it? We'll have to call their names. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, I've never done this process. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Matute?
Okay, Councilmember Himmelrich? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Himmelrich.
Yeah, Matute.
Councilmember Davis?
Matute.
Okay, this is an old sheet. Councilmember Negrete?
Lucian Tudor.
Councilmember Para?
Tudor.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Tudor.
And Councilmember Brock.
Tudor.
Okay. So Tudor is the appointee for the first seat.
I'll change my vote to Tudor.
Same, I'll change my vote to Tudor.
Okay. So for the second seat, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
We have to have
Oh, I'm sorry, we need to nominate, I'm sorry. Second seat,
Matute.
that Mayor Himmelrich?
Yeah, that was.
Luke Kane.
Any other nominations? Yeah, I'll close the floor. Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Matute.
Councilmember Hemmerich, I'm sorry, Mayor Hemmerich, it's an old sheet. Councilmember Davis,
Matute.
Councilmember Negrete,
Kane.
Councilmember Parra,
Kane.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Kane.
Councilmember Brock.
Luke Kane.
Okay, so Kane is appointed. And now we're into the third seat. I'll open the floor for nominations.
John Given.
Anybody else?
By acclamation.
No, Leo, and I'm sorry, I was trying to pronounce his last name. Sorry.
Postelnikov. We're butchering his name, but Leonid Postelnikov.
Sorry about that. I wasn't going to attempt. So.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Leo. Postelnikov.
Oh, you did a good job.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Given.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Puslinikov.
Councilmember Brock.
Postelnikov.
Councilmember Negrete.
Pustilnikov.
Councilmember Davis.
Given.
And Councilmember Parr.
Leo.
You did it the easy way.
5 votes with, that's Leo's appointed. All right, so that's it.
Okay. So back to item, well,
Yeah.
the clerk would like to call the main event.
All right. Okay, so opening for special joint meetings of the City Council, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority.
We need to call that.
I need to announce that the respective payment for the meeting for each authority is for the Housing Authority is $50 per meeting per council member, and for the Parking Authority, it's $50 per meeting per member as well. I'll now call the roll. Authority Member Parra.
Here.
Authority Member Davis.
Here.
Authority Member Negrete. Authority Member Brock.
Here.
Authority Member De La Torre.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem McCowen.
Here.
And Chair Himmelrich.
Here.
Okay. Item 12A, adoption of the second year of the fiscal year 2021-2023 biennial budget, adoption of the first year and approval of the second year of the fiscal year 2022-2024 biennial capital improvement program budget. And I believe we have one person registered to speak on this item. Oops. Okay.
Thank you. So tonight, we're bringing you the proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget for adoption. As you know, the city follows a biennial or 2-year budgeting process. In odd years, we approve operating 2-year budgets. This is what funds our programs and services and basic costs to run the government on a daily basis. And then in even years, like now this year, we ask you to approve the capital 2-year budget, which includes costs for construction, replacement, and maintenance of infrastructure, technology, and equipment replacement. The city charter requires the council approve a budget annually. So while we take a 2-year view, which allows us to plan and message to the community what's coming, we're here tonight to adopt only fiscal year 2022-23. Our budget is balanced, but still reduced compared to pre-pandemic levels. We continue to use American Rescue Plan or ARPA funds to support our operations. We're seeing recovery in our revenues, which are increasing, and we're making progress in restoring services and through ongoing and some completed labor negotiations that we brought to you earlier tonight. We're making progress to support and bolster our workforce in a very tight labor market. Because our recovery is gradual, any changes we've made to increase the budget are focused on community priorities and increasing in-person services. Since June 2020, when we were forced to reduce our services due to health restrictions and revenue loss, we've taken every opportunity to restore our programs and services while also providing assistance to members of our community. This slide, which I showed you at mid-year as well, shows just a few of the efforts that have been incorporated into our budget over the past 2 years. We've added staffing to support in-person services at our libraries, recreation facilities, and counter services. We've expanded programming in our sports leagues, our contract classes, and camps. We've pivoted to address the challenges that the pandemic brought, from supporting health order compliance throughout the community to reconfiguring trash collection and safety deployment methods. We've put in place and are continuing to work on new approaches to reaching our homeless population. We've also developed ongoing and short-term programs to assist our residents, small businesses, and nonprofits in desperately needed economic relief through new programs, including the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, and to restore programs helping our community members to gain important skills and to come together through events. And we've made investments to support equity and inclusion work across the city. The budget we brought to you in May included one-time funds or reallocations of existing funds to focus on a number of key community needs in the general fund and in other funds, but in the general fund specifically from the continuation of the Directed Action Response Team, a volunteer coordinator position based on the recommendations of the city's Child Protection Officer, also enhanced 311 service, and staff to support our reopened sites and to help us implement economic recovery and planning in the future. And those are kind of the categories that this list focuses on or addresses. The proposed budget at $665.3 million for both operating and capital expenditures reflects the feedback we received from council and the community during the budget study session in May and the Santa Monica Outdoors program that you approved tonight. With the changes made since the study session, the overall budget has increased by a little over $500,000. This increase in expenditures, what we call final changes, is supported 100% by increased revenues and the use of dedicated reserve funds. Here is some further detail on the final changes. First, staff has identified savings in this year's budget to carry over and allow for greater access to sports fields. This will allow us to remove the fencing at the Clover Park main field in spring 2023 and to restore other fields at Memorial Park, Clover Park, and Los Amigos Park. Staff has also freed up funds in the general fund to support the school district in reopening supervised after-school playtime at all 7 elementary schools. The freed up funds are in the city attorney's office, which will access restricted consumer protection funds to cover additional eligible costs for 1 year. These restorations are all supported by one-time funds, but we're hopeful that ballot measures that we're asking you to approve either tonight or in 2 weeks and other alternative revenue programs we're working on will bring new revenues in the future that can support these services on an ongoing basis. And finally, we've included both the revenues and expenditures related to the Santa Monica Outdoors Parklet program, as I mentioned earlier, that you just approved earlier this evening. Tonight's item also includes resolutions setting fees, fines, and parking rates. We noted any changes to these items in May. Resolutions to accept and use state gas tax revenues and federal continuum of care and Department of Justice grants, as well as a 1-year extension of the West Coast Care Homeless Outreach contract. But it also Tonight, staff is presenting for approval a new paid parental leave program that council directed us to assess earlier this year. Starting on July 1st of 2022, employees who have worked for the city for 12 months are eligible to take 6 weeks of paid parental leave. This can be done within the 12 months immediately following the birth, adoption, or foster placement of a child. This benefit is similar to the benefits provided by other local government employers, and while supporting our staff, it also is an important factor in retaining and attracting staff in this difficult labor market. After council adopts the budget tonight, we'll be back in late October to report on how our actual revenues and expenditures fared in comparison to budget, and to let you know if we see additional savings or revenue surpluses that might support additional service restoration. But the more important budget check-in will be the mid-year review in February, when we'll know the results of various ballot measures, and we'll have another 7 months under our belt. Now I won't be able to do this. Seeing how the economy and our revenues are faring. With this knowledge, we'll... Oh, that's what I need. Thank you. You're really good. I just need one. Thank you. With this knowledge, we'll start on our next biennial budget, which we'll bring to you next May, and the cycle begins again. The recommended actions are before you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our budget team and the finance department and throughout the city for the tremendous work they've done under very difficult circumstances to put this budget together. And we're all here for your questions. Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to start with questions? Councilmember Brock, do I see any other hands?
I have one quick question, and let's go back to the fields opening in February 2023. My question would be, why can't the Clover Park field be reopened now? And if it needs to be closed for rehab after summer, then that would be fine. But I see no reason to keep the field closed for another 8 months, depriving our children, parents, teens, seniors from using that field at Clover. I mentioned that, I think, a month or so ago as well.
You did. We want to keep the fences up right now to stop unpermitted activity, and then take them down during the winter months when the sports are off season, so that we can address the soil compaction, aeration, reseeding, leveling, and one other thing that happens with the restoration. I can't remember it right now, but I think that the issue is if we were to take the fields down, the fences down now, and allow for increased level of play on those fields, they might get to a point where we can't even restore them, we just have to replace them.
And I would respectfully disagree with that assessment, because number one, fields always, if they get heavy use, will have some wear and tear on them and have to be closed for a while. But keeping the field closed throughout the summer and fall seems ridiculous, to me. We shouldn't keep a field closed when we already are taking a lot of our field space and permitting it out, as we found earlier this evening, to outside organizations. So if this is a field that can be open for parents to play Frisbee, to kids to run on the field, that gives the children in our city and their parents someplace to go. There's no reason not to open it. We can close it, like you said, in the late fall and keep it closed. Usually, if a field, Samuel High's field, their football field on campus used to have to be closed approximately 2 months every year because that was one of only 2 fields on campus. So that field will not get the same level of use as, let's say, Samuel High's field used to before they put artificial turf in. So I recommend that we open that.
May I ask a follow-up? Sorry, Peter. So Councilmember Brock says we should bring it back now, that it won't hurt it, that it's no permanent damage. I'd like to hear your reasoning for not bringing it back this time.
It's as I explained before, we're very concerned about the condition of the field.
So do you think that use this summer could put it in a condition that would make it harder to restore?
I'd actually, if we have the time tonight, I'd like to check in with my public landscape manager to get. That would be great.
But I do want to get, because I know what you said and I know what Councilmember Brock said, and the truth is, I don't know how to weigh the two.
So let me put those two contrasting viewpoints together for Matthew, and I'll return to the lectern in a couple minutes, if that's all right.
Yeah, and is there a cost difference while we're at it?
Is there a cost
difference?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, did you still have
That's
more
all. I
questions,
just wanted to ask a
Councilmember Brown?
I'm not sure if we're there yet. I had questions on our libraries.
You can ask questions on any of your questions on the budget, or we can wait. I don't recall there being a library side slide.
I know that there are options in a memo that you gave us on Saturday or Sunday. Oh. My gosh, my mic's always on. So I apologize for that, clerk. So I know you gave us 5 or 6 options, and we need to choose one of those this evening then, correct?
The question that was asked of myself was, what are some various approaches to restoring library service? So our library director, Erica Cayugan, can walk through some various options. As our finance director noted, we don't have resources allocated towards any additional library restoration at this point in time. But depending upon the discussion, there are CIP projects that we could bring forward for discussion for deferral to support it. So I will defer to Erica to walk through some of the options that we looked at, and then we could get into trade-offs at a future point.
And I know that any discussion right now would be one-time funds for this year, that we are looking at a bleak future for our libraries right now in terms of full restoration. So I understand that.
Okay. So I can just give a context, and then this slide before you are the proposals. But in context and just to talk a little bit about what is asked for in these proposals, all of them are primarily for staffing. So I understand when you're saying the one-time funds, but we have worked the past year and a half from 112 FTE to 54.9 FTE, and we have done and stretched as much as we can for the staff and for the community. Currently, or as of July, except for this Fairview, which will be in fall, these are our hours. So in July, we're putting forth Wednesday and Thursday, 12 to 7, which is, in terms of the evenings for the community, we still have only one Saturday a month. And then we've got 10 to 5. Ocean Park is still self-service, and Fairview we will be looking at in the fall. So just to give some kind of foundation to what we're going to talk about in the proposals. So these proposals, really proposals 1 through 3, are about activating Saturdays in a number of ways. So there's main library only Saturdays, there's 1 branch Saturdays, or there's 2 branches, Pico and Montana Saturdays. And the difference really is we've worked with formulas on what's needed to staff those Saturdays, And again, because they are Saturdays and weekends, we are looking at more as needed hours at the very least. But with that, we also need a little bit more lead staff. So we've tried to work in different ways. How are we going to be doing add deletes and do that instead of full staffing? So for main Saturdays, that's kind of the first proposal, and you'll see it's more than proposal 2, which is a branch, because Maine has a 104,000 square foot building, has 4 service desks, and requires 2 floors of patrolling. And so even if you're saying open one Saturday, this is the minimum, at minimum, what we would need to open that extra Saturday, right? In proposal 2, it's a branch. So a branch, which is 5,000 to 8,000 square feet. And so we've got as needed there, but again, a little less than Maine. To open 2 Saturdays, that's Pico and Montana, it gets a little bit more because now we're functioning 2 locations at one time every single Saturday, and then Maine closing on Saturdays. So I kind of want to bundle and talk about that first, if there are any questions about the Saturdays, because then of course, proposal 4 does all 3 locations, Pico, Maine, and Montana, and you'll notice it jumps a lot higher because again, you're adding that 104,000 square foot building every single Saturday, and so staffing that will be more.
Yeah, my question is, I'm sure you've looked at usage over time, and in which of these, where do you get them? Where would you get the maximum usage?
Yeah, and so that's why the recommendation, or at least most of the proposals, are around Saturdays, because when we took our numbers and our average, and I have it right here. Hold on.
Thank you.
Let's just see here.
And was it done in the winter or the summer?
So it was, so our average generally for the past few months, so like February to now, the main library had between 400 and 500 people a day. And then Pico and Montana had about 150 to 250 people a day. Just recently on Saturdays, we see at the main library between 500 and 750 people a day on the Saturdays. And then at our Pico branch, which is the only branch open on that first Saturday, it's about 400, 450 people. So we really are trying to get the most impact, and what we've heard too from the community are Saturdays and evenings. So as we try and increase a little bit of the evenings, we're looking at Saturdays too.
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So, have we looked at what it would be if it occurs to me that in the summer when the kids are out of school, there's a higher demand. So have we looked at what it would be to do more in the summer and less after the summer?
We could certainly look at that. It would still mean needing to get more staff on board, because right now we're at our the hours that we have right now are the hours that we can do. So if we shifted and had staff come in, we'd still need to train them. We'd still need to make sure that they knew all of the different processes and across the different locations. So we could look at that, but in terms of staffing, we would still need the staffing, and we would just shift them around.
Okay, so this is your job. This isn't put in. And so what I'm really asking is, so if we did, which of these services the most people for the like money per capita, if you have a sense of that?
So which services the most people? It would be the proposal 6, because it's.
Well, no, I get that, but I mean
okay.
Per cap. So what I'm looking at is return per capita, kind of. So in other words, you have your number of users, right? And then you have your dollars. But it strikes me that the main branch is so much, although, did I hear you right? It was 500 to 700 a day, right?
Yes, 500 to 700.
But the main branch is it, and the next highest number I heard was 400 to 450 for Pico, right?
Yes, on average, that's what we
Now,
would be
was
getting.
Pico being the Virginia Avenue Park,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And was that, you said you just did it, but was that on the weekend we had Juneteenth?
We did a few Saturdays, so it would be April, May, and June.
Okay, I was going to say, because Juneteenth there were.
But Juneteenth, we were closed. We were only open the first Saturday of the month.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Mhm.
So if,
Likely, we would be getting lots of people.
so the most bang for our buck would be Pico and Maine, right?
I think, I'm sorry, we don't calculate it per
I know, but we
capita,
have to
but
think
I
if we're
would
doing
say,
a budget, that's why.
yeah, I would say that Maine would garner kind of the most bang for your buck, but adding two branches together.
How many in Maine?
I'm sorry?
You said what would be the most?
So Maine, because of the foot traffic,
Yes.
that's what it would show. But when we're talking about the impact to our neighborhoods and our local community, it would be our branches that would really have that impact. So if you're talking, and because Montana is only open 2 days a week, the impact on the Saturdays could be a lot more. And Pico being open 4 days a week, that Saturday, because of the activities in the park, could also be a lot more. So
What I'm
that's
really
what I would
asking,
say.
you know the libraries, right? You're
Yes.
there, you're at all of them.
Mhm.
I go to Maine and Montana mostly, sometimes Pico. But which ones do you think, which scheme here, other than the most expensive, right? But in the lower price range would be the most meaningful?
I would say proposal 3 would be the most impactful at this point, with 2 Saturdays open at our branches.
Thank you for answering.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Am I up?
Member Brock, you're still up.
Okay. So my question would be that, or I look at this maybe a little bit differently. So I'm looking at Montana, so we'd have a library open more on the north side, and Pico, so we have a neighborhood library open on the south side. They're both less expensive to open than the main library. And I'm concerned about seniors in the neighborhoods. I'm concerned about community groups in the neighborhoods, 3 community groups use that Montana library every month. And I'm concerned about kids after school coming in to do their homework, coming in to do research, and yes, Saturdays. So my question would be, how do we, I'm gonna throw you a curve and ask for proposal 3.5. How do we get the most usage in the Pico library? How do we get the most usage in the Montana library? I would suggest that we open those 2 libraries no earlier than noon so that we can keep them open and make sure they're open after school for kids to study in and for seniors to come in and have a chance to read the newspaper and have a chance to use a computer if they don't have one at home and to get reference help. How do we take, yes, Saturdays, absolutely, but how do we move, I think in one of the proposals I saw like 10 to 5 or something. How do we maybe look at it and say, well, 10 to 12 isn't probably a heavy library time. So how do we, knowing we can only put 1 shift of workers on, how do we get a proposal that would allow us to use Montana, allow us to use Pico, and make sure that we get as much open coverage as we can for the kids who go to Edison, Rogers, Grant on the south side, and John Adams, and on the north side, Roosevelt, Franklin, Lincoln Middle School, St. Monica's, make sure those kids get ability and their parents get the ability to take them to the library after school as well. So that would be my quest. So I don't know how you would answer that. And no, I know we only have so much extra money by those 2 CIP projects, by delaying those, that we can put into this. But how do we get the most effort at those 2 libraries where we don't need quite as much security,
we don't need the staffing that we do at the main library. I'd rather affect children and seniors in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
So really quick, just before you respond, Councilmember Negrete wanted to.
I just wanted to clarify because I have kids in the district and I wanted to point out a couple of things. One, since the pandemic, the kids all have Chromebooks, which is a lovely thing. So it's eliminated a lot of the need for access to a computer. I don't know if you would agree to that in terms of using it for research. And the other thing is that they all have libraries on the school campus that they're able to use for homework help. I mention that because if we're going to spend money when we talk about kids after school, I'd like to see it go towards after school on-site playground access, because most kids, at least in the elementary stage, aren't walking alone to libraries. But I just wanted to point that out because they do have access on campus.
Okay,
and I have to disagree because I also have little kids, and he had to do a research project, a state project, and it couldn't be all internet based. And I had to take him after work, and the only library that was open was on a Thursday, and I had meetings after work on a Thursday, and I couldn't get him in, and we were booked up all Saturday, so I couldn't get him in either. So then I had to apologize to the teacher that the only research we could do was on the internet because I couldn't get into a library by.
I think the public school system, at least, I know in the public school system, like maybe it's a little different. I'm just saying that I know specifically for our kids.
We don't have the extent of a library, so I had to get into a library, and I couldn't get into a library after work. So that was my situation.
Okay, so I'm going to let you respond really quickly before this goes any further, and then Councilmember Brock, you can follow up.
As also a parent of young kids who has kids in the LA school district, their school libraries are not open beyond the hours that they're in school. So when you get to a point when you're older, my one is middle school, they have to use library or internet or something else not on school grounds. So just, my 2 cents on that. For this, what I would say, Proposal 5 does include and talk about branches 12 to 8, opening 12 to 8, and main still opening at 10. So that I think that's the closest. However, only knowing that we have so much money, that's, it is a little bit over, but I think when you're talking about the branch access and until 8, we're moving towards that. We've got 12 to 7 right now. So what we need is that staffing to help complete that, the shift, because even though it is one shift, we've got staff that are moving around locations right now. They do not have they have to move between 2 because we don't have enough staff. So that's, when you ask me about what can you do to cover, we've covered what we can, and in order to cover more, we need the staffing to do it. And I think that, we can come back, we can absolutely come back if these are not the proposals that you want to see, if given a certain amount so that we can work on it. But I think each of these will give you an idea of expanded hours versus Saturdays and what it is that you would get with that information.
Erica, just want to say, it may be helpful for this conversation because you're changing your hours July 5th. If you could go back to that one slide, just showing the hours, because there are some evening hours that
that's right.
She's introducing into the schedule. So I just want to make sure we're all looking at the new schedule that'll start July 5th because some of it's addressed. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, hang on one sec. So we do have an order of things. Councilmember Brock, are you finished with your questions? Okay, so Councilmember Brock is still going. After Councilmember Brock is Councilmember Para, then Davis, then Councilmember De La Torre, Mayor Himmelrich. Okay.
And just as a reminder, we do have a speaker on this item.
What?
We do have a speaker.
Oh, yes. After questions. Okay.
Okay. So I want to respond first to Councilmember Negrete really quickly. My next separate question will be on funding for after-school access, which actually is a separate budget item, and we've found the funding for that. So just to let you know, so let's keep libraries as libraries for a minute. So how do you have 600 and some odd thousand, but we only have 400 and some odd thousand available from those two CIP items? Is that true, Gigi or David?
It's about 550.
All right, so what could you do in Proposal 5 by cutting off $100,000? No, yeah, about $80,000 to $100,000. Could you make sure Montana and Pico get adequate open hours and then be able to add a drop to the main branch? Could that be done?
So
You can just say yes.
For Proposal 5, I would need to talk with my partners in Public Works and ISD because maintaining several locations at once beyond what we already do takes resources beyond the library.
So you could balance it knowing that, at least for me, I'm requesting as much as we can out of Pico and Montana. That may not be the whole council, but and they'll get to make those decisions in a few minutes. Should I go on to my third item? So I know that one of my other questions at the previous budget sessions was, and I was adamant about after-school playground access. And my understanding is through some creative shuffling in the budget, and that was sent to us in the last week or so, that we are able to fund the after-school elementary school playground access, and that funding's been found. And it's approximately $400,000 to do that. And I, for one, want to really, really thank our staff for doing that, because what I was concerned about on my part was children, seniors, making sure that children had a place to go after school and that they also have a place to study. So we have that, and that concludes my questions. Thank you so much. And staff, thank you for listening. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brock. Peter, go ahead.
Oops.
Seizing the opportunity to respond to Councilmember Brock's first question about field sports restoration. I was not successful in reaching the public landscape manager, but thankfully I did take notes from a previous discussion.
I'm
and I want
shocked
to show you
that anyone on staff wasn't awake and ready for this call right now.
Let's see.
Time of day?
He's on English time. I want to show you, I think
Touché.
A picture is worth 1,000 words here. We sort of stand by the statement that I made earlier that the condition of the field really is dependent upon the current fencing. And just to demonstrate that in real time, you can see here the verdant main field, which is fenced, and the extension field, which is not. And this is something that we saw happening as a result of the pandemic and the increased demand on our park system, which is why the fence went in, because this is a permitted field for permitted play, and a lot of organizations depend on this field. So just to reiterate the points is that we are concerned that if we are to take the fences down now, that the field may end up looking like the extension field, and because it's such a popular venue, that it may get past the point of our ability to restore it in the manner that we typically restore fields. We may be looking at scraping it and replacing it at an exponential cost.
So, can I respond
Yep.
to that? Yep. So, I will mention, which I don't usually do, but I started off my work career as a football and baseball coach. And after I worked for the Boys and Girls Club for 5 or 6 years, and an athletic director at a high school LA Public High School, where, yes, we manage fields. And I can tell you that if we shut that field down December to February, it will be sparkling. So I did this for my first career in my life. I spent my life in shorts and polo shirts on athletic fields and managed at sometimes 10 to 12 sports. So we were able to do it normally. Santa Monica High School was able to do it as well. So I again say that even if you have to shut it down in September, October, you can always shut it down a month or two earlier. But you mentioned a few minutes ago that with the heavier use that we had because of the pandemic, that our fields got taxed more and more. The field you show that has been taxed a lot and doesn't look good, that's a direct result of having heavier use on that field because the field right next to it is closed. If you open the other field, you end up with less use on both. They get balanced out, and you'll be able to close both fields at some point to make sure they're both restored. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one thing that I can offer is that we will, starting tomorrow, take a closer look at the conditions. We can do like an updated assessment of the field condition and strive to remove the fencing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay. Councilmember Brock, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Councilmember Para.
Okay. I have a lot of questions, and I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize right now. But I'll try to be succinct in my questions, and I recognize you guys may not have all the answers right now, but we did get this agenda at 5 o'clock on Friday, so I'm sorry I couldn't get you my questions ahead of time. So I know we spent a lot of time talking about the fields, but as you know, 72% of our residents, live in rental properties here in Santa Monica, and so green space is very limited here in Santa Monica, and so the more that we can do to make it available to our residents and those that visit here, the better we are as a city. And so I really would advocate, just like Councilmember Brock has, to remove those fences as soon as possible so that we can allow for more space and for our residents and for those that visit Santa Monica. So with that being said, in terms of parks and fields, indicated here that one-time expense from public works funds will be used to maintain parks and fields. However, new revenue will be necessary to continue to fund this service in future budget cycles. So my question is can someone please explain how our parks and fields were maintained pre-COVID, and what was the total cost to maintain them? I'm just trying to understand what that looks like and how much is currently allocated for park and field maintenance, and what is being allocated for the next fiscal year, if anybody has those answers. And if you don't, that's fine. You can get them to me.
I have most of the answers to that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I think I want to talk a little bit about what we lost as part of the restructuring, and it's not just money. We lost some really highly skilled staff that had been here for a really long time that ran our field restoration service. We lost one park maintenance supervisor, five crew. We used to have 5 crew leaders. We now have 2 crew leaders and no park supervisor. And so these are the folks that provide the technical direction to our groundskeeper staff. They know what the right balance of fertilizer and aeration and all this stuff. We just don't have that in-house experience anymore. So we lost that on the human capital side. And then, of course, our budgets were slashed, and everybody had to do more with less. Mm-hmm. So the cost of the field restoration is the $145,000. We identified it in departmental maintenance savings, so it didn't come out of public landscapes budget. It came out of our departmental maintenance budget. And this year we had those savings. There's no guarantee that we'll have them next year. So what we're looking for is a more predictable and consistent and integrated line item in our budget increase our budget so that we can afford to do this every single year. In the previous year, we worked with the Community Recreation Division with some funds that they had available, some funds that we had available to make it happen. So we kind of want to get out of the pattern of having to scrap together a field restoration budget every year. And the one thing that I do not have for you is our total maintenance budget offhand, but I can get that to you.
So altogether, you lost like what, 6 positions, right?
Yeah, and it wasn't that they were all the result of a layoff. Also, the highly experienced long-term staff was lured away by the VESIP program, the Voluntary Employee Separation Incentive Program. That's where we lost the sort of top-tier staff.
Okay, thank you. So that was my question in terms of restoration of fields and how that was allocated. And then in terms, now my next question is hybrid meetings. We were given options regarding May 24th, Council presented options for implementing hybrid public meetings. Based on discussion, staff came back the June 21st meeting with a proposal to start hybrid meetings. And then it says this will be revisited as part of the budget review in February 2023 and consider options to fund the necessary facility upgrades and staffing needs to fulfill this request. So according to the staff report, indicates the staff will revisit hybrid meetings in February 2023. So that's in 6 months. And then I'm sure with another 4 to 6 months to potentially implement a plan once it's been solidified. So can we talk a little bit about preliminary estimates on costs for facility upgrades and staffing? Or what necessarily does this mean in terms of not being able to implement a hybrid meeting?
So as you'll recall, we did a study session back in May where we highlighted all the costs that it would take to implement a hybrid solution. And the total amount, and I can break this down for you, the total amount that it would cost to implement this and this also includes board and commissions as well, is $459,852. And that includes staff and the meeting room upgrades. And so it's staff from various departments. I can list them all for you.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to. Okay, so then you're saying that
there were no trade-offs in the budget in order to provide the necessary funds for this. So there's just simply no money for us to implement this at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Nikki. See, I read.
I will say, though, that this doesn't mean that we can't still offer the option as an ADA assessment.
It's going to be a case-by-case basis.
We can still manage that. Okay. It's the management of the whole entire program for city council meetings and board and commission meetings that we just can't do at this point.
So I guess I've never understood this. So I understand the importance of boards and commission meetings. I go to them and I've been on one. But what if we started with implementing hybrid for city council only and moved to boards and commissions later?
But yeah, we still need to fund the upgrades.
So, thank you. I get, but it just.
So we would need to do the upgrade for the software and the equipment as well as we still would need to have a staff member. We can't do it without an additional staff person.
But I guess what I'm trying to understand is if we just kept boards and commissions hybrid.
You mean remote?
I mean, online, right? And boards and commissions have no in-person component. And we have just to do the phone system for these.
I see what you're saying. If we just put that on the back burner and we just did council meetings, right?
That's right.
I mean, they're
Would
still
that make
getting
it,
money
no,
for
because I hear what,
yeah, I
what
mean,
Denise is saying. She's saying that it doesn't matter. It's a,
It's a cost matter.
it's a fixed cost.
It's a cost matter. And so if you did it for the council, that's still a large amount of money that isn't there. But the other thing is that you also want to think about equity. If you do it for the council, we've had a lot of emails, before the meeting on May 24th, we had a lot of emails from members of the public, and we had people who came and spoke and said, you need to do this. So as long as the boards and commissions are remaining remote, they are able to provide a call-in option because they are doing it through Blue Jeans or Teams. So they're still able to do it. Unfortunately for the council meetings, because it's in this chambers, which is not equipped, and we don't have the staffing, we are not able to even do it at this point. Like we said, we can come back and revisit it.
I'm not. It's just that, I've always thought that if there must be some way to, I'm sorry, Christine, I didn't mean to hijack you. I
have
keep
more
thinking
questions.
there's some way to do it that could be less expensive, but I can live with this. Thank you.
That's okay. Okay, moving along. Attachment E, master fee resolution. It says the city will be discontinuing certain programming at the Miles Memorial Playhouse, 1450 Ocean, and the Beach House. And so my question is, what programming will be discontinued at the Miles Playhouse, 1450, and the Beach House, as outlined in that attachment? Because it didn't say.
Rosie's Girls, isn't it? Is that?
It's on the master fee resolution on attachment E.
I don't know what Andy knows.
Good evening, Andy Eagle, Community Services. So nothing's being discontinued. What's happening is the fees are reflecting the fact that that programming was discontinued when we did the pandemic budget restructuring. So Miles is closed, 450 Ocean is closed, and the Beach House has fewer programs that they used to provide. It took a little bit, some time for the fee schedule to catch up with the reality of what's actually being offered.
I literally I read to you exactly what it said.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's the explanation of what that means. It was discontinued 2 years ago.
Okay, so that was confusing to me, so thank you for explaining that. Okay. Moving right along. Exhibits A through V in the same document, attachment E, on the master fee resolution, talked about changes in fees. And so I wanted just a confirmation in terms of what those fees were in those exhibits. I recognized quite a few of the fees as fees that have been previously brought before us in terms of approving those fees. So I just wanted confirmation because I know that some of the highlighted fees in green, blue, and orange, they had been brought before us, but it was hard to determine what the fees were, if any of them were new fees that were being brought forth in those exhibits, or they were ones that we've already approved.
Any new fees or changed fees were discussed either in the May 24th report or in the staff report, in these staff reports. So
has that adjusted or that amended?
Yes,
okay.
And otherwise,
not in the exhibit.
No,
not
in
that
the
attachment.
exhibit we just show, you can see with the colors what has actually been updated.
Okay, because I was a little confused in the exhibits because there were some that were highlighted that I didn't see in the other documents, so it didn't make sense to me.
Trying to find out why something is green or orange, and if we find out, we will let you know. We'll come back to you with that.
Okay, that's fine. I've got more. Let's see here. Bless you. Hold on. Okay, attachment G, parking rates resolution. Oh, it talked about, page 7, talked about the city. City now desires to revise and increase preferential parking permit fees by 3.1, which reflects the citywide salaries and benefits total compensation factor increase for fiscal year 22-23, and provide for minor administrative adjustments to address operational needs. And then I had to go search through the whole document to find out what preferential parking fees were, and then I found it later on page 23 because I didn't know where those were. So now I know what those were and what those adjustments will be, but it would have been easier if it was in prints or something where I could find those fees. But my question is, and provide for minor administrative adjustments to address operational needs. What are minor administrative adjustments? Well, I'm just saying, if we're increasing fees and we're approving, we need to know what we're approving.
We have parking.
Page 7, attachment G.
Henry's here. I'm sorry, what page is it? So I'll have it ready
It's
for him.
attachment G, page 7. I've got more. I can keep going.
Attachment G. Okay, there you go. 7.
Council member, to the question, I'm Henry Servine, your parking manager. Every year or every other year when we reevaluate the fees that we charge our customers, particularly the residential permit program, we do bring to bear all the costs to provide the services. So those other fees and everything mentioned there are basically anything that we gather through the help of some consultants to identify the costs, and only those costs that are required to make sure that that service is provided. I can talk some more details, but I'll leave it at that.
So when you say you're going to raise the permit fees by 3.1%, which reflects citywide salaries and benefits and total compensation for preferential parking. So for residents that have to buy permits so that the neighboring commercial businesses don't take up parking in front of their houses because they don't have driveways and nowhere else to park, so that they have somewhere to park. You're going to raise their fees, and then you're also going to charge additional, or you're charging additional for administrative on top of that? Is that what this is saying?
It's a fully burdened cost, but it's strictly cost recovery. Now, the practical matter is the first vehicle didn't see a price rate increase for this cycle. But we do have a tiered approach. So if there's a household that may have 3 or 4 vehicles, they may see that 3.1% reflected.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate it. Okay. And then attachment H, which is the salary resolution. There's 2 different parts of it. One talks about additional step increase. And so there's a step increase, there's a step 5, and then there's a separate part that talked about brand new classifications. So just wondering if you can explain why all those positions are getting new step increases.
I'm going to have Michael Arnoldus come up for that.
Good evening. In attachment H, section 1, anytime that we establish a new classification title, restore a title, or revise or establish a salary for a classification, we would present that to you in a salary resolution. So in section 1, some of these are changes in salaries following a compensation study, an equity study. Some of these are changes in title, and we need to associate a salary with the new title that's being presented to the city council. And some of these are new classifications. And so when we present the salary to you, we present the salary at step 5, the highest step of the salary range. In section 2, these are all single step classifications. They only have one salary rate. There is no salary range, there's no salary progression for these classifications.
So they only have one step. And so section 2, so then the section 1 positions, those are brand new positions?
Some of these are new classification titles. Some of these are title changes. So for example, the assistant city attorney, that's an existing classification with a new title. So because we have abolished the old title, we're bringing that back to city council with the new title, the same salary, there's no fiscal impact there. Pier and beach administrator, as an example, that's a new classification. So that's, we are establishing a new classification associated with a classification study in which we found the incumbent to be working out of classification. So we went through the process of establishing a new class with the personnel board. This evening, council will be taking action, should you approve this, to establish the salary and the classification for this individual.
Okay.
And I can go through each one of these if you would like.
No, I just wanted to understand that a little bit better. Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Any more questions?
No, I think that's good, thank you. Okay, I have one more. Attachment I, and it's, let's see here. Okay, yeah, attachment I is the June 22nd, 2021 staff report, and it is under the section proposed budget revision section, and it's the 3rd paragraph, and it talks about ARPA allocations, and it talks about, let's see here. So it says the general fund continues to have very limited resources in fiscal year 2021-2022 based on current revenue projections. As a result, any expenditure increases made in the first year of the biannual budget must be offset by repurposed funds or additional revenues. As we have nearly reached the end of current fiscal year, staff has ascertained that these increased costs can be covered using current year savings, in addition to increased revenues based on cost recovery of the specific programs. The only change that is not cost covering in fiscal year 2021-2022 is the adjustment to the city's ARPA allocation, as the final allocation was slightly lower than initially announced. However, this is simply a transfer of funds to the general fund balance to be held in reserve for future year spending, and therefore does not impact the city's ability to maintain a balanced budget during the biennial period. So then my question is, can you explain what the statement, quote, "it is to be held in reserve for future year spending" means in relation to ARPA funds?
Sure. So when we received ARPA funds, we received about $28.6 million over 2 years. We came to council last April of 2021 and asked and prioritized how those funds were going to be spent. The funding, because we got $14 million in May and our fiscal year ends in June, the money that we got, we had committed to council on what we were going to spend it on. Well, you can't spend $14 million on certain things. For example, rent abatement. We had put about, I think it ended up being about $2.1 million towards rent abatement. And that program needed to be developed and figured out. So that and many other were set aside at the end of the year in an account that it's actually part of our general fund balance. And if you go into our annual report, our ACFR, or the comprehensive report, you will see in the general fund reserves that there is a line item that refers to the money that was not the money that we received last year, but hadn't spent at the time. Because think about it, if we got a lot of money up front, and it takes time to spend it on the things that we committed to spending it on. So we set it aside so that we could use it this year to spend it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of things that we committed to spend it on, can you elaborate a little bit on that?
20% of the money went towards economic recovery. And I don't have the staff report from April of 2021 in front of me. Wait, I'm trying to put on my mask. I need my glasses. The fiscal year 21-22 GSH payment that is going to be happening, or that has already happened, we wouldn't have been able to make that payment if it hadn't been for the ARPA funds that came in. And let me explain. ARPA funds came in as revenue replacement for the city because we lost so much revenue that we were allowed by the federal government to just call it revenue replacement. It came in. We paid for services, and that freed up funds to be able to work on the work that council asked us to do. So for example, the GSH payment for 21-22. The rent abatement program, including outdoor dining waivers, that was about 2.6 million. Permit services. We added positions to assist with permitting and also to help out with the permitting technology. Our CRU program was added last year, and it was helped by ARPA funds. Emergency assistance of about $500,000 a year for 2 years that went into our community services program. Community events grants, about almost $300,000 of that. $100,000 a year for school sports for 2 years. And it just keeps going on down the list. So we had a lot of things up front that are being spent this year, and then what we had talked to council about and council had approved was that we were going to use about $3 million a year of ARPA funding to cover us in ongoing, we had one-time projects, a lot of these things that I talked about, like rent abatement, GSH, those are one-time needs, but there are also ongoing needs. And so we have, we're going to be carrying over, setting aside and carrying over the funds that were made available through ARPA to be able to pay for these things on an ongoing basis until our revenues catch up. And so this was all, again, something that we had discussed several times with council.
Thank you, Gigi. Those are my questions for now. I have a lot of comments, but I'll save those for later. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So I do want to go back to our discussion about the libraries, although it may not be specifically about the libraries. So as I understand it, we have identified some capital improvement programs that we are going to, I'm not sure if the word is defer or eliminate. It's defer? Okay, I just want to make sure. Indefinite deferment, would that be fair, or do we have a specific date where we'd reinstate them?
So we would not recommend indefinitely deferring those two projects. One involves Palisades Park and the other one involves Airport Park. So their pavement that is in disrepair. So we can, for a one-year basis, take care of it with our existing resources, just, staff and patches, but they need to be replaced. So if I have it right, I think it may be Palisades was a 2-year project. So we would fund next year, and then the second year would be done 2 years from now.
Okay, so, and I know Councilmember Brock covered this, so I don't want to go over that ground already. So what we're really talking about is for our libraries, sort of throwing them a 1-year lifeline. Is that correct? But then at the end of that year, we're not going to have that funding on an ongoing basis. Is that correct? And I guess my question is, obviously, particularly with the libraries, as Ms. Cayugan pointed out, what that money goes to is staffing. Do we anticipate that to do these additional hours, we would have to hire additional staff? And it would be clear we would only be hiring them, at least in theory, for a year? Or would it be somehow, as we do maybe with some other departments, sort of taking existing staff and stretching their hours using overtime and other mechanisms?
No, it would require, and I'll defer to Erica, but my understanding is it requires brand new staff that we'd have to hire. And since it's one-time funding, it would be responsible of us to make sure that these are limited term positions until the limited became permanent.
Okay. So if we wanted to make those positions permanent, we would have to find some alternative revenue source. Okay. And let me ask you, Ms. Cayugan, because we had a lot of discussion about add hours here, take hours away there. If we were to be fiscally responsible and say, okay, whatever that monetary limit is from those two capital projects that we are deferring, not eliminating, and then perhaps gave you direction, as Councilmember Brock suggested, about looking for ways to increase accessibility, including evening hours for the Montana branch and the Pico branch, would you be comfortable if we sort of said, here's the pile of money you have to work with, figure it out? Because my concern is up here on the dais, us making decisions about hours and staffing starts to get a little dicey and a little uncomfortable, in all honesty. The word micromanagement comes to mind. So I'm wondering if maybe, I know you had a series of propositions up there, but maybe the best proposition would be, here's the pot of money, here's the direction we would like you to go, and then to let you figure out. Would you be comfortable doing that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, that covers my library questions. So I do want to ask a question, because we did get a number of emails about it. We know that our rent control board, by virtue of compulsion by the charter, has to increase rents by 6% beginning September 1st. And we know that we live in a community where a number of people who live in rent control units are rent burdened. Hence, we have the POD program and some other programs. And I'm wondering, is there some way, obviously, we can't change the charter, and I know at some point there may be a discussion about what we could or could not do on the ballot. But as we sit here tonight in the context of the budget, is there some possibility of some funding source that would allow us to identify our most vulnerable renters who are subject to this extraordinarily high rent increase and provide them some relief? And Mr. Agel, you're kind of moving around over there, so maybe you're the right person to ask that.
Okay, perfect.
Sure. So we're absolutely very concerned about that exact thing, and frankly, the confluence of the size of the rent control increase, plus the end of the eviction moratorium, plus the end of the state assistance is all sort of happening at the same time, and I think we're all really, really concerned about how our renters are going to be impacted by that. So we, I think as council knows, we've just opened a survey in partnership with the Rent Control Board that's going out to, we're letting all of the rent-controlled households know about it, and really the intention is to get a sense of where folks are right now, or including when the rent control increase happens, so that we can figure out what we can do to help them. We've actually got money that, we've got federal money, it's the Home ARP that we've got an allocation of over $2 million. We started that process before we even knew what the rent control increase would be. So we think there's an opportunity there as well. We have some ARPA funds that were set aside for this purpose. So we think there'll be an ability, once we figure out exactly where the need is, to help folks during this difficult period. And so at this point, I mean, we don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but well, A, I don't think you have any money, but B, you know, I think we've got a fair amount of money that we think can help.
So I mean, without knowing what the program might look like or who might be able to take advantage of, at least people know that we as a city are aware of the issue and are looking for ways to address it.
Yep, and our survey is on the street right now, so if anyone's interested and they didn't get the information through the Rent Control Board, sure. we encourage everyone to take advantage of that. It's open, I think, through July 11th, and the more information we get, the better we can try to design a program to address the needs.
And I think Mayor Himmelrich would like to ask a follow-up question, although I have a couple more.
Just now that we're on the pod, because I don't want to go back to it, but we had a discussion of expansion of the pod, which sounds a little bit like we're talking about, that wasn't limited to the same categories and included some emergency housing. And you looked at that at some point, I think, at various levels. Am I crazy?
Yeah, we did. We did a ton of work putting together pod. And I think we need to see sort of what the need is. Obviously, the difference with pod is we've got one-time funds from the federal government. Pod is an ongoing program, so sort of figuring out how we make sense of all of that is kind of where we are. And
no, I'm not talking about ARPA fund. I mean, I'm really talking about if you had ongoing funding, there were various levels, and I just can't remember how far out it went.
Yeah, I mean, it's
if you
let's
remember
say this,
what
I think,
there were,
yeah, it's still, I mean, it's still a program that's targeted to our lower income households. And, you know, conceivably you had all the money in the world, you could target it to higher income households or other demographics.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking more about families, right? I still want to, in that income category, people who are either burdened or severely burdened in lower income categories. And I thought you did a study of that at some point. All of
yeah,
those
we're going a few years back. I'm
pushing me
losing
too,
track of that.
But I'm like so gone now. So we'll both look for it, but I think there is such a thing.
Okay, that's it. All right. And I don't know, Mr. Agel, if this is you or not. Supervised after school programs?
I'll give it a stab. How's that?
Or you can just answer even if you don't know. So I appreciate staff finding the opportunity to reinstate what we're now calling supervised after-school playtime, again, for a singular year. My question is, I know that it says here families would enroll in the program, reserve places for their children, and pay a modest fee of $40 per month. I'm assuming, just like all other city programs like Upper Crest and, as we talked about earlier, recreational programs, there are some families in Santa Monica for whom even a modest $40 a month fee would be difficult, particularly given our discussion 10 seconds ago. Would there, in fact, be a mechanism that if someone could show hardship, we could even waive that modest fee?
Yes, so a couple of things there. So this wouldn't be a city program. So the school district would actually offer the program in partnership with a local nonprofit. And we spoke to the superintendent last week, and he indicated that the district would be willing to look at how they can scrape together some funds to help those families for whom that $40 could be a financial hurdle to participate in the program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember De La Torre.
It's a late night, but I want to, a lot of questions have already been asked. I just want to advocate for the expanded library services for all the reasons that were noted in terms of 70%, of our population being renters, and so park space, green space is essential when people don't have a front yard or a backyard. And also, we have summer school right now. There's a lot of children in our school district, who required summer school because they needed some extra help. And after school, they need more support. So supporting the libraries and an expanded library service, I think, is going to be very essential for a lot of young people that have had, you know, since the pandemic hit. I mean, a lot of young people have fallen behind. You know, so there's a lot of families trying to play catch up academically. So I think it's essential for us, you know, to provide those services. So I just wanted to voice my support for that. And I thank staff for looking creatively at their budgets to find those revenues to make this happen.
Okay, are there any additional questions before we go into discussion? Mayor Himmelrath.
Yeah, and this is easy, but we don't have a mental health department, I know, but I am really concerned about the mental health of everybody, but particularly children. And I wonder if we have any way of leveraging any of the money we have to make sure that the folks in Santa Monica, the folks that we represent, are able to get access to mental health services in a way that I don't think we've worried about it before. Now, Gigi, you know I never ask the easy questions, right?
So I'd say, Mayor, you're absolutely on point. This is a huge issue. Both the district and the city are in regular conversations about this, because I think we're all concerned about I mean, everyone's mental health, but particularly youth who've gone through an incredibly difficult period. And that's sort of in our customary Santa Monica way of sort of what does it take, or whatever it takes, are doing that sort of collaboration for how can we provide support. And of course, if we could have more money from the County Department of Mental Health in Santa Monica, it's something we're always fighting for, we'll continue to fight for. But also some of the important things is it's doing the case-by-case work among colleagues of who's struggling and what can we do to help them and what resources are available.
Well, so I did get an email today saying that the DMH and you know, that there is going to be a mental health center, although maybe not in Santa Monica, maybe in Westwood. Do you know about that?
I haven't heard that, no. I mean, I know we're all sort of working on these things.
Yeah, no, I guess there was a meeting today where this was discussed, and I don't know any more than what I just said. But my question is, I get that everybody's concerned about it, but look, you know, I'm somebody who believes that it's great to be concerned, but sometimes we can't do it without any money. So I just, and I'm not recommending we have a Department of Mental Health, but I wonder if we need to add a mental health component to maybe our social services.
So we do, through the Human Services Grants Program, we do fund mental health services. Some of those are actually at the schools, and we could absolutely do more. I think it's, you know, something like this, I think we want to do more. Ultimately is going to be an issue of resources.
And so when I hear the talk about the libraries, I wonder if we could be providing resources like that in the library. We hear all the time you have to find, so we have the schools, right, and we have the libraries, and I think the one place we maybe don't want to find people is the parks. So I just wonder if, and I know this is a dead-ended discussion in a sense because there's no money to do it, but should there be money to do it? Are there programs we could launch that would actually help?
Yeah, so I think we could. I mean, as you know, we've got a very strong network of nonprofits in Santa Monica, including nonprofits that are specifically focused on mental health and mental health for youth. So when we're at the point that we're able to do that, you know, it's...
So when we're looking at ballot measures, this is something that, you know, we can maybe look at.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
Well, first, a point of personal privilege. It's Lana Fernandez Negretti's birthday and her 1-year anniversary of being on the city council. And I think I don't know about our singing voices, but at least we should give her some applause for lasting a year on the council and having her birthday tonight. Happy birthday, Lana. Okay, so I just wanted to add a couple of comments to a couple of things that I heard a little bit earlier. And first, on parking. Parking permit increases are a burden. And Councilmember Para made a really good point, which is something I've thought for years, that commercial businesses open and residents pay the price. And I really think at some point we should have done this years ago, where Santa Monica College was expanding and taking blocks of previously residential parking.
Hang on, Councilmember Brock. We have not actually taken public comment on this because we were supposed to stop after questions, and so
I will
time for public
absolutely.
Item.
We owe her a huge apology.
Well, actually, she's not signed up for public comment. It's clear.
Oh.
You're not signed up for public comment for the budget item.
Then we.
I signed up. One of your staff people signed me up outside.
Actually,
yes,
Kristen, you called her for budget.
And we had one person.
We had one person that was Sanford Clare. If he's still here.
No, he left a long time ago, hours ago.
Okay.
All right. I move we hear Ms. Barton.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Good evening. May I begin by object to the downtown Santa Monica budget due to the subpar services from block by block, especially from the safety ambassadors, in addition to needing a magnifying glass to read it. And for Allied Universal Security's contract with the city, I can't understand how you could support a company that has a recent history of not paying its employees properly, no breaks, no lunch, as well as having to continue tasks when off the clock. Or are these specifications for all the companies that the city of Santa Monica contracts with? Next, in attachment H of the budget, I have to point out about the salary levels shown to start on June 3rd, 2022. And these employees in section 1 are also included in salary increases in July 3rd, 2022 city council meetings later that evening. Does that seem right? I hope you realize that the residents would rather not go back to paying for one city employee for every 3 residents, although they might support one police officer to every 3 residents. Then in attachment I of the budget, position and classification changes. The position of the Public Works Inspector coincides with the coding cost of number 3. The position will be offset by other revenue. Would that mean you are lowballing budget revenues to the public, and your discussion tonight, you want to put use public taxpayer funds for that purpose? Would that be so that you can short your responsibilities to things like the library in reference to the libraries being open and available to the public? But obviously staff for City Hall is more important. But instead you'd rather shortchange your city responsibilities, and then when the revenue is over the amount projected, you spend it as fast as you can on your special interests, such as the pod program, to keep SMER in power. So hopefully City Hall will reopen to the public soon. Due to city staff working from home does not give residents and businesses city services for their tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Apologies for the confusion. Do we have any other speakers on this item? Okay.
So, as I was saying, when we look at major businesses open in the city that are going to impact neighborhood residences, we should look at the possibility of those businesses having to pay the parking permits for the residents who are adjacent. And second of all, I think we should always endeavor to keep our parking permit fees as low as humanly possible, because most of the parking permit issues were not caused by the residents who live on residential streets in our city. And then question, comment regarding Miles Playhouse?
Can I just ask one clarifying question?
Yeah.
About what you just said. So you're saying that we should turn over the cost of a residential parking permit to a business that might be opening in an area where if not for the residential parking permit, people would be parking on their streets. I just, and this is the same night that we had the conversation about the permit fees for the parklets being cost prohibitive. I just want to make sure I'm following, tracking that. For new business, like it's just.
Well, look, at this point, it's hypothetical because
Okay.
it's happened for 20 or 30 years.
Okay.
But my point for years was that residents in neighborhoods who would not have ever had to have permits had permits because a business or college opened in that neighborhood, and that traffic, because they did not have sufficient parking in their business or college, that parking went to the neighborhoods. So those neighborhoods forever have had to pay parking permit fees. I believe that's fundamentally a bad decision, but it happened years ago. So my ultimate last sentence was simple. I think we should endeavor to always keep parking permit fees as low as possible for residents in the city. And that was for Henry or whoever else was listening. And it's not a matter of doing it on this budget. It was just sort of my philosophical stance on not burdening residents unnecessarily. I had a question about Miles Playhouse, and it may be a comment question. Do we have any maintenance going on inside or outside the Playhouse? And I don't know are you still here? Andy? It may not be you. I'm not sure. But tag, you're it.
I don't believe so. It's completely closed.
Okay, because at some point, it might be, depending on how much staffing it would take, it might be something where we could actually add revenue by reopening the Playhouse to private entities temporarily for the next year or so. And if I could ask one other thing, we have plywood, unpainted plywood that's covering where the glass signs were for the Playhouse. There's also unpainted plywood now on one of the doors. And on the back side of the park the other day when I went by, there was broken glass by the tennis reservation area. It just doesn't look like we're keeping it up. So I don't know if we have the money for paint, but it would be great if we could at least paint those signs or do something to make it not look like it's been abandoned.
So to your first question, we actually have an expert team right now looking at both the Miles Playhouse and the Camera Obscura, looking if there might be ways to reopen them. I think, as most of you know, we had to lay off all the staff for those facilities as part of their structuring. And to your point, part of the idea is whether there might be different models that are less costly, including bringing in a partner. And,
I appreciate that. Thank you. And just as far as, even though it's closed, I walked by the other day and the caged areas, I will tell you our open space management or whoever took care of my 311 request right away on those things. I really appreciate it. But when you drive by now, you see plywooded areas, and it just doesn't look like it's our wonderful historic Playhouse. And I know you've already heard before, that's where I did my first play when I was 12. So I hold that very dear to my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brock. Councilmember Negrete, and then Mayor Himmelrich.
Oh, before you walk away, I had another question, but just to dovetail on that, would it be possible when you're considering Miles Playhouse and Camera Obscura to put out first? Because would it be cost neutral if enough people were paying to use the space, and then you knew you could afford someone, a staff member to run it? I guess if you were to put your feelers out.
Yeah, it's sort of a chicken and egg problem.
Right.
How do you get anybody in there if you don't have staff to actually help them go there and help them figure it out?
But if there was a way to put out for a future date, whatever, summer of next year, and have a link where people could apply to have this space, and then it's like a to be determined. So then you could figure out if you had enough people, because I know there's a lot of people who inquire about using both of those spots.
So I'd caution, let's figure out how we're going to do it before we start booking acts, if that makes sense.
I mean, I guess the thing is then we're constantly saying we don't have the money to have someone run it, but hopefully we figure that out.
So I'll go back to this is why we're going through this expert planning process, is to look at what could we do and what would be the cost implications, and also sort of what's the demand to use the facilities.
Yeah, because I think a side benefit to activating those spaces might help with some of the other issues we have.
Absolutely. It would be great. It would be great to have both Miles at Lincoln and 450 Ocean active in Palisades Park.
And my next question was about human services grant.
Let me see if I can answer it.
Okay. So what happens when there's some restrictions around some certain entities using the grants based on what they are? They're very specific. For example, we have Claire Matrix in the city of Santa Monica. They have a grant that they're unable to tap into, even though they're submitting and they're helping people that are showing up to their door. The issue of qualifying, and I realize why this exists, who is a quote unquote resident and able to be a recipient in Santa Monica is the 5-year rule. And how you qualify that, I guess, is the first touch point of services, right? If they've had paramedics or been in another service provider in the city, that's really the only way of knowing. But until that happens, that first touch point, if that doesn't happen, they may not be considered a resident of Santa Monica and therefore not eligible for their services. This is just one example. What happens when entities like that have to give back or cannot use the grant? What happens to that grant money? That's my first question. And then I'll.
So if it was a service, they were providing a service that had been identified through the process that was necessary, and it comes back to us, there's an opportunity to see, is anybody available? But typically they're filling a need, a real community need.
Right, but I guess what's happening in this specific situation and more is they are providing a much needed service for homeless individuals who are also seeking substance abuse care. And if they're not able to check off all the boxes specifically identifying that this person is a resident of Santa Monica, they're not able to tap into those funds.
So, my sense is this is a much broader discussion, the budget, because we've been very clear as a city about priorities. And so the Santa Monica priority population gets priority, and sort of every nonprofit knows how to calculate that and who that is. So if you will be talking about the Human Services Grants Program in about a month, and if you want to sort of lowering the standards, I mean, I'm sorry I'm saying it that way, but you want to have a bigger catchment for people that are not Santa Monica priority, that's ultimately a council decision.
Or just figuring out and how it relates to the budget, just the priorities that we're all trying to address, that being one of them. I just wanted to make sure we're not making it more difficult to give service. And I was curious, more importantly, what happens when the funds are unused? What if they're unable to use them? It just goes back in.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody gives us back, I don't know exactly what happens to those, but ideally we still want to serve the need.
I guess because when I heard it, it looks like it's always being used up. I didn't see unused.
I think it's rare that we have somebody who's not able to follow through on their grants.
That's my only question about that. I'm losing steam.
Okay. We're technically in a discussion. I think some of the discussion may have prompted some questions, but Councilmember Davis, if you'd like to, or Mayor Himmelrich was next, and then Councilmember Davis.
So first of all, you know, it's 12:30 and I'm fading, and I think we need to remember that we still are in a rough place, that we're still trying to dig our way out of where we found ourselves during the pandemic, and everything we went through then, and that there are compromises we have to make. We also haven't done ballot measures yet, but I do want to point out that one of the reasons, for instance, I did the ballot measure that I just collected signatures for is because I see that there's a real need among the people who live here for additional rental assistance and housing. I mean, we just are not going to be able to do it on the money we have. And that being said, I think that we can do what we can do here with the pot of money we have, and then we can think more about the pot of money we might have after we decide what's going on the ballot and after the election. I won't be here anymore, but I'm hoping the city will have the $50 million that they'll get from our transfer tax, which could, as you hear, as we're having these discussions, about 100 and 200,000 and 400,000 could make a big difference. And I understand that. It's why this is the second revenue measure I've done. And I hope people keep thinking about how we can get more money for the people here who don't have enough and who are really suffering and who are renters and don't own. But in any case, I think we need to start thinking about doing more with the resources we have. So, but let me start by, I guess the first thing we need is to move this budget. So I'm going to move the budget. And I'm going to move that we adopt this budget as presented by staff with the changes in, and I'm looking for the.
So it sounds like what I think I hear the mayor saying is that you're making a motion for the city council, the housing authority, and the parking authority to adopt a resolution of the city council of the city of Santa Monica adopting the FY 2022-23 operating budget and adopting the first year and approving the second year of the FY 22-24 biennial capital improvement program budget at attachment A as amended by attachment D.
That is the motion I'm making, yes.
Okay, second by Davis.
Okay, but I'm doing this. So I just want to move it forward for starters. I think it's about that time. But there's one other thing I want to talk about that the conversation about the Miles Playhouse made me think about. And that is that we're in a situation, we're in the most desirable, probably, area in Southern California. And we have facilities here that we can't open because we don't have the money. But I'm betting other people do have the money to open them and use them and make them available to us and use them themselves. There must be theater companies that could use Miles. I mean, I just think, I believe that we need to look outside our pocketbook for different ways of funding these great facilities in great areas. I see Jennifer nodding, thank you very much, because it's so obvious to me that if we can't use it, we can't just say, oh, we don't have enough money. We need to say, well, Steven Spielberg has enough money, or, Amazon has enough money, and somebody else may want to do a theater, or somebody else may want to do, and maybe we don't have to own and control everything, because look, I like having the control, it's great, but it's not necessary, and I think we have to have a more expansive view of what our possibilities are. And I say in my last budget that I encourage the council as you move forward to think about targeted revenue measures that will address specific problems in the city. And but I think we need to look at the true public-private partnership, which doesn't mean we just give to business. It means business gives something to us. Now, look, I get small business is different, but we're in an age of big business. I mean, Amazon, these business, and we have them here. We need to be reaching out to them, Snap, all these places. I think that we can make, if we think about it creatively and attractive way, for mutual use of facilities where we don't have to spend our money and we get something out of it. So that's just my advice. I've been a little busy in the last year or two trying to, but I've thought about that a lot, and I'll be working on it after I'm off the dais. So because I think it's we do have the potential. But in the meantime, we need to pass this budget and get through the next year. So that's my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Hemmerich. Councilmember Davis, I think, was next, and then Councilmember Para.
Well, so, I mean, I wasn't planning on speaking to it, but I'll follow up on what the mayor just recently said. I think that as we go through this budget and as we've gone through this process, it's become apparent that, there used to be a joke that there was a printing press for money in the basement of City Hall, and that printing press hasn't worked for quite some time. But I do think we have a paradigm in this city that we have gotten used to where anybody needs money, they come to the city. We want to do this, the city will pay. We want to do this, the city has the money. And that paradigm is no longer a valid one to operate under. So I want to make a couple of comments based on what the mayor just said. And the first one is, I think we need to rethink, in all honesty, things like public-private partnerships. For example, we've always had aversions to putting private individuals' names on public assets. Maybe it might be the David Geffen / Miles Playhouse if Mr. Geffen were willing to give us some money. I think we need to, in other words, I think we need to get over ourselves a little bit. We've always resisted commercialism, and we've always treated everything like it was precious and needed to be in a bubble, and we didn't really need business or industry to help us out because we could pay for it. Well, we can't. And most people who are philanthropic, as we know from our experience, for example, with the Annenberg Beach House, if they give you a lot of money, they like to put their name on it. And so I think that may be something over the next year that our city attorney and other people can work on, is looking at our rules and regulations about naming rights, signage, that sort of thing, because right now a lot of our administrative rules and regulations make that kind of public-private investment very difficult because we can't give people the things they want in return for their philanthropic donation. So I wasn't going to say that, but to follow up on the mayor's thing. The other thing, a couple issues I do want to address, and one is parking permit fees. As Mr. Severin pointed out, we are not raising the cost of the first car. What we found, and we went through this a lot, is a lot of people use on-street parking instead of using their garage. I live north of Montana, and I can tell you many people who have private on-site parking choose to use it for a gym, an office, a mother-in-law suite, permitted or not. I'm not getting into that, but my point is, I had neighbors that had like 4 cars, and that's why we came up with the tiered system, because in this day and age when we are about to succumb to climate change, we don't want to encourage families to have multiple vehicles driving around town if we can avoid it. So the idea was to keep a reasonable fee for one car and then have the fee go up. And the fee for the second car isn't a lot more. The third and the fourth car got to be a lot more. So while I'm certainly sympathetic to the notion that, a lot of our parking problems are caused by the fact that we have older buildings that are underparked in many parts of our cities, I think we also have to recognize that some of the reason that our curb space has become so precious is because people have chosen to not use their garages for parking cars. And I do think, as Mayor Pro Tem McCowan pointed out, if we all do want to be friendly to business and we want to avoid the burdens we place on them, we need to recognize that they also are underparked. A lot of our business commercial spaces were not built to accommodate a lot of cars. They don't have dedicated parking, or they have very limited dedicated parking. So if you want business to succeed, and if people want to drive to those businesses, then we need to find a place for those patrons to park as well. So I think, look, curb space is a difficult issue. You know, I recommend the high cost of free parking to anyone who wants to plow through it, or we can have Donald Shoup come talk to us. He lives very close by. But I think, you know, curb space is a precious resource, and we need to take care with how we allocate it. The one thing, a couple of just general observations about the budget, and then, you know, we can start voting on motions. You know, I really do want to thank staff. I mean, I think what has happened over this last 2 years has been extraordinary, and for the most part, in terms of the budget, extraordinarily bad. And yet, when we do see that there are certain priorities within the communities, for example, like supervised after-school programming, libraries, staff has figured out a way to, at least in the short term, try and fund those priorities. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. I think then the burden falls on us as a council to look for ways to fund them in the long term. And that's a discussion I'm sure we'll be having over the next month, 2 months, year, 2 years, however. So I do really want to say how grateful I am to staff for listening to us, identifying the priorities that we've identified up here collectively, and then trying to give them, trying to enact them as best they can. The second thing I think I want to say is that, you know, while we're clearly, you know, like the rest of the country, you know, somewhat polarized within this community, I think we need to connect the dots a little bit. And I want to echo what Councilmember Brock talked about a little bit really when we were talking about permits, parklet permits and things, is that, you know, one of the things we really need to do is recognize, and I know people don't want to hear this, but our business is sort of the lifeblood of the community. And tourism in particular, which hopefully will come back soon to the levels it was. It's doing very well, but we want it to do better. You know, I think Misty Kearns of Santa Monica Travel and Tourism says that if we do not nurture our tourism industry within the city, we would expect every man, woman, and child in Santa Monica to pay an additional $1,500 in taxes somehow. And so what we need to do is really look for ways to nurture that. Unfortunately, Prop 13 unduly suppresses property taxes to the point where they're not really a very good source of revenue for operations within the city, and they certainly can't be adjusted. And so, which is why we're looking at various other revenue measures. But Prop 13 even makes other revenue measures somewhat difficult because some have 2/3 requirements, et cetera. So, you know, the message I think our community needs to be, we hear you, we understand what your priorities are, we are doing our best to try and bring services back online, but that there is always you know, it's easy to say, look, I can't get a reservation at my favorite restaurant, so the city must be doing okay. That's not quite how it all works. It's a much more complicated ecosystem than that. And the fact that revenues, whether it's from sales taxes, transient occupancy taxes, lag. It's not like, oh, I went out to dinner and I paid my $10 in tax, and then the city the next day gets $10. These things are paid on quarterly and sometimes semi-annual basis. And property taxes, as we all know, are paid twice a year, for example. So, you know, I really want to thank staff for this. I do want to say that we are still in the tough times. It may not feel like it. The city is vibrant. The city is doing well. I was on the promenade the other night, and it was wonderful. But we all need to remember that we are in a process where it's a little bit, unfortunately, like having a disease, and you may feel better, but you still need to continue to take the antibiotics to kick the disease's ass. And that's what we're trying to do now. So, you know, I think we're Santa Monica on the upswing, but we're still not there yet. So, you know, I think this is a very responsible budget. I will tell you that we have colleagues in other cities who are facing deficit spending, which are legally not really able to do, but they're effectively deficit spending. And we're not doing that. And I think it's an important point to note, and then I will shut up, that our AAA bond ratings were recently reaffirmed. And that is a rarity at any given time, but it's certainly a rarity in these difficult times. And so that is a testimony to our financial staff, to the fiscal responsibility that staff has imposed upon us and our willingness to have it imposed upon us. So thank you for all of this, and I look forward to every year from now on being a bigger and better budget. But I think for this year, this was an excellent outcome, and we'll hope for better times in the future. Thanks.
Well, this is a point of order. I'm going to be running this for the rest of the meeting, okay? But let me get her carbonated water. Who's next?
Councilmember Parr.
Okay, good. Christine.
So let me begin by, I echo what the mayor said and some of what Councilmember Davis said. I think we are probably always going to kind of disagree when it comes to parking, because what parking needs are north of Montana are very different where I live, where the households are 5+. And so we kind of need our garages and space on the street. So very different circumstances. But anyhow, I do want to thank staff for all the time and energy they put into this budget. I know it wasn't easy, and I know there's been a lot of maneuvering to try to get this all to work and to try to bring, back some of the services, for the community. And so we really appreciate that. And what's really important here is, is the priorities, right? It's like as we're trying to address the community priorities and concerns with regards to public safety, a clean and safe Santa Monica, and our homeless services and resources, as we're looking to adopt this budget, so it's like looking to adopt a budget, first year and approval of second year budget, and it was very difficult for me, and I'll tell you, because I know there's 4 of us that are relatively brand new to this process, and so this is second time that I've gone through this. And so the first time that I went through this, which was last year, I was pretty much handheld through the process, given a book, shown diagrams. I had some projections to look at. I had some information to look at from like before, after, during, here, this is where we are. And so it made the process a little bit easier. And when I was going through what we were presented this time, it was very difficult for me. And I have to admit, I didn't have anything to look at really side by side. There wasn't any data, that I could compare or look at as was presented last year. I'm very interested to see like how much was spent, and out of, those revenue, of those expenditures in terms of how much was spent, how were our residents, what did they benefit from what was spent in terms of what can I actually physically see, and what was very difficult. It's like I didn't have any data. Like I couldn't see side by side. And when I did see something in terms of a fee or an increase, then I was like, well, what was it before? And then I had to go searching for things. And so really, I didn't have the ability to really analyze the information. This is a significant budget, and there was not a lot of information for me personally, for me to feel comfortable to approve this budget. And so I'm not going to approve it. I don't have enough time, I felt, to really dig into it and to have the data that I felt necessary to be able to really give an informed decision. And that's that you saw how deep I went into it, and I still had to dig, and I didn't have the information I needed. So I'm sorry. I would have liked to have seen more information.
And I just want to say, Councilmember Parr, and we've talked about this before, but when I first got involved with the city, I went through something, and I did figure out how to line things up, and I know a lot of people have done what I did. Right, but I'm happy to do it with you if you want to do it sometime together, really.
I think too, in all fairness, I worked all weekend. Roe versus Wade. We worked. We got this a Friday night at 4 o'clock. And I'm a city employee and I worked all day today. So realistically, it was kind of unfair to get this at 5 o'clock on Friday. I worked on Friday, I worked on Saturday, I worked on Sunday, I worked all day today. I cannot, in all fairness, today.
I understand
So,
it's a lot of material, but we do.
Can't do it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Councilmember Brock.
I want to echo a lot of what Councilmember Parra said. We asked a year ago after approving the budget that on all major items from now on, we would get more than 3 days. I believe the agenda was published Friday afternoon around 5 o'clock. We really, I actually had some time, and yesterday I spent a lot of time at least looking at the agenda and the study parts and all the different plans. But, there's no way for us to compare last year's budget to this year's budget. And I agree, Councilmember Parra, it's really hard to look at, to be knowledgeable about where the expenditures went, where the money went, what's left over. And it's all it becomes sort of a mystery to us. And that's a really bad way for us to be what we consider to be the board of directors of the city without full information. So I'm going to repeat what I said last year, that it is absolutely impossible to have 3 days to look even at the extension of the budget. I know this was not the main budget. I understand that, and I'm not criticizing our treasurer or staff because they did a great job, but we are always somewhat in the dark. So I think we pick out 2 or 3 items that we think we can make a difference with, and we go from there, and maybe hopefully all 7 of us pick out 3 different items each, and we end up with 21 changes or efforts to change the budget. But, I agree. It's really, really difficult for us to be very knowledgeable, especially, Councilmember Parra, Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Negretti, all of us have jobs. We all have full-time careers. And I think it's really difficult. So I'm going to ask again, on study sessions, on budget sessions, those things, we can get more than 3 days before. Those could have been given to us a week, 2 weeks before, and we can still come back with notes to the city manager, notes to the budget department to try and make changes that would benefit us. And I appreciate everything everyone did. But I'm, again, disappointed because I'd like to be more knowledgeable in a lot of this as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Negretti.
I know you guys are tired. I understand that this is a lot. I feel the same way. It's a lot of information. I know we got this, though, in pieces early on. So trying to digest it and understand it is a big feat. But what I wanted to say was going back to what everyone was saying earlier is obviously, public-private partnerships, all of those things. I just wanted to make a shout out to Jennifer Taylor and everybody that works with all the businesses, that there was some new innovative things that were done this year. And I hope we continue to do those and we continue to look at how we modify, whether it be CUPs or zoning in certain areas, to just look at how we're doing business differently now. And we continue to be open about that and work on additional programs. And I just want to say thank you because I know being part of it, I definitely felt the love. I have a business in 3 different cities, and it was extremely different in each city. And I have to say this was, even though it was a tough year and a lot of things maybe weren't perfect, it definitely felt like I had support. This was before I became a council person. I had a direct line of contact with someone that answered the phone and walked me through things. And that was a big deal. And I hope we expand on that because sometimes being the little person outside of downtown Santa Monica when your business is out, that's all we talk about all the time. If you're in Midtown or any other area, you can feel like you're on an island. So I hope we continue to push areas to build more bids. I hope we can help areas with that so that they can become self-contained and successful on their own and not have to rely too heavily on staff members. But I just hope we continue to push that side of it, not just because I'm a business owner, but because it is the crux of our city. Obviously, when you're looking at taxes and where we make up a lot of those dollars, it comes from travel and tourism. They're coming here to frequent the businesses that are here. So whatever we can do to continue to support people and inspire people to start a business in Santa Monica by removing roadblocks. And then the last thing I wanted to say is with events, I hope we can work better with the community and with staff to make things more smooth and streamlined. Especially with our partners that are part of the city that have been here for a long time. It's not perfect, I'm sure it's hard when you're working in an office. You're dealing with a lot of paperwork, but there's people behind that paper. And so whatever we can do as a council or as a community to help really bridge the gap. So we're looking at events a little bit differently and taking into account the other end of it and how hard it is to put something like that on. With that being said, I hear this in the comments that, it's a lot of information. I think the bottom line is we just wish we had more money to do all the things we wanted to do. And I'm very optimistic. I know Kristen and I were trying to be very optimistic earlier about being hopeful about projections and what might come that we don't plan for. I think we thought it was going to be a lot worse during the pandemic. And thanks to how, maybe Gigi being more conservative, we actually ended up being in a better case. So I'm really hopeful that we have some things on the horizon that are going to be able to help us out. And I believe in taking an investment in our city and what the community wants. So I'm just optimistic about what's to look forward. So I know it seems doom and gloom, but I think we have some good things out there as we're talking through and open to change. And thank you guys for always sitting here late at night to answer questions you probably feel like we should have read, or it's in page 879. But we're not focused on one part of it like you guys are working on it. So I'm apologizing in advance if, we're constantly asking you silly questions or what might seem like dumb questions to you guys, but we're trying to become experts in things that most of us weren't experts in before. I don't even think I knew half the CUPs before I got on council. So thank you guys for hanging in there with us.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm going to stand in solidarity with Councilwoman Parra. And I'm thinking of solutions, not to go into all the problems which she articulated very well, but I think we need to focus moving forward on some budget town halls, getting our residents to understand this. I mean, when Lamont Yule was here, he did that. I thought it was very effective. And then I think that this council right here, we need independent budget analysis. I think there should be a staff member that all they do is just work with us on budget, that we can't get an assistant right now.
You know what?
Well, I'm just speaking my piece. Yeah, so it's my piece. I think we need that. We need independent budget analysis for city council members and a staff person that can help us with that. In terms of the budget right now, I appreciate bringing back some of the services that are essential for our young people in the city, being that they've been hit really hard in terms of just everything that's gone on with their lives. And so I'm concerned though that we're charging $40, in public schools, with a $400,000 allocation. That we're charging $40 and a month. So that's like, approximately like $400, for every family right now to have their children in the after school program that we're envisioning. So I would like, at a minimum, if we can take instead of $40 a month, every semester, I mean, if what I heard, what I read is that we need to charge money so that we can align, our participants with the amount of staff. But usually the parents and young people that take advantage of after-school services, they'll be very consistent once they enroll, semester, like if we charge $40 at the beginning of the semester, that might be more reasonable for families right now. And then we'll still get that effect of knowing, how many students are going to participate. So I want to make that recommendation that instead of $40 a month, that we do $40 a semester for those after-school programs.
With council discretionary funds, is that how we're making it?
No, there was extra money.
Yeah, no, there's $400,000 that we're providing. Yeah.
How many kids do you think? But anyway, okay, fine. You say there's money there. I believe that there's money there, but here's my problem with what you're doing, Oscar. It's number 19. Can we just do number 1 or it's 4?
So we have all 19 to approve.
Yeah, we have a lot of things to do.
All right,
So,
that's number
look,
19. All right, so let's go.
19, I'll get to it, I promise, okay? So let's start with this one. Okay, so, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give your cheat sheet down there. I'll share it with you guys. This is our cheat sheet. Yes, I did. Okay, so can we vote on this and then we'll move on to the next and I'll run us through them, please.
Ready?
And we'll get to that at 19, Oscar.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Council Authority Member De La Torre,
No.
Council Authority Member Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem McCallum.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Negrete.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Para.
No.
And Mayor Chair Himmelrich.
Yes, so would you like to explain your no vote, Councilmember De La Torre?
And you need to record.
And would you, Councilmember Para?
No, I think it was pretty clear.
Councilmember De La Torre, can you change it?
You need to press no, thank you. Okay, next, I'm calling for a motion for the Housing Authority to adopt a resolution. Here, read this for me, here. Sorry, I'm running out of, thank you. Make this motion.
I'm calling for a motion for the Housing Authority to adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Monica adopting the fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget and adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal year 2022-24 biennial capital improvement program budget at attachment B has amended by attachment D.
So
We have the motion. We have the motion. Do we have a second? And now it's back to you.
Okay, so moved by him.
Before we vote, are there some of these resolutions, City Attorney, that we can combine? In the past, we've been able to combine some of these budget resolutions.
I see no reason why you couldn't combine all of them.
Oh.
Oh, yay, we can combine them all. Okay, so these are the resolutions we're making.
Do we have to read all 18?
Yeah, you do, but we can take one vote instead of separate
So we don't
votes.
have to, so look, but as the Housing Authority and as the Parking Authority, do we have to do those separately?
Yes.
Yeah,
but
that's
the
what
rest
I
we can
thought.
do in one.
Okay, so we need to do the Housing Authority, which was the motion that we just made.
Are you guys doing anything with the library or no?
We're letting staff,
I'm getting to the first three and then I'll worry about that, okay?
we gave them the authority to.
So
make their
I just
best
want to make
judgment.
sure that's clear that with the action to adopt the budget, that we're getting authority to work with the two deferred capital improvement programs to come back with a recommendation on library operations.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We do want that, right?
Yes.
And we'll get back to that at like 18, okay? But let's do these. So now we're doing the Parking Authority. I'm sorry, the Housing Authority. We have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call, please?
Authority Member Para.
No.
Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Authority-member Negrete.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Authority-member Brock.
Yes.
Authority-member De La Torre.
No.
And Chair Himmelrich.
You need to push your button. Does anyone want to vote, explain their no vote? Seeing none. Now I'm calling for a motion for the Parking Authority to adopt a resolution of the Parking Authority of the City of Santa Monica adopting the fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget and adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal year 2022-2024 biennial capital improvement program budget at attachment C is amended by attachment D.
So moved.
Moved by Davis. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by McCowan.
So this is only parking.
This is parking, so this is where your parking permits actually made a difference. But bear in mind that like 20% of our, yeah, okay. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Authority-member De La Torre.
No.
Authority-member Brock.
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Authority-member Negrete.
Yes.
Authority-member Davis.
Yes.
Authority-member Parra.
No.
Chair Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 4-3. Is 4 enough?
So, yeah.
I'm going to push it. Yeah, I will.
Yeah. And
It's, I've already recorded it. I'll
Yeah.
post it.
Oh, yeah, I thought I put
Himmelrich didn't need that, that's fine. Yeah,
mine. I cannot, I'm happy, there, I did a push.
All right.
Denise, can you change that?
Can everyone revote on that?
Thank you, yeah,
Yeah.
well, no, I didn't. It was absent. I meant to, or I tried to.
We can't press anything.
Hold on for me. Let me put the motions in.
Is that because it's midnight or something? 2 in the morning? Okay, now, so Doug, how many of these can I, now that we've gotten through the authority?
I want to register my, a comment on my no vote on the parking authority.
Okay.
I just want a full accounting of the fees and the revenue generated by the operators of the parking structures in the future.
What do you want to do?
A full accounting of the money that
You mean like an audit?
like an audit, correct? Of the people that we contract, right, to collect the money on the parking structures.
So, I believe we do that, and it's all subject for audits. I don't know what.
Moss Adams, our internal auditor, completed an audit of that exact operation about 2 years ago.
You want to see it?
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it's on your website,
Okay.
under the audit subcommittee.
2 years ago, so, and when will they do it again?
Not for a long time.
We have a lot of things to go through an audit. They've found very few things, and it won't happen that
Anytime soon.
again.
I'll start with that one, though.
Okay. I'll send it to you, Oscar. Okay, so,
Now this is all just city council.
okay, so now we can do it all. So, I'm calling for a motion to adopt the resolution of the city, that would be, and I'll make you read and I'll make the motion. Thank you.
I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica revising the city's master fee schedule to establish and revise certain permit and user fees and charges per attachment E. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica revising the city's master fine schedule to establish and revise the administrative citation schedules of fines for certain violations of the Santa Monica Municipal Code as per attachment F. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica establishing parking rates and permit fees for all city parking facilities and resources per attachment G. Adopt a resolution of the City of Santa Monica establishing new classifications and adopting salary rates for various listed positions per attachment H, and approve the position and classification changes in attachment I, and adopt a resolution of the City of Santa Monica establishing the GAN appropriations limit for fiscal year 2022-23 per attachment J.
Second. I see that it's 20, no, we just did a few. There are about another 10.
Those were all the city resolutions.
These are
Everything
the
else is
city.
except
Now we're
this,
moving on.
that's more specific.
So let's take a roll call. Did I second that? Yeah, I did. Okay. But
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre, Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
yes, that passes 7-0. And I can't push my second button for some reason.
And I'm sorry, who made the motion? The second on.
Dave, I did, but I can't push my button. I could think oh, wait, I'm not at the place where I have every button.
It's fine. So Hemmerich made the motion, Davis was the second? Or
No,
vice versa?
Davis made the motion, I was the second.
Gotcha, okay.
So, Gleam, do you mind doing the next one, please? This is all accepting money, right? Can we do that all at one time, Doug?
Okay, so I move.
Okay.
I move that we adopt a resolution.
Gleam, can you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Usually it goes on automatically when it says motion made. Sorry. Adopt a resolution incorporating a project funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act per Attachment K. Accept continuum of care program grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, in the amount of $4,447,586 to serve the homeless and disabled population with housing subsidies. The funding for this grant is already included in the fiscal year 2022-23 proposed budget. Authorize the city manager to accept a grant award in the amount of $24,777 from the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, Bureau of Justice Assistance, the 2021 Bulletproof Vest Partnership BVP grant to support the replacement of bulletproof vests and execute all necessary documents to accept the grant and all grant renewals. The funding for this grant is already included in the fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget. Authorize the city manager to accept a grant award in the amount of $54,255 from the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, for implementation of the JAG 2021 project overtime operations and equipment to keep neighborhoods safe, and execute all necessary documents to accept the grant and all grant renewals. Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a fourth modification to the contract number 10684 CCS with West Coast Care Foundation in the amount of $150,000 for homeless outreach services. This will result in a 6-year amended contract not to exceed $1,150,000. Approve a new citywide policy to provide 6 weeks of paid parental leave at 100% of the employee's salary effective July 1, 2022, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a memorandum of understanding for 1 year with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, SMMUSD, to provide supervised after-school playtime at SMMUSD's elementary schoolyards.
Second.
I think we should stop short of that last one.
Okay, then I withdraw the move to authorize the city manager.
I promised Councilmember De La Torre that
Oh,
he would
okay.
have a chance to do something with that.
Okay, so I do
so I'll
everything.
second the motion you
I
just
I
made.
did, but.
Oh, good, okay, you can have, I don't care. Roll call vote.
One question I have, and what do we do with the bulletproof vests that, I'm assuming those bulletproof vests are okay to donate to our sister city in Mazatlan, Mexico. They might be able to benefit from those bulletproof vests. I'm not sure though if I don't want to donate defective products,
Well,
but
that's what I was gonna say. I don't think they ever, if it's not considered.
Police chief.
or I'll follow up. I'll follow up with the
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the chief on that. Yeah,
That's not relevant to the
No, I
budget.
know, but just
Oh.
one question. That was a question I had.
We're not making money.
That's the one in the morning.
Yeah.
You have to like make them go to bed early.
Exactly. All right, let's move forward.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And now, Councilmember De La Torre, what change do you want to make to the motion for the MOU with the school district?
Instead of $40 a month, it would be $40 per semester. So it'd be $80 for the year versus.
I'll second.
And it used to be 75 a year.
And what would be the financial implications of that? Because I thought the school district was running the program.
Right.
Can they cover the difference? And if they can't, how do we cover the difference?
We gave them money last year.
Oscar, I thought you said we could cover that.
So I don't know what the, I'll defer to Andy, thank you for walking up. I don't know what the cost implications would be. So I'll turn it over to
Yes,
you.
so here's the deal. The district said that they would figure out a way to cover the costs for the low-income families for whom that is a barrier. If you decide we want to lower the cost for everyone, presuming that still meets, one of the goals is not just to lower the cost, but to allow the district and their partner to actually plan for attendance. So if you decide to lower the amount, or ask the district to lower the amount, then you're going to have to increase the funding to cover that gap.
So I first of all want to give great thanks to our city attorney who found money in his fund, which has nothing to do with this. So thank you, Mr. Sloan, and you should get credit for it with more people in the room, but there aren't more people in the room. So I want to thank you for that. And I understand that there are a few more funds that might cover this. Is that correct?
From the amount that the city attorney returned from the budget was in excess of the 400,000 that we're using. So we should be able to.
No, he's saying that. I'm not seeing that. Is that right?
There was $400,000 of general fund freed up from the city attorney's office.
It's not 550.
Oh, I thought there was more.
We were asked for 400, and that's what's been proposed. 500,000 is available. We were asked for 400,000.
So I wasn't privy to that second part of the conversation. My part of the conversation was hearing that 500,000. Yeah, that's true. Well, hey, so the question is, can the city attorney's office out of that $100,000, can they cover the
yes,
difference?
500,000 can be available.
Thank you so much.
But that won't even cover it.
Yes, it's only 400,000.
No. Excuse me, Mr. White, will that cover it?
Because I just did the calculations. It looks like it's at least an additional $144,000.
Andy, I'll lean on you to help me with this one because you're closer to the numbers than I am.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're 44,000 off.
Okay.
So it's based on modeling it. I don't have the model, but what you could do is say, work on an MOU that provides a $500,000 gap financing, and then figure out the fee from there.
That work for you, Oscar?
Yeah,
Council, I think you would then need to reconsider the budget to appropriate 500,000 from our budget rather than 400,000.
I suggest we go to $50 a semester. That'd be $100. Yeah, that would help us.
That's perfect. Thank you for doing some arithmetic.
Well, but okay, so the problem is what we're seeking to get direction on is to allocate 500,000 for the program is, and per what Andy was suggesting, we don't know what that will produce in terms of
You know
a
what they're
fee.
backing out? They're reducing it. It's not.
We're going to
$40
$100
anymore.
a year.
It's 100, not 50.
So it'll help. It's an extra $20 per student.
We don't, I guess what I'm saying is we don't yet know what fee results from putting $500,000 in the program. So I understand what fee you're looking for. I'm not taking any exception to that. I just don't know yet if that will result.
Right, and we don't have the model. I think you're probably close, but my suggestion is say $500,000. The model will then solve for what's the fee.
No, then we have to go
And
back to
it's going to be lower.
Wait a minute.
Okay, wait, it's going to be
Considerably
lower.
Yeah, it's going to be considerably lower.
Now, I just have to say one thing. You heard what our city attorney said. We have to go back to the beginning and approve the first budget item because his budget changes if we take 500 from him.
Okay, right.
So is there, so if it was $30 and not $40, would that be 400,000?
No.
No. What we're saying is we don't know. All we're saying is we don't have the ability to model out what the fee will
Because
be.
we don't
So
know how many
we'll
students
take
will be
the
part of it.
500 and then we'll go back to the original budget resolution and get authority to have that funding appropriated. Then we will solve for the fee of what the monthly fee will be. We just don't yet know what it will be. So we just can't, we don't have the capacity to figure it out right now.
Okay, so
Can I raise one point?
So wait, so all we're doing is authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a memorandum of understanding with the 500 from the city attorney. Is that right?
Up to.
Yes.
And that works for you too.
Councilmember Davis has something.
Yes, but you first need to reconsider the budget to appropriate.
get
Right, we have to go back and do the, which, but
Yeah, of course. I'm hearing that.
well, but
Okay, so.
can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes,
please?
go ahead.
So I'm hearing two different things, and I think we need to be very specific since we're allocating money. I heard Councilmember De La Torre and Councilmember Brock talk about a per semester fee. I heard Mr. Agel talk about could we reduce the monthly fee? Since we don't know what effect this will have and how this works out. Because, so are you guys, my question is, are you guys committed to the semester fee? And the reason I ask that is because at least in the prior program, even when people would just sort of sign up, if it's really cheap to sign up for one semester, they might sign up, but then not go, and now we're paying a lot of money to staff a program that kids aren't attending. Whereas at least if it's on a monthly basis, then they are committing to be there on a, for some time during that month, and it will make the staffing more commensurate with what's happening on the field. That's my concern, is if you make it ultra cheap on a semester basis, we're going to staff up as if we're going to have 600 kids on our playground, but people are like, I paid $40 a month, just to use a figure, but my kid never goes. Because that's what actually happened with the free program. And then we're going to have a bunch of people standing around paying a lot of money to staff, which the staff will like, but we really won't need them. It seems to me we need people to buy into the program on a monthly basis. And then if they don't, then we'll know we don't need the staff. I mean, it's a way of sort of measuring the demand for the program.
So could I make a suggestion that you say we're going to close the gap of $500,000 and that we ask the school district who's actually funding the program to address this exact issue? There may very be a good reason they want to do it, but they're going to operate the program. Let's actually have them figure out how to make sure they've got that accountability.
And the school district's budget actually is a very healthy budget right now. I mean, it's actually, anyway, I just want to let, the school district can help out as well, and they should have skin in the game. So we're making a big contribution here. We're taking funding out of the city attorney's office and to do this, and I think
Look,
it's all appropriate.
It's a conversation you can have with them. I move that we reopen the what would be the proper way? Reconsider? I move that we reconsider. Yeah, we have to do the other one first. I move that we reconsider our adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 operating budget and adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal year 2022-2024 biennial capital improvement program budget at attachment A as amended by attachment D to reflect an increased donation to the general fund from the city attorney's office of increasing the amount from $400,000 to $500,000.
Second. Should second that. Now you have to vote for it. Okay, so motion by Davis, seconded by Himmelrich. Let's have a roll call vote.
It'll be a manual because it's not in here.
Yeah.
All right. Council Authority Member De La Torre.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Negrete.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Parr.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what it was? I just walked back in. What am I improving?
It's budget.
Since I'm the maker, it's moving to reconsider the resolution, number one on the hit parade here. Moving to reconsider the resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica adopting the operating budget, et cetera, to increase the amount of the donation to the general fund from the city attorney's office from $400,000 to $500,000.
No.
So that passes 6-1. So now we move back to, right, whatever it was, 58.
15, right?
was the last one.
Right, so I move that we authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a memorandum of understanding for 1 year with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District to provide supervised after-school playtime at SMMUSD's elementary school yards in the amount of $500,000, with the fee for the program to be determined upon consultation with the school district.
Second. I can second it.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. I'm sorry, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
So you have to hit your second. There you go.
All that's on is my mic.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
And Mayor Hemorich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. Oscar.
Councilmember De La Torre, can you vote, please?
Pardon me?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're good. And I believe that culminates this wonderful meeting, our next meeting. Let me just say, I want to adjourn in memory of all of the rights and privileges that we've lost this week in the Supreme Court. And our next meeting is Tuesday, July 12th at 5:30 p.m.
And happy July 4th, everyone. We'll see you on Main Street.
Oscar, I'm calling you at 6.